Chapter 39-31. Yang Kai received the ring, swept it with his divine sense, and was immediately stunned. Inside the ring, there was a small mountain of heaven-opening pills, all of them shining with a glossy luster, almost blinding his eyes. Yang Kai didn't count them in detail, but from a general impression, this number of 10 million was correct. 10 million, this was a full 10 million heaven-opening pills. He had actually obtained them so easily. For anyone who had just entered the starry cosmos world, this was a huge amount of wealth. If one had the means, they could even buy a set of 6th-grade materials with more than enough to spare. Old Feng and Dai Yu would never have imagined that they would one day be able to hold a ring with 10 million heaven-opening pills in it. Yang Kai was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression, secretly thinking that this first-in was really quite good. Even now, it was still giving him such a generous compensation, causing him to feel a little guilty. After all, he had absorbed a lot of the Golden Crow's true fire, and he didn't know if the remaining Golden Crow's true fire in the Golden Crow's corpse was enough for another person to condense their fire attribute strength. If it wasn't enough, it was likely he would end up wasting their entire cultivation. However, it wasn't appropriate for Yang Kai to remind others of this, so he could only keep it to himself. Before he could finish his thoughts though, he heard the lady boss coldly say, "I've given you your compensation, now let's talk about this queen's losses." Yang Kai raised his head in surprise. Losses? What losses? Instinctively feeling that something was wrong, even the space ring on his hand felt a little hot. The lady boss gently sneered, "My first-in's business is all about credibility. We have always been honest with our customers. If you give us benefits, our first-in will pay you back, but if you cause losses to our first-in, we will naturally compensate you. It is very fair." Reaching out, she shouted, "Count." The bookkeeper stepped out from the crowd, a small golden abacus in his hand making a crackling sound. A moment later, under the dumbfounded gaze of Yang Kai, the accountant finished his work and presented the abacus to the lady boss, a look of pity on his face as he said to Yang Kai, "Including the cost of the room, the total is 20,046,000 pills." The lady boss gently nodded, her slender jade fingers moving the abacus a few times as she lightly said, "Round it up and count it as 20 million. "Yes, sir," the accountant replied. The lady boss stretched out her hand again, and before Yang Kai could react, the space ring in his hand containing 10 million opening heaven pills was snatched back. The lady boss pinched the space ring and gestured to Yang Kai, "This is 10 million, you still owe me 10 million opening heaven pills from the first stack." Yang Kai was a little confused. A moment ago, he had become rich overnight, holding 10 million heaven opening pills in his hand. In the next instant, he had inexplicably become someone who owed 10 million heaven opening pills. Then, he became furious. He gritted his teeth and looked at the lady boss. "Is it fun to play with people?" The lady boss looked at him with her phoenix eyes and said indifferently, "Do you think I'm playing with you? This consort doesn't have the time to do such a boring thing." "Then what do you mean?" Yang Kai's anger surged in his chest, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. He secretly swore in his heart that if this woman didn't tell him the truth, he would immediately summon his blue dragon spear and poke a few holes in her beautiful face. As for whether he could beat her or not, he would fight first. He just happened to have a golden extinguishing mist golden feather in his hand. "What do you mean?" The lady boss smiled angrily as she pointed to the side and said, "Look for yourself." Yang Kai turned his head and stared for a long time before his eyes began to ache. Only then did he turn back and ask, "What are you looking at?" There was nothing there, so what the hell was he looking at? The lady boss grit her teeth and slowly said, "The first stack was destroyed." "What does that have to do with me?" Yang Kai swallowed his words halfway. He frowned and vaguely understood what was going on. He said speechlessly, "I wasn't the one who destroyed the first stack." "Why are you looking for me?" The lady boss said, "If it wasn't for you, how could the first stack have been destroyed? This consort has been in charge of the first stack for more than 1,300 years. I've been cautious and conscientious and have never made a mistake. But today, because of you, you brat, even the inn has been destroyed. Who else can I look for if not you? Yang Kai said, of course you're looking for the person who did it, don't worry, none of the people who did it will be able to escape. But you're the cause of this, so you have to take the main responsibility. This consort will compensate you for the loss of 20 million taels. That's not too much, is it? You woman. Yang Kai was furious. Can you still be reasonable? A figure flashed by, and a fragrant wind hit him. A slender, jade-like finger tapped on his chest, a dangerous aura pulsing from the fingertip. Madame Lan narrowed her eyes and said, say what you just said again. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at his chest. His Adam's apple bobbed as he rearranged his words. Lady Boss, can't we be a little more reasonable? I sympathize with the destruction of your first stack, but I didn't do anything. Isn't it a little unreasonable for you to settle accounts with me like this? Unreasonable. The Lady Boss was so angry that she laughed. If you had accepted this consort's conditions earlier, all this wouldn't have happened. How dare you say that this has nothing to do with you? It's my freedom to accept or not. The first stack is open for business. You can't force a deal, can you? The Lady Boss said, who's forcing a deal with you? It's your freedom to accept or not, but do you dare say that the destruction of the first stack has nothing to do with you? I don't think it has anything to do with me. Yang Kai straightened his neck. The Lady Boss examined him for a while, then suddenly laughed. She withdrew her hand and flicked her sleeve. It's fine if you don't want to admit it. No one dares to go back on their word with my first stack. Yang Kai cracked his knuckles as he glared fiercely at the Lady Boss. The Lady Boss looked at him with a smile on her face, her eyes full of contempt. Behind the Lady Boss, Bai Qi kept sending him meaningful glances, indicating that he should calm down. After taking a few deep breaths, Yang Kai suppressed his urge to take out the golden annihilation plume and cause a scene. He turned his head and said, I don't have money anyway. 10 million heaven-opening pills was an unimaginable number. Where would Yang Kai get them? The Lady Boss said, I don't expect you to pay me back now. HM. Yang Kai turned his head in surprise. Then, should I write an IOU? It wouldn't be bad if he could get away with an IOU. In any case, the world was big. As long as he was careful, he might not be able to meet the Lady Boss again. Of course, if the Lady Boss used her connections in the first stack to look for someone, unless Yang Kai didn't show up in front of others, it really wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Why would I want an IOU? The Lady Boss snorted disdainfully. She looked him up and down and said indifferently, pay me back with your body. Yang Kai almost vomited blood. He almost thought that he had misheard. What? The Lady Boss was too lazy to pay attention to him. She called out, bring him along and get ready to go. Bai Qi and the bookkeeper obeyed and went out, sandwiching Yang Kai between them. Yang Kai was stunned. What are you doing? The bookkeeper's dead fish face was expressionless, but Bai Qi kept blinking at him. He didn't know what she was trying to say. Madame Lan raised her hand and summoned a small boat-like artifact. The boat quickly grew bigger and turned into a huge ship more than 100 feet long. It was divided into 3 floors. Then, in a flash, it flew to a wing on the top floor of the ship and disappeared. The other people of the first stack also flew onto the big ship one after another and entered the cabin to get busy. Yang Kai was led onto the ship by Bai Qi and the bookkeeper. This ship didn't look very eye-catching on the surface, but Yang Kai could feel that this big ship was obviously much more high-end than the one in Great Moon Province. After all, this was the ship of the Lady Boss of the first stack. If it was too inferior, it wouldn't be appropriate for her identity. With a buzzing sound, the big ship shook, and then a layer of film visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface, wrapping the whole ship. The next moment, Yang Kai's body shook, feeling that the whole ship was moving in one direction at a very fast speed. Yang Kai was confused. He turned to look at Bai Qi and asked, where are we going? Bai Qi shook her head and said, I don't know. The lady boss didn't say. You don't know either? He turned to look at the bookkeeper, who let go of him without saying a word and then went into the cabin. Bai Qi stretched and saw that Yang Kai was still depressed. She reached out and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Are you still depressed? Aren't you depressed about this?" Bai Qi thought about it seriously and nodded. It's quite depressing, but there are pros and cons to everything. We should think positively. Yang Kai said angrily, "I don't know what's in it for me." Look over there. Bai Qi pointed. Yang Kai looked in the direction she was pointing and vaguely saw that there seemed to be a big ship standing quietly in the void in the distance. What do you mean? Yang Kai was confused. Bai Qi chuckled, "I'm not sure which force that ship belongs to, but if you had gone on the road alone just now, they definitely wouldn't have let you go and would have followed you. It's not hard for you to guess what the consequences would have been, right?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "But Master Situ has already taken away the Golden Crow's corpse. It's useless for them to find me. Even though that's the case, who knows if you obtained any other benefits from the Sun Crow Divine Palace? For example, the Grand Sun Primordial Fire or Grand Sun Primordial Gold." Yang Kai was startled. He gritted his teeth and said, "You've gone too far." He didn't have the Grand Sun Primordial Gold, but he did have a lot of Grand Sun Primordial Fire. He even had 3 5th-grade ones. Bai Qi patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be fooled by the lady boss's cold look. In fact, she's protecting you. After all, whether you're willing or not, you've made a deal with the First In. The First In can't burn the bridge and ignore your life and death, right? If that's the case, I don't know what the world will think of the First In. According to what you're saying, should I go and thank the lady boss?" "Up to you." Bai Qi shrugged. Yang Kai said angrily, "Even so, why did she add 10 million to my debt? If she wanted to protect me, she could have just told me this." Bai Qi scratched his chin. "I'm not too sure. You'll have to ask the lady boss yourself. But then again, the destruction of the First In does have something to do with you." Chapter 39-32. In front of a room on the top floor of the ship, Yang Kai stood in front of the door with a hesitant expression. After hesitating for a long time, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. A lazy voice came from inside the room, "Come in." Yang Kai braced himself and pushed the door open. Looking around, the room's decorations could not be considered luxurious. Instead, it gave off a fresh and elegant feeling. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. It was very pleasant to smell. It was hard to tell if it was a body fragrance or sandalwood. There was no trace of the lady boss. She should be in the inner room. Opening the bead curtain, he walked into the inner room. At a glance, he saw the lady boss lying on a fragrant couch, her hands supporting her temple. Her curves were graceful, and her appearance was lazy. When Yang Kai came in, he did not look at her. He just said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Kai Yang didn't open his mouth and just stood in front of her, quietly sizing her up. Although he had come into contact with her many times before, each time it was just a battle of words, a secret confrontation. He really didn't have the heart to carefully examine her. Now that he was sizing her up, he discovered that the lady boss really was a heavenly beauty. Her entire body exuded a mature charm. Even if she was just lying there, she still gave off an indescribable temptation. No wonder the guests in the inn often took advantage of her with words. Not many men could easily ignore such a beauty. On the couch, the lady boss suddenly opened her eyes. "If you look around again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." Yang Kai lowered his gaze and walked straight up. Under the lady boss's dumbfounded gaze, he directly climbed onto the bed. Crossing over her body, he laid down on the inner side. His entire body spread out. Turning his head, he said with a humiliated expression, "Even if you can obtain my body, you can forget about obtaining my heart." The lady boss was stunned. Yang Kai's actions were really too shocking. Even someone as strong as her sixth-stage heaven splitter cultivation was unable to react for a moment, and Yang Kai climbed onto the bed. As if she had been stung by a scorpion, she bounced up. Standing on the bed, she looked at Yang Kai, trembling with anger. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Didn't you say?" After a dozen or so breaths, the door opened with a miserable scream. Yang Kai flew out like an arrow from a bow. He crashed into the ship's light barrier before he could stop himself. Slowly sliding down, Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand and cursed, "You didn't make yourself clear. You said something about paying with your body, and now you're attacking me. Can you still be reasonable?" Scram! Inside the room, the lady boss shouted angrily. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Hearing the commotion, White Seven and the others ran out of the cabin and saw Yang Kai standing there with a look of grief and indignation. There were two large dark circles around his eyes, which were extremely symmetrical. Suddenly, he felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. "What are you looking at? Get back to work." The lady boss roared again. Bai Qi and the others shrank their necks and ran away without a trace. Crazy woman. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice before returning to the cabin. "What did you say? Say it again." The lady boss's voice sounded. Yang Kai glared angrily at the third floor's room. His mouth squirmed for a long time before he lowered his head and said, "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him." He plunged into the cabin and found a spare room to live in. The room was not small, and it was fully equipped with all the necessary facilities. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed and rubbed his injured eyes, feeling extremely sullen. Previously, when the lady boss said that he would pay with his body, he thought that was something else, but who knew that she didn't mean that at all? That crazy woman just wanted him to work at the first inn to pay back the money. Only when he paid back the 10 million heaven-opening pills would he regain his freedom. Yang Kai didn't know how Bai Qi and the others calculated their wages, but thinking about it, 10 million heaven-opening pills wouldn't be so easy to pay back. He estimated that he would have to follow that crazy woman for the next few decades or even a century. Thinking of this, Yang Kai sighed. Following the lady boss wasn't without benefits. At the very least, a 6th-grade heaven-opening pill was a great deterrent, so he didn't have to worry about his safety. But following her was also very dangerous. He had secretly absorbed most of the Golden Crow True Fire and condensed the power of the 5 elements fire. If she saw any clues in the future, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Thinking of the Golden Crow True Fire, Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. Previously, when he condensed the power of the 5 elements fire in the Wishful Scepter pouch, he didn't have time to carefully examine it. Only now did he have some free time, so he naturally wanted to see the changes in his body. He calmed his qi and concentrated, examining his body. Within the Tao seal, 2 lights circulated, one green and one black. The green light surged with vitality, while the black light was reserved and low-key. However, it contained an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The power of the wood element and the power of the fire element coexisted perfectly within the Tao seal, creating the alternating red and black colors of the Tao seal. It looked a bit strange, but it also gave off a feeling of firm strength. The Golden Crow True Fire's power was extraordinary. Now that he had successfully condensed the power of the fire element, Yang Kai increasingly felt that what the lady boss had said before was correct. Only a sufficiently powerful wood element could suppress the Golden Crow True Fire. If the wood element in the Tao seal wasn't strong enough, then even if it absorbed the Golden Crow True Fire, the Tao seal would still be in danger of collapsing. And once the Tao seal collapsed, that would be the destruction of the entire foundation of the martial Tao. At that time, there would only be death. Not only that, but Yang Kai also felt that his strength seemed to have increased somewhat. He couldn't help but feel a trace of understanding. It seemed that his strength was about the same as the strength of the heaven-opening realm. Even if he was an existence that had condensed a Tao seal, there was still a huge gap in strength. The root of this gap should be the amount of yin, yang, and 5 elements fire element energy condensed. Every time he successfully condensed a portion of energy, his strength would increase by quite a bit. And once he condensed the 5 elements fire element energy, he would experience an explosive growth. This kind of person was usually called half-step heaven opening. Once he truly split open the heavens and earth in his body, his strength would soar once more. Of course, the increase in strength was directly related to the quality of the materials he absorbed. It was a direct relationship. A cultivator that absorbed a third-grade phase material would naturally have a greater increase in strength than a cultivator that absorbed a 7th-grade phase material. Yang Kai felt that his strength had increased quite a bit, but since there was no one to fight in a life-and-death battle, he couldn't make a concrete judgment. No matter what, this was a good thing for him. The trip to the Golden Crow Divine Palace had made him feel an urgent need to increase his strength once more. He didn't want to experience being chased by a large group of heaven-opening realm cultivators again. Inwardly, he decided that unless he had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't rashly use the Golden Crow True Flame. Otherwise, it was extremely likely that his secret would be exposed. Now that the fire element energy had been completely condensed and its quality satisfied Yang Kai's requirements, even if he didn't know what grade the Golden Crow True Flame was, there was no doubt that it was at least 7th grade. From wood to fire, from fire to earth. The next step was to condense the formless earth element energy. Being able to obtain the Golden Crow True Flame this time was a coincidence, but where would he go to find 7th grade earth element materials, or even 7th grade earth element materials? A 7th grade material, if converted into heaven opening pills, would be worth at least 150 million pills. Yang Kai even suspected that this was not something that could be purchased with heaven-opening pills. Once this kind of treasure appeared, just like the sun's true gold, it would definitely attract countless masters to compete for it. Even if some great force had such a material, it would likely only serve as a strategic resource. What did he have that could be exchanged with those factions? Yang Kai couldn't think of anything no matter how he thought about it. Furthermore, without enough strength to act as a guarantee, he didn't have the qualifications to exchange anything with others. There was no point in thinking about this for now. The fire element energy had just been condensed and needed some time to properly stabilize. The large ship continued to fly, heading to some unknown destination. Just as he was meditating, a series of knocks suddenly came from the door. Yang Kai frowned and got up to open the door. He saw Bai Qi holding a tray with a few exquisite side dishes and a pot of wine on it. The fragrance of the dishes assailed his nostrils. Yang Kai forced a smile and turned to the side. "Come in." Bai Qi was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "These things aren't for you." Yang Kai was speechless. "If you're not for me to eat, why did you bring it here?" Bai Qi pointed up. "The lady boss wants it." Yang Kai was puzzled. "The lady boss wants you to bring it to her. Why did you bring it to me?" Bai Qi looked at him sympathetically. "The lady boss specifically asked you to bring it to her." After saying that, she stuffed the tray into Yang Kai's hands and didn't care about his reaction. "I'll leave it to you. Do a good job." Looking at Bai Qi's departing figure, Yang Kai stood there in a daze for a long time before he flew into a rage. "You've gone too far." He raised the tray high and wanted to throw it on the ground, but after a long time, he didn't throw it. The corners of his eyes twitched. He thought to himself, "Does that crazy woman really think of me as a waiter in the shop? How can she be so arrogant?" Taking a few deep breaths to calm the anger in his heart, Yang Kai looked at the few side dishes on the tray in his hand and wished he could spit a few mouthfuls of saliva on them. However, considering that the lady boss might be monitoring this place, it was better not to do so. "What are you waiting for? Get up here." The lady boss's voice came into his ears. Yang Kai shivered and secretly cursed that this woman was indeed paying attention to this place. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively just now. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. "I'm coming." "Why are you rushing me?" Yang Kai responded angrily and walked out with the tray. He stomped to the top floor and kicked open the door. Before he walked in, a gust of wind blew in his face, blowing him back. Didn't your master tell you to knock before you enter the house? With a bang, the door closed, almost knocking Yang Kai's nose out of joint. After standing in front of the door for a while, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is anyone home? Come in." The lady boss's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered the inner room. He put the tray on the table and said, "Here's what you want. Enjoy." "Where are you going?" the lady boss asked. Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Back to rest." "What else do you want?" The lady boss still maintained the same lazy posture as before. Her rosy little mouth pointed at the table and said, "Fill it up." Chapter 39-33. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched for a moment, but under the gaze of the lady boss, Yang Kai picked up the wine jug and poured himself a glass of wine. The lady boss, who was reclining on the bed, stretched out her delicate jade white hand and gestured. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out of anger. "Are you that lazy?" She was clearly torturing him, but he couldn't win against her, so he could only pass the wine cup to someone else. The lady boss was very forthright. She drank it in one gulp, then rubbed the wine cup between her fingers. She squinted at him. "Not convinced?" Yang Kai looked up at the roof. "I don't dare. Anyway, I'm in your hands. You can kill me or scrape me as you wish." The lady boss chuckled. "If you're not convinced, just say it out loud. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to her. This woman just didn't know what she was talking about. The more he paid attention to her, the more arrogant she became. The lady boss said lazily, "The first hotel is famous. Many people want to join but don't have the connections. Now that you're lucky enough to join, I don't know how many people will envy you. Brat, don't take it for granted." Yang Kai turned to look at her and laughed. The lady boss looked at him and said, "You'll be working under me in the future. Are you going to treat me with this attitude?" Yang Kai said in a bad mood, "Then what kind of attitude do you want?" The lady boss said, "I don't want you to be respectful, but you should at least show some respect. If other people see you like this, how can I discipline them? I was born like this." The lady boss snorted. She was obviously very dissatisfied with his attitude, but she didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, she said, "Where is your home?" No comment. "Who's in your home?" No comment. After asking several questions and not getting any decent answers, the lady boss seemed to gradually lose her patience. She waved her hand and said, "You can leave now." Yang Kai clasped his hands and turned to leave. The lady boss's voice came from behind. "From now on, you'll be in charge of my 3 meals a day, as well as washing and washing." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at her, only to see that the lady boss had already lowered her head and was absent-mindedly holding her wine cup, as if she was thinking about something. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the current lady boss gave off an inexplicable sense of weakness, completely different from the feeling that the 6th-stage heaven opening expert gave off. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice, "I know." When he returned to his room, before he could sit down, Biyao pushed the door open and entered. She closed the door behind her and asked sneakily like a thief, "Lady boss didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Yang Kai slapped the table and said angrily, "That's too much." Biyao was shocked and grabbed his arm. "What are you doing? Keep your voice down." Looking at Yang Kai's furious expression, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Yang Kai said, "You don't know. That stinky woman actually asked me to be in charge of her 3 meals a day in the future. She can't starve to death even if she doesn't eat for 1,000 years, but now she actually wants me to eat 3 meals a day. It's a joke. I've never served a woman in my life. She's tormenting me and taking revenge on me. No, no." Bai Qi persuaded, there's no enmity between us. Why would the lady boss take revenge on you? In fact, the lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You'll know when you get along with her for a long time. Yang Kai sneered. I'm just afraid that I won't live long in her hands. Bai Qi laughed. How could, forget it, let's not talk about it. Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. He gritted his teeth and said, since she wants to play, I'll play with her. Let's see who can't hold on first. The following days were calm. Although there were dangers everywhere outside the universe, the First In's ship was a huge sign. In the 3,000 worlds, there were not many people who dared to have designs on the First In. Yang Kai was busy every day. He was in charge of the 3 meals a day for the lady boss. He delivered them to her on time and collected the cutlery after a while. He didn't know if the lady boss ate anything. Anyway, the food he delivered was almost the same as the food he collected. Yang Kai was angry. He did things silently every time and didn't communicate much with the lady boss. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room. Bai Qi came uninvited again and directly gave him an exquisite bamboo basket. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked. Bai Qi said, in 2 hours, we will pass by a world called the Biyao continent. There is a place called the Heavenly Mountain there. You go to the Heavenly Mountain, find their leader, and give this basket to him. Then you don't have to worry about it. Alone? Yang Kai was stunned. Bai Qi nodded. Yes, alone. Come back as soon as you're done. Don't mess it up. As she spoke, she didn't care about Yang Kai's reaction and walked straight out. Yang Kai was confused as he held the bamboo basket. He frowned and stood there for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He lowered his head and looked at the bamboo basket. It didn't seem to be special. The weaving was very exquisite, but there were no powerful restrictions. It was not a secret treasure. It looked like it was used to store things. Biyao continent, Heavenly Mountain. Yang Kai silently memorized it. 2 hours later, the ship that had been sailing for several days suddenly stopped. Yang Kai walked out of his room and stood on the deck, looking around. At a glance, he saw a beautiful world in the distance. Even though it was quite a distance away, the aura of the world of heaven and earth rushed towards him. This should be the Biyao continent. Yang Kai's heart flashed with a trace of understanding. Carrying the bamboo basket in his hand, he flew into the sky. The ship stopped at just the right distance, so it only took half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the world of heaven and earth. He broke through the clouds and the barrier of this world and directly descended into this world. This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to another world. When he was ordered to hunt down Fong Tai in the 7 Openings land, he had seen the scenery of this world once. This world seemed to be more powerful than that world, almost the same as the star boundary. At the very least, when Yang Kai broke through the barrier of this world and entered this world, he immediately felt several powerful divine senses sweep over him. As one of the great emperors of the star boundary, Yang Kai was very familiar with this aura and knew that this was the instinctive response of the great emperors of this world when they detected the aura of a master. Immediately, Yang Kai's skin tightened. Although he was now much stronger than when he had just been promoted to the great emperors, this was the territory of others after all. Others had the backing of the entire world of heaven and earth, while he did not have the support of the star boundary, so the strength he could display was limited. If he really fought with the great emperors in this place, Yang Kai estimated that even if he was a low-rank heaven splitter, he would still be at a disadvantage. Just as he was considering how to express his intentions and identity, the several powerful divine senses flashed and disappeared without a trace. There was even a strand of divine sense that showed obvious goodwill to him before it disappeared. Yang Kai was baffled. Just as he was puzzled, he saw a figure rushing towards him from afar, and a gentle and old voice sounded in his ears. Sect Master Bao Zitong of Heaven Mountain greets the special envoy. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. When the first word was spoken, the person was still far away, but when the last word fell, the person was already standing in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked over and saw a rosy-faced fat old man not far in front of him looking at him with a smile. The old man did not look special, but Yang Kai could feel the aura of the same kind from him. This old man was the great emperors of this world. And judging from the aura, he should be the person who showed goodwill to him just now. It turned out that the sect master of Heaven Mountain in this world was a great emperor's. This was easy. He was still considering whether to ask for the way to Heaven Mountain, but now that the other party had taken the initiative to welcome him, there was no need to waste his time. But, what was with the special envoy? Suppressing his doubts, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Yang Kai greets Sect Master Bao. Sect Master Bao is too polite. No matter which world it was, those who could become great emperors were extremely rare and were blessed by their respective worlds' heavens and earth. So even though this Bao Zedong looked unremarkable, in his own domain, Yang Kai did not dare show the slightest disrespect. So it's Special Envoy Yang. Bao Zedong smiled from ear to ear. Special Envoy Yang has such a cultivation at such a young age. It really makes me feel ashamed. Sect Master Bao is too kind. Yang Kai said politely, then changed the topic. To be honest, Sect Master Bao, although I am here to look for you, I don't know the reason. May I ask what is the meaning of Special Envoy? Bao Zedong smiled and pointed at the basket on Yang Kai's arm. The one who holds this basket is the Special Envoy. Yang Kai looked down at the basket and said in realization, you recognize this basket. That's easy. No wonder the other party took the initiative to welcome him when he just arrived. It turned out that he recognized the basket. He thought that Bai Qi had already greeted the other party. Bao Zedong said, this is not the place to talk. Special Envoy Yang, please follow me. As he said that, Bao Zedong stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. In the next moment, Yang Kai's vision started to move. He knew that this was the divine technique unique to the great emperors. In this world, any great emperors who were born in the 9 Serenities continent could go anywhere they wanted. This was slightly different from the space divine technique. In just an instant, the two of them appeared in front of a grand hall. The hall was huge, and a large group of cultivators were waiting respectfully in front of it. When they saw the two of them, they said in unison, greetings, Sect Master, Special Envoy. Their voices were loud and clear, and the formation was not small. It was obvious that they had been prepared. Yang Kai cupped his hands slightly. In the crowd, a woman in a palace dress stepped forward. She first bowed slightly to Yang Kai, then stretched out her hands. Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Zedong, asking for his opinion. The latter smiled and said, basket. Yang Kai suddenly understood and quickly handed the basket to the woman. He nodded and said, thank you. He did not know what the basket was for. Bai Qi did not explain clearly before, but the people of Sky Mountain obviously knew. Since that was the case, he did not need to ask too much. He just needed to cooperate. Chapter 39-34. The woman took the basket and soared into the sky, disappearing in no time. Bao Zedong gestured with his hand. Special Envoy Yang, please come in for a chat. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you for your hospitality. He followed Bao Zedong into the main hall and took his seat. Immediately, a maid served high-quality tea and a plate of rare fruits. The fragrance of the tea filled the air, and the fresh fruits were fragrant. Not to mention the tea, the fruits on the plate were ones that Yang Kai had never seen before. They were obviously specialties of this world, so he casually took a few to taste. The taste was not bad, and for a cultivator with a lower cultivation, it should have the effect of increasing cultivation. However, for people like him and Bao Zedong, it was useless. At most, it was just a taste. While drinking tea and eating fruits, he casually chatted with Bao Zedong. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. After a while, Bao Zedong asked, how is Madam recently? Yang Kai guessed that he was probably asking about the lady boss, Madame Lan, so he nodded and said, I'm in high spirits. He was in high spirits. Which sixth order Kai Tian realm cultivator needed 3 meals a day? Bao Zitong smiled. That's good. He sighed. Madam is also a person with a hard life. Yang Kai raised his head. Why do you say that? Although he had a lot of contact with the lady boss, strictly speaking, he didn't know her at all. He only knew that this woman was a sixth pin splitter with a strong background. Therefore, when he heard Bao Zitong say that she had a hard life, he couldn't help but be interested. These days, he had been tormented by the lady boss. He was full of pent-up anger, but he couldn't beat her. He couldn't wait to hear her say something bad to balance his mood. Bao Zitong waved his hand. I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart, Special Envoy Yang. Yang Kai immediately looked disgusted. However, since the other party didn't say anything, he couldn't ask. He could only say, oh right, Sect Leader Bao, although I'm here under orders, I don't know what to do specifically. Does Sect Leader Bao have any advice? Bao Zitong didn't answer. Instead, he asked, how long has Special Envoy Yang been following Madam? It's only been a few days. Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly. Strictly speaking, he was forced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed that crazy woman everywhere. Bao Zitong said, no wonder. Actually, it's not a big deal. There's a kind of spiritual fruit on Tian Shan Mountain called the Snowy Skyline. It tastes unique and can't be found anywhere else. Madam likes the Snowy Skyline very much. Every time she passes by the 9th underworld, she sends people to pick some and take them away. Snowy Skyline? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. This name sounded somewhat poetic and picturesque, but he didn't know what kind of spirit fruit it was that the lady boss, a 6th-stage heaven splitter, couldn't forget it. Every time she passed by here, she would pick it. He had to take a good look at it later. Only then did he understand why Bai Chi gave him a bamboo basket. It turned out that she was here to pick spiritual fruits. That Snowy Skyline. As Bao Zitong spoke, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his interest waned, and he said, let's not talk about it anymore. Since Special Envoy Yang is Madam's man, he will understand in the future. This old man always speaks halfway. Yang Kai couldn't wait to use the black dragon spear to pry open his mouth. Bao Zitong obviously realized this as well. In the following conversation, he deliberately led the conversation to the topic of cultivation. Instead, he chatted happily with Yang Kai. When Yang Kai asked why he hadn't jumped out of the shackles of this universe and gone to the vast sky since he had already become one of the great emperors, Bao Zitong smiled and said, I'm already old and have lost the heart to forge ahead. What can I do even if I jump out of the shackles of this universe? Yang Kai frowned and said, then Sect Leader Bao is going to stay in the 9th underworld forever? Bao Zitong said magnanimously, the 9th underworld gave birth to me and raised me. I'm also willing to use the rest of my life to protect this world. Yang Kai nodded and couldn't help but think of the Star Realm. If Mo Xing hadn't tormented the Star Realm, would he have come outside of this universe? Would he be willing to wither and grow old there for the rest of his life? Yang Kai himself couldn't think of the answer to this question. An hour later, the woman who had taken the basket away entered the hall and respectfully placed the basket on the table beside Yang Kai. She curtsied and said, Special Envoy Master, the Snowy Skyline has been harvested. Thank you. Yang Kai nodded and looked at the spirit fruits in the bamboo basket. He found that the Snowy Skyline fruits were all about the size of a baby's fist. They were all reddish-black in color and were all about the same size. Obviously, they had been carefully selected. After all, these were for the lady boss, so Heavenly Mountain didn't dare to be careless. There was a faint fragrance, but he didn't know how it tasted. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. Sect Leader Bao, this matter is over. I'll take my leave first. Bao Zitong said, Special Envoy Yang, take care. When you see Madam later, please send my regards and thank her for protecting the ninth underworld all these years. I will. Yang Kai nodded and walked out with the basket. Bao Zitong saw him off politely. It was much easier to leave the ninth underworld. Unlike when he came, he didn't need to break the world barrier anymore. Bao Zitong must have communicated with the world force of the ninth underworld and let him go. At the same time, Bai Qi stood before the lady boss in a room on the top floor of the first inn. She lowered her head solemnly and obediently. As usual, the lady boss was lying on the fragrant couch with her eyes closed. After a long time, the lady boss suddenly said, "He's not back yet?" Bai Qi shook her head. "No, I'm afraid he ran away." The lady boss didn't say anything. Bai Qi said, he wasn't willing to join the first inn in the first place. Now that he got the chance, he would naturally run away. Why would he come back? If he ran away, then so be it, the lady boss said lightly. If he really ran away, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with the first inn. Stunned, Bai Qi said, "Lady boss, since you knew this would happen, why did you still want him to go to the nine underworlds continent? Moreover, why did you let him go there alone?" After she finished asking, she came to a realization and said, "I understand now. You just wanted to see if he would take the opportunity to escape." The lady boss said leisurely, "I didn't think so much. I just didn't like him." Bai Qi was speechless. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the lady boss suddenly open her eyes. A light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "What's the matter?" Bai Qi asked. "He's back." The lady boss closed her eyes again. Bai Qi didn't understand at first, but she quickly reacted and turned to leave the room. She stood on the deck and looked at the ninth underworld. After a while, a figure came from there at an extremely fast speed. Who else could it be but Yang Kai? He didn't run away. Bai Qi couldn't believe it. She thought that Yang Kai would definitely take this rare opportunity to get rid of the first inn. Who knew that he would come back? Is this guy a fool? If she were in his shoes, Bai Qi reckoned that she would definitely run away. After a while, Yang Kai landed on the deck. The colorful light on his body dissipated, revealing his figure. When he looked up, he saw Bai Qi staring at him in a daze. Yang Kai looked around and frowned. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Qi crossed her arms and touched her chin with one hand. She sized up Yang Kai and said in surprise, "I suddenly realized that you look like someone. Why didn't I notice it before?" "Who?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Qi shook her head and didn't say much. Instead, she pointed at the room on the top floor of the ship, indicating that the lady boss was waiting for him. Yang Kai snorted and leaped to the door of the room. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Lady boss, I'm back. Come in." The lady boss's lazy voice came from inside the room. Yang Kai pushed the door and entered. On the deck, White Seven had a thoughtful expression on her face. She shook her head and walked into the cabin. She kept muttering, "Why didn't I notice it before? How strange." She ran to the accountant's room and told him about it. The accountant stared at her with dead eyes. "Are you blind? You only noticed it now after drinking with him all day? You knew?" Bai Qi was surprised. The accountant said, "I saw it when he first entered the shop." Bai Qi suddenly understood. No wonder our lady boss wanted him to stay. So that's the reason. Then, is that why she kept tormenting Yang Kai? Suddenly, she said with a bitter face, "Then, isn't it over?" The lady boss finally got over the past, and now she's going to be reminded of something sad again. What should she do in the future? The accountant said, "I've been thinking about this recently. I finally thought of a way to solve this once and for all. Do you want to hear it?" "Tell me." Bai Qi nodded. The accountant said in a low voice, "You find a chance to bring Yang Kai out, and then we'll kill him together." As he spoke, He reached out and wiped his neck. The corner of Bai Chi's eyes twitched. Is this your so-called once and for all method? The accountant said matter-of-factly, is there any other way? No, it's not appropriate. Bai Chi shook her head. We still don't know what the lady boss's attitude is. If we make the lady boss more sad, then we'll be sinners. The accountant sighed and said, this is also a problem. The key is what the lady boss thinks. Why don't you go and ask around? Bai Chi immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. You know what the situation is like every time. We can't go to the lady boss for at least 3 days. Otherwise, we'll be courting death. Hearing this, the accountant couldn't help but shudder. He seemed to think of something terrible and said decisively, I'll go into seclusion first. I'll hide for a few days. You go and tell the others that no one is to provoke the lady boss in these 3 days. I've said it before. We're all old people in the inn. Who needs reminding? Forget it, I'll go back and hide for a few days. In the wing room on the top floor, Yang Kai entered the inner room, put the bamboo basket on the table, and said, Lady boss, I've brought the things back. If you don't have any other orders, I'll go down first. He didn't know why the lady boss had a special liking for this snowy mountain. On the way back, he secretly ate one out of curiosity. He found that the fruit was astringent and bitter, and also a little sour. It was completely unpalatable. However, he heard from Bao Zitong that the lady boss would ask people to pick it every time she passed by the land of 9 Nether. It could only be said that everyone had their own preferences. Chapter 39-35. On the couch, the lady boss remained indifferent. Yang Kai waited for a while before cupping his hands, putting the basket on the table, and turning around to leave. Returning to his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Now that the Tao seal had condensed the power of the 5 elements fire, and although its quality had met Yang Kai's expectations, it still needed some time to stabilize. This could not be rushed, it needed time to settle. Moreover, he did not know where to find the next 5 elements earth element, so he could make use of this free time. Yang Kai could clearly feel the destructive aura of the 5 elements fire element in his Tao seal. If this kind of power was used against an enemy, it would definitely play a big role. Unfortunately, the characteristics of the Golden Crow True Fire were too obvious, and it was different from the wood element force. The wood element force was used on the user, so it was silent and difficult for others to detect. The fire element force was different. If he did not have complete confidence, it was very likely to be exposed, and it would be difficult to deal with the aftermath. He secretly decided that unless he had no other choice, he would never use the fire element force in his Tao seal. This thing was like his dragon form's secret technique, a trump card at the bottom of the box. Above the Tao seal, 2 lights of green and black circulated, alternating and changing, looking very mysterious. While meditating, Yang Kai suddenly heard a strange sound. He could not help opening his eyes and carefully perceiving it. At first, this sound was a little unclear, but after careful observation, it seemed to be the cry of a woman, but this cry was very suppressed. If it were not for Yang Kai's current state of mind and perception, he would not have heard it. In this vast void, how could there be a woman crying? And crying so sadly, as if she had encountered a very sad matter. Yang Kai suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He did not want to pay much attention to it, but the sound continued to enter his ears, so he did not even have the mood to meditate. Frowning slightly, he got up and opened the door, following the sound. A moment later, Yang Kai stood on the deck of the ship, looking up at the top floor with a blank expression. The woman's soft sobbing came from the top floor. In other words, was the lady boss crying? Yang Kai thought he had sensed wrongly. The lady boss was a 6th-stage heaven splitter. Even in the 3,000 worlds, she was still a powerhouse. How could she cry so sadly in secret? However, the source of the sound was definitely not wrong. It was indeed coming from the top floor. To think that you would have such a day. Yang Kai was very happy. Although he didn't know what the lady boss was sad about, he had been tormented by her for the past few days. At this moment, listening to her sorrowful cry was like the sound of nature, refreshing his heart. Standing on the deck and listening attentively for a while, Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and strode back to his residence. The gloomy mood of the past few days was swept away. A day later, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looked up at the ceiling with a face full of anger, gnashing his teeth. It was not over yet. He did not know what sad thing that crazy woman had encountered, but she had cried for a day and a night. However, her cultivation was high. Even if she hid and cried secretly, it could still affect the mood of others. Yang Kai was disturbed to the point that he could not calm down at all, and even his mood became extremely bad. Furious, Yang Kai turned over and got out of bed. A moment later, in front of the lady boss's room, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Lady boss, lady boss." No one in the room responded, but the crying did not stop. "I'm coming in," Yang Kai said and directly pushed the door open. Passing through the outer room, Kai Yang entered the inner room. Sweeping his eyes around, his face suddenly twitched. The originally clean and tidy room was now a complete mess. Fruit pits were scattered all over the floor, tables and benches were all over the place, and the entire room was filled with a thick smell of alcohol. Looking to the side, the bamboo basket he brought back was half empty. Needless to say, it was eaten by the lady boss. Otherwise, there would not be so many fruit pits on the floor. He really did not understand how the lady boss ate that bitter and astringent fruit. Turning his head to look at the bed, Yang Kai frowned. He saw that in the corner of the bed, the lady boss was hugging her knees and curled up, her head buried in the gap between her knees. She was sobbing softly, her shoulders trembling. Yang Kai did not expect this scene. At this moment, the lady boss of the first inn looked too weak as a homeless and injured kitten. His heart was slightly moved, and he sighed inwardly. What sad thing did she encounter? How did she end up like this? In the end, she was still a woman. No matter how strong she was, she still had her weak moments. His mood of gloating slightly faded. Yang Kai bent down to pick up the tables and chairs on the floor. He also picked up the fruit pits that were scattered on the floor one by one, as well as a few empty wine jars. After tidying up, Yang Kai stood in front of the bed and thought for a while, but he did not know how to comfort her. The most important thing was that he did not know what happened to her. He could only sigh and reach out to pat the lady boss's shoulder. "Lady boss, 9 out of 10 times, life is not as you wish. Let bygones be bygones, don't cry anymore." The sobbing lady boss slowly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai. Their eyes met, and the corner of Yang Kai's eyes fiercely twitched. At this time, the lady boss was like a pear blossom in the rain. Her two beautiful eyes were swollen like peaches, and her face was full of tears. Her long eyelashes had tears on them, and her face was intoxicatingly red. Just by looking at her, one could feel what it meant to be heartbroken. Yang Kai tried to squeeze out a harmless smile and lowered his head to look at her. The lady boss's vision slowly focused, and the original delicate charm was gradually replaced by coldness. She pursed her lips and gritted her teeth, saying, "It's you, you stinking brat." Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was wrong. The lady boss looked like, why did it seem like she was drunk? A 6th stage heaven splitter could also get drunk? "You still dare to come back?" the lady boss said hatefully. Her eyes were full of blood and tears of accusation. Ah! Yang Kai was confused. The next moment, his arm tightened. Looking down, he saw that the lady boss had already reached out and grabbed his arm. A violent force rushed through his arm and into his body. In a split second, Yang Kai's face changed greatly. He only felt that he was like a leaf that fell into a vast ocean. He could not exert any strength at all. Facing the storm that could come at any time, he could only resign himself to fate. The power of a 6th stage heaven splitter was actually so terrifying. While he was still in shock and confusion, the lady boss had already used some strength in her wrist and directly threw him to the ground with a thud. Immediately after, the lady boss jumped down from the couch. With one hand clamping down on Yang Kai, she did not let him have the strength to resist. With the other hand, she and her 2 legs fell on Yang Kai like raindrops. As she punched and kicked, she gritted her teeth and scolded, "Little bastard, you still dare to come back? You still have the face to come back? Why didn't you die outside? Why did you come back now?" The sound of banging was endless. At first, Yang Kai was able to fend off a few of the blows, but after a while, he could not resist at all. He could only hug his head with both hands and curl up on the ground to protect his face, silently enduring this inexplicable beating. After an unknown amount of time, the lady boss's arms and legs slowly lost strength. Finally, she sat on the ground and pounded Yang Kai with her fists while crying loudly. Her cries were heart-wrenching and heartbroken. Tears fell down her cheeks like beads from a broken necklace, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai raised his head, his face ferocious. He wanted to scold her, but when he saw her like this, he could not do so. He could only hatefully say, "Crazy woman, why are you hitting me?" He came over to comfort her with good intentions, but he did not expect to be beaten to the ground. The anger in Yang Kai's heart could not be extinguished even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The lady boss, who was crying loudly, immediately stopped. Her tears were still falling, but she still looked at Yang Kai and asked, "You scolded me?" Her eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and it was obvious that she was still somewhat delirious. "So what if I scolded you?" Yang Kai also lost his temper. He could not scold her even if he could not win. "Crazy woman, crazy woman, crazy woman." The lady boss stared at him and suddenly smiled. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, strangling him in front of her. She used her other hand to rub his head. "Stinky brat, you're still the same as before." He had never had his head rubbed like this before. An inexplicable sense of shame rose from his heart. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and gathered his strength to break free from the lady boss's grasp, but he could not move at all under the restraint of the 6th-stage heaven splitter. "Since you're back, don't leave. Come drink with me," the lady boss shouted. She reached out and grabbed a jar of wine. She did not care whether Yang Kai was willing or not. She opened his mouth and lifted his neck slightly, then poured the wine in the jar down his throat. The cold wine rolled down his throat, followed by a burning sensation. Not long after, the entire jar of wine was forced into his stomach. His abdomen was burning, and Yang Kai saw stars. His only thought was that this wine was a bit too strong. Even someone as strong as his dragon bloodline physique could not bear it and became drunk so quickly. No wonder the lady boss was drunk. This wine was clearly not ordinary wine. It was very likely that it was specially brewed. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Since you're back, don't leave." The lady boss was crying and laughing at the side. He did not know what was wrong with her. After forcing Yang Kai to drink the jar of wine, she picked up a snowy sky-lined fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering, "This is what you like to eat. Eat more. Like your grandpa. Only a ghost would like to eat this kind of bitter and astringent fruit." He wanted to resist, but unfortunately, after drinking that jar of wine, his entire body became soft and intoxicated. He was stuffed into the lady boss' mouth, and the meat and the core were all eaten into his stomach. The scene in front of him was heavy. Trying to maintain his last bit of clarity, Yang Kai used both his hands and feet to struggle out of the lady boss's embrace. He then crawled towards the door, weakly shouting, "Old Bai, help." Chapter 39-36. He hadn't crawled far when he felt something tighten around his ankle. He was probably caught by the lady boss, and then his whole body was dragged back. "Drink more." The lady boss pinched open Yang Kai's mouth and poured the wine down his throat. The world spun around him. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai slowly woke up. He felt that his mouth was extremely dry and his throat was burning. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to see a pink gauze curtain. He was slightly startled and absent-minded. After a while, some chaotic and blurry memories gradually came back to him. He seemed to have come to see what had happened to the lady boss, and then he was violently beaten up by her. After that, she forced him to drink a few jars of wine, and then he lost consciousness. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was caught and forced to drink the second jar of wine. As for what happened after that, he had no recollection of it at all. He didn't know what kind of wine it was, but it was actually so strong. Just 2 jars of wine was enough to make him drunk. Where was this? He stared at the pink gauze curtain above his head and thought for a long time. Only then did he realize that he couldn't have been on the lady boss's bed, right? This gauze curtain was obviously the thing on the lady boss's bed. He had a terrible headache. He wanted to reach out and rub it, but found that his arm was being pillowed by something. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. His drunkenness was swept away, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. The thing that was pillowed on his arm wasn't anything, but the lady boss's head. At this moment, the lady boss was lying on her side next to him, curled up and sleeping soundly. He didn't know what she was dreaming of, but there was a faint smile on her lips. He didn't know how long she had been in this position, but Yang Kai felt that his arm was a little numb. He felt his hair stand on end. This scene was really a little scary. It wasn't that the lady boss wasn't beautiful or good-looking. On the contrary, the lady boss was a natural beauty. She had the face and the figure. He was afraid that no man would be indifferent to her. If there was someone who could sleep with her, that would be something that he couldn't ask for more. Most importantly, this person was the lady boss. Yang Kai had been tormented by her for the past few days. Previously, when he came over to comfort her, he was beaten up by her. If she knew that he not only got into her bed, but also hugged her to sleep for a long time, Yang Kai reckoned that no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough for him to survive. Fortunately, the lady boss's clothes were still neat. Looking at himself, although he was a little embarrassed, there were no signs of him taking off his clothes. In other words, nothing should have happened when he was delirious. This made Yang Kai secretly sigh in relief. The current situation was not the worst. If something really happened, then it would be over. Even though that was the case, their current situation was extremely ambiguous. If others were to see them, they would probably do something. No matter what, it was best to retreat first. After making up his mind, Yang Kai held his breath and carefully pulled his arm out from under the lady boss's jade neck. Then, he tiptoed over her body and quietly got off the bed. Turning his head, he saw that the floor was full of wine jars. The entire room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. Drinking really made things worse. He had only heard people say this before, but he had self-discipline. Even if he drank, he would not drink excessively. So, he had never experienced it before. Now that he was forced to get drunk, he finally had a profound experience. Not having the time to clean up, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the lady boss who was still lying on the bed. He gave her a big fist and tiptoed out. Gently opening the door, Yang Kai flashed out and carefully closed the door, not making the slightest sound. The whole process was like that of a thief. If he didn't deliberately suppress it, he would definitely be able to hear his own heartbeat. After doing all this, Yang Kai's anxious heart finally relaxed. It was not good to stay in this place for a long time. It was more important to go back to his room quickly. Yang Kai buttoned his clothes as he turned around and jumped down, landing directly on the deck. When he looked up, he saw White Seven standing in front of him with a bucket of hot water. When their eyes met, White Seven was stunned. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He was already very guilty. He didn't expect to bump into this guy when he turned his head. He quickly tidied up his clothes and said, "Brother White, are you busy?" White Seven nodded subconsciously. Then I'll leave you to it. I'll go back first, Yang Kai said. With his hands behind his back, he walked into the cabin step by step. White Seven stared at his back in a daze. Then he looked up at the wing on the top floor. The bucket in his hand fell to the deck with a crash, and the hot water spilled all over the floor. Pretending to be calm, Yang Kai returned to his room. He wiped the cold sweat on his head. Before he could sit down, he heard a loud bang from the door. Then, 3 big men rushed in. All of them looked gloomy and murderous. What are you doing? Yang Kai was shocked. He looked warily at White Seven, the accountant, and the cook who were approaching him. At the same time, he slowly retreated. The 3 of them didn't say a word. They cooperated tacitly and subdued Yang Kai on the bed in 2 to 3. The accountant held the golden abacus high in his hand and was about to smash it. The cook put the polished kitchen knife on Yang Kai's forehead. White Seven even wrapped the white towel around Yang Kai's neck twice and tightened it. Yang Kai said in a hoarse voice, "Let's talk nicely. Why are you touching me?" Bai Qi leaned down, almost touching Yang Kai's face. With a ferocious expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Smelly brat, I'll ask you something. Answer me honestly. If you dare to lie, I'll immediately take your life. Ask me, ask me." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. There were 3 of them. He couldn't beat them at all. White Seven's eyes were red. "Where were you last night?" "Where else could I be?" "Of course, I was in the room." He was right. He was in the room, but it wasn't his own room. How dare you be so stubborn when you're about to die? Teach him a lesson. White Seven tilted his head at the cook, who immediately raised the kitchen knife in his hand. "Wait." Yang Kai was shocked. These guys were serious. If they cut him with the knife, how could he survive? "I gave you a chance, so you should cherish it. I'll ask you again, where were you last night?" White Seven gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai was embarrassed. He was speechless. "Didn't you see it? Why are you still asking me? What I saw might not be the truth. I want you to tell me yourself, where were you last night?" "Lady boss." "In the room." Yang Kai scratched his face. His eyes were wandering, and he had an embarrassed smile on his face. After he finished speaking, he felt the towel wrapped around his neck suddenly tighten. The kitchen knife on his head also emitted a sharp aura. White Seven tightened the towel. His eyes were red, and he was panting heavily. "Did you do it?" "What? What did you do?" Yang Kai couldn't breathe because of the towel. He kept slapping his arm. "I asked you if you did it." White Seven gritted his teeth and repeated. "I didn't do it, I didn't do it. Lady boss and I are innocent. We didn't do anything." Yang Kai stuck out his tongue and defended himself with difficulty. "Really?" White Seven still had a look of disbelief on his face. It was mainly because the scene just now was too suggestive. Yang Kai ran out of Lady Boss's room early in the morning with disheveled clothes. It was hard for him not to think too much. "It's absolutely true." Yang Kai hurriedly raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. White Seven stared at him seriously. After a long while, the redness in his eyes slowly dissipated. With a shake of his hand, he pulled down the towel wrapped around Yang Kai's neck. He stood by the bed and looked down at Yang Kai. "Tell me, what happened? You'd better not lie at all. Otherwise, us brothers will not let you off easily." As he spoke, he held one end of the towel in each hand and shook it a few times. The accountant waved his golden abacus at the side, making a clattering sound. The chef waved his kitchen knife, and the cold gleam on the blade made people feel dizzy. Yang Kai touched his neck and coughed a few times. He raised his head and looked at the 3 burly men standing in a row in front of him. With an anxious expression, he said softly, "Actually, I don't really know what happened either. You don't know? White 7 glared at him again with a fierce expression. Then tell me what you know. Helpless, Kai Yang could only briefly recount what had happened. He said that he had heard the sound of soft crying coming from upstairs, so he went to check on the situation. In the end, when he entered the lady boss's room, he saw her crying her heart out. Instinctively, he wanted to comfort her, but who would have thought that she would directly force him to drink 2 jars of wine, causing him to lose consciousness. When he woke up, he was lying on the lady boss's bed. As for what had happened in between, he really didn't have any recollection. Even now, he couldn't remember. After listening, White 7 and the other 2 looked at each other. Their divine senses surged and they secretly communicated. Old White, didn't you tell this kid not to disturb Lady Boss these few days? The accountant asked. White 7 was slightly embarrassed. I forgot. After this kid sent the Snowy Sky frontline over, I immediately sealed the restriction in the room. I can't feel anything. The chef and the accountant also nodded, indicating that they were the same. If White 7 hadn't sent them a message just now, they were prepared to hide for another day. The chef held the kitchen knife and touched his chin. He glanced at Yang Kai and said, Then do you think this kid's words can be trusted? Old White, didn't you say that you saw him run out of Lady Boss's room with his clothes disheveled with your own eyes, looking like a sneaky thief? I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? White 7 was a little angry when he thought of the scene just now. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. The accountant said thoughtfully, I think this kid's words should be trusted. It's not like you haven't tasted Lady Boss's wine before. My brothers couldn't even bear half a jar. If this kid was really forced to drink 2 jars, I'm afraid he won't have the ability to do anything else. White 7 and the chef both nodded. Thinking of the strength of Lady Boss's wine, they shuddered and didn't want to taste it again in this life. Then it's fine. The chef looked at the 2 of them. The accountant nodded and said, It should be a false alarm. Then I'll take my leave first. The chef said, Lady Boss is awake. I'll go make some hangover soup for her. I still have some debts to settle. I'll take my leave first too. The accountant said and followed the chef out. Chapter 39-37. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 burly men left, leaving only Bai Qi standing there alone. Yang Kai was confused. Just now, when he saw the 3 of them talking to each other with their divine senses, and from time to time, they would shoot him cold glances. He was really a little scared. No matter what, a big man like him had run into a woman's bed and slept with her in his arms for a long time. Even if he hadn't done anything, it was still somewhat improper. He had already prepared how to explain himself if Bai Qi and the others questioned him, but who would have thought that there would be no follow-up? Bai Qi turned to look at him and nodded. It seems like it's a misunderstanding. We've wronged you. Yang Kai also nodded. So it's a misunderstanding. Yes. Bai Qi smiled and said, But why did you go to the Lady Boss's room to comfort her at this time? Every time this happens, we hide as far away as possible. Not to mention comforting her, we don't even dare to go near the Lady Boss's room. Speaking of which, it's my fault. I didn't tell you in advance. Hey, what are you doing? As he was talking, he suddenly found that Yang Kai had opened the restriction of the room. Then, he stood up and punched his left palm with his right fist. He approached him step by step with a ferocious smile on his face. Bai Qi squeezed out an innocent smile. Yang Kai, this is a misunderstanding. Let bygones be bygones. As a cultivator, we have to walk on the road and look forward. Don't hit my face. He squatted on the ground and protected his head. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Just because of a misunderstanding, you brought 2 burly men here in such an aggressive manner. Do you know how sharp Chef's kitchen knife is? If I hadn't shouted in time, I'm afraid I would have been cut in half by him. I made you misunderstand. After a series of punches and kicks, she also vented her anger at the lady boss. After a long while, Bai Qi stood up angrily and shouted, "Enough, if you hit me again, I won't be polite. Don't think that I can't beat you. I'm just letting you go. I'm too lazy to fight with you." Yang Kai kicked him to the ground. "You're really something. You hit me so hard." After a while, Bai Qi sat on the chair with a bruised face. He gently rubbed his wounds and looked at Yang Kai from the corner of his eyes. "This is nothing. When the lady boss hits me, it's called ruthless. You deserve it." Bai Qi sneered and pulled his wounds. He could not help but cry. "Does it hurt?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Bai Qi said angrily, "Of course." Kai Yang was in a good mood, so he chuckled a couple of times. His expression became serious, and he whispered, "I want to ask you something." "What?" Bai Qi replied unhappily. Kai Yang sorted out his words and muttered, "Do I look like someone?" "Someone very close to the lady boss." Bai Qi's hands paused slightly and he said unintentionally, "Who?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know." Thinking back to the encounter in the lady boss's room, he was very concerned about a few words of the lady boss. At that time, the lady boss probably mistook him for someone else. Otherwise, why would she say something like, "Just come back, and don't leave"? This was obviously something she said to an acquaintance she had not seen for a long time. "You don't know? Then why are you asking this?" Bai Qi turned his head and looked at him. Kai Yang didn't know how to explain it, so he could only vaguely say, "Anyway, yesterday the lady boss gave me the feeling that she thought I was someone else." "Oh right, is the lady boss married?" He thought to himself that this crazy woman shouldn't be thinking of him as her husband, right? No. There are many suitors, but the lady boss doesn't like any of them. I've never seen her have any emotional entanglements with anyone. Bai Qi shook his head and deliberately changed the topic. "What did the lady boss do? Why do you have such thoughts?" "Nothing much. First, she beat me up, then forced me to drink 2 jars of wine. I don't know what happened after that." "She didn't say anything?" "She said don't leave when you come back. She was probably drunk and talking nonsense." Yang Kai nodded. This was the only explanation. The two of them were silent for a moment. Bai Qi said, "You didn't think of leaving?" "Leave what?" Yang Kai turned his head in surprise. Bai Qi said, "Didn't I ask you to go to the 9th netherworld to pick the snowy skyline? Why didn't you think of leaving at that time? No one was with you at that time." "Where should I go?" Yang Kai sneered. "The first inn is so powerful. Unless I don't show up in front of people in the future, I will definitely be exposed. When that time comes, I will be caught by you. What good will that do?" Suddenly, he came to a realization and looked at Bai Qi with a frown. "You asked me to go to the 9th netherworld alone. So it was just a test?" "Not really. You are now a member of the first inn. It is natural for you to do something for the lady boss." Bai Qi chuckled. Just as they were talking, the door was pushed open. Chef walked in with a food basket and put it on the table. "I made some hangover soup. Wait for the lady boss to wake up and send it to her." Yang Kai blinked a few times before finally responding, "Me?" Chef glanced at him. "Who else can it be?" Yang Kai said guiltily, "I won't go." "Chef, you can send it over yourself." Chef said, "The lady boss said before that you will be in charge of her 3 meals a day. I don't dare to disobey the lady boss." "Old Bai." Yang Kai turned to look at Bai Qi with a pleading expression. Bai Qi stood up and patted him on the shoulder. "Good luck, I can't help you." After saying that, he didn't care about Yang Kai anymore and left with Chef, leaving behind a person looking at the food box on the table, at a loss of what to do. He didn't know when the lady boss would wake up, but it should be soon. After all, his cultivation was so much lower than hers. He had already been awake for more than half a day. How long could the lady boss, a 6th grade Kai Tian, be drunk? He didn't have to wait for too long. 2 hours later, the bell hanging in the room suddenly rang. Speaking of this bell, Yang Kai was irritated. Ever since the lady boss ordered him to be in charge of 3 meals a day and washing chores, Bai Chi made a bell in his room. Once the bell rang, it meant that the lady boss was calling for something. He couldn't ignore it, but the bell kept ringing. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, got up and grabbed the food box. With a few steps, he came to the deck. He jumped to the front of the room on the top floor and raised his hand to knock on the door. Lady boss. The lady boss's languid voice came from inside the room. Yang Kai could almost imagine what she looked like now. I'm coming in. After saying that, Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. He went straight into the inner room and looked up. He found that it was as he thought. The lady boss was sitting at the table, one hand supporting her forehead and the other gently rubbing her temples. The mess in the room was still the same as when he left. The floor was full of wine bottles and fruit pits, and the bed was also very messy. Looking at the graceful figure sitting there and thinking about how he hugged her and slept for a long time, Yang Kai couldn't believe it. It was simply luck to be able to survive. He didn't know if the lady boss remembered what happened before, and if she would find trouble with him. Feeling uneasy, Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and opened the food box. He took out a bowl of thick soup and placed it in front of the lady boss. Lady boss, the chef made a bowl of hangover soup for you. Drink it while it's hot. The lady boss responded weakly, closing her eyes. He didn't know what she was thinking. After a long time, she brought the bowl of hangover soup in front of her. She picked up the spoon, gently blew on it, and drank it spoonful by spoonful. The way the lady boss drank the soup was very elegant. Even though she was drunk, she didn't lose her manners. Instead, there was a different kind of seductive feeling. Rub it. After drinking a few mouthfuls of soup, the lady boss suddenly said, N. Yang Kai was on tenterhooks when he suddenly heard her say this. He didn't react. My head hurts. Rub it. The lady boss raised her hand and tapped on her forehead. Yang Kai was speechless. He slowly walked behind her and reached out his hand to press on her temples, gently rubbing them. Why are you so obedient today? The lady boss said while drinking the soup. Yang Kai also felt that he was a bit too guilty. The main thing was that he didn't know if she remembered what happened last night. Hearing this, he said, seeing how drunk you are, I was too lazy to talk to you. You are a woman, is it appropriate to drink like this? He swallowed his saliva and probed, what if someone took advantage of your drunken stupor to do something to you? I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the strength to resist. I'm afraid that person doesn't want to live anymore. The lady boss said lightly. Her tone was calm, but it was full of dominance. I'm just saying what if. In this world, there are always people who are bold and lustful. I think you're quite honest. Yang Kai's hand froze and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He swallowed his saliva and said, You, remember? If you remember, why wouldn't I? The lady boss lowered her head and drank the soup. But I don't remember much. Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. At this time, the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake. It was better to be silent. He silently rubbed the lady boss's temples. What happened last night, don't tell anyone. The lady boss suddenly reminded him again. Yang Kai thought to himself, I already said it. It was Lao Bai and the others who forced me. I really had no choice, but he didn't dare to admit it. He nodded repeatedly. I won't say it, I won't say it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say it. Not long after, the bowl of hangover soup was finished. The lady boss said, Clean up. Go get some hot water. I want to take a bath. Yang Kai didn't say a word and started to get busy. He quickly cleaned up the room and walked out with the food box. After a while, he came back with hot water and poured it into the lady boss's bathtub. He suddenly realized that after what happened last night, he couldn't confidently challenge the lady boss. He always felt very guilty. He was completely ordered around like a servant, so he didn't have any temper. He stood outside the room and waited. From inside came the rustling sound of clothes being taken off. Soon, there was the sound of water splashing. Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. He didn't think too much. His gaze passed through the endless void, his mind wandering. When the lady boss finished bathing, he helped her throw away the water. He didn't need to do anything to change her clothes. The lady boss wouldn't let him do it either. The first-in's maidservants would do it. When the lady boss came out again, she was radiant. Yang Kai looked at her in a daze. He felt that the person in front of him was completely different from the person who drank too much yesterday. Chapter 39-38. Under Yang Kai's gaze, the lady boss leisurely walked to the side of the ship. She gazed at the colorful and endless void and was lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Kai didn't disturb her. He turned around and went into the room. He took out the bathwater and poured it out. Then he came to the lady boss and said, "Lady boss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go down first." The lady boss said without turning her head, "This vast universe is quite beautiful." Yang Kai looked up and thought, the scenery is the same everywhere. What's the difference between beautiful and not beautiful? He didn't dare to casually reply and just stood there in a daze. After standing there for a long time, the lady boss waved her hand gently and said, "Go back to your work." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned around to leave. The rest of the trip didn't have many twists and turns. The only difference was that after that incident, the lady boss seemed to have changed a little. She was no longer alone in the room. Instead, she often came to the cabin and pulled Lao Bai, the accountant, and the cook to play drinking games. Usually, Yang Kai couldn't escape from this kind of situation. Old Bai and the others were obviously familiar with this matter, but Yang Kai had never experienced it before. At first, he had been drunk by these bastards a few times, but as time passed, he gradually became more familiar with the situation and didn't fall behind. It could be said that he saw another side of the lady boss. A sixth-stage Kai Tian could actually get along well with people from the Emperor realm. She was very approachable. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in the side room when the door was pushed open again. Lao Bai barged in. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. He didn't know how many times he had told him to knock before entering, but this guy just couldn't remember. Yang Kai suspected that he was doing it on purpose. I won't drink. Don't call me today." Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. It wasn't a big deal to drink in a crowd. After all, as long as it wasn't the lady boss's wine, he wouldn't get drunk. The main thing was that the frequency was too high, and he was a little sick of it. "It's not drinking. I'll take you somewhere." Bai Chi chuckled. "Where?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "It's a good place. Follow me and you'll know." Bai Chi waved at him. Yang Kai frowned. This guy's mysterious appearance really made people curious. Since he had nothing to do, he followed him out. Arriving on the deck, Bai Chi turned her head and shouted at the room on the top floor, "Lady boss, open the door." The lady boss didn't respond, but in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the light curtain that enveloped the ship. Clearly, it was under the lady boss's control. "Let's go." Bai Chi pulled Yang Kai's arm and soared into the sky. After the two of them left, the crack quickly closed up. "Where are we going?" Yang Kai turned his head and asked as he flew side by side with White 7. "Over there." Bai Chi pointed in a direction. Yang Kai looked in the direction of his finger and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. That was because in the endless void, there was a castle-like building. This castle didn't look very eye-catching from a distance, but it was obviously not small and had a metallic luster to it. What's that place? Yang Kai asked excitedly. Hee, you'll know when we get there. Bai Qi pretended to be mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. In any case, this guy shouldn't harm him. After flying for an hour or so, Kai Yang finally arrived in front of the castle. While still in the distance, Kai Yang saw that there were many people going in and out of the castle, making it seem very lively. Moreover, next to the castle's main entrance, there was a huge stone with 2 big words engraved on it. One for heaven, one for earth. The 2 words were written in a sharp and flamboyant style. It was obvious that they were written by a great master. Heavenly Palace? Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Bai Qi had told him before, and immediately had a guess. Bai Qi grinned, smart. That's right, this is the Heavenly Palace. Then we're here for, Bai Qi said, the lady boss told me to bring you here to leave your brand, so that it will be convenient for you to come here in the future. Although you yourself are proficient in the spatial laws and can teleport, the Qiankun escape method is the most practical in this void. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Then I'll have to thank the lady boss properly. Previously, when he heard Bai Qi mention the Qiankun escape method and the Qiankun escape seal in the inn, Yang Kai was extremely curious. He had originally thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely go and experience it, but he did not know where the Heavenly Palace were located, so he did not expect to see it so quickly. While they were talking, the 2 of them had already landed in front of the Heavenly Palace. Although the Heavenly Palace had the word palace, it was much larger than any of the other palaces. Furthermore, there was only a cultivator coming out from inside, but not a single one of them came in from outside like him and Bai Qi. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those cultivators could come to the Heavenly Palace by using the Qiankun escape method, so they naturally did not need to rush over. He was like this because he had never left his brand in the Heavenly Palace, so it should be the same for other people who came here for the first time. In front of the main entrance, 2 guards in bright golden armor stood on the left and right, looking majestic. One of them held a spear, while the other had a sword. Bai Qi secretly sent a sound transmission. The Heavenly Palace was jointly created by the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands, so the people guarding the Heavenly Palace are all people from these peak forces. All of them have their eyes on the top of their heads. Don't say anything later, I'll handle it. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. He quietly glanced at the 2 gatekeepers and found that they were both heaven-opening realm cultivators. He was secretly dumbfounded. If even the gatekeepers were at the heaven-opening realm, then what kind of master was in charge of this place? Yang Kai estimated that they were at least on the same level as the lady boss. No wonder no one dared to act presumptuously here. Who would have the guts to do so if they were not strong enough? Even if they were strong enough, they would not dare to provoke the blessed enclave. Otherwise, it would not be fun to be hunted down by them. What are you doing? The heaven-opening realm guard on the left looked at Bai Qi and Yang Kai and shouted. Bai Qi chuckled and cupped his fists. Master, my brother wants to brand himself, so I hope Master can make things convenient. The man turned his head and sized up Yang Kai, not showing much expression. He had probably seen many people like Yang Kai before, so he said indifferently, you know the rules, right? Bai Qi nodded repeatedly, I know. Saying so, he handed over a space ring. The man received it and casually tossed it aside. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he nodded and said, come with me. Saying so, he led the way. Bai Qi called out to Yang Kai, and the 2 quickly followed. Following closely behind the golden-armored cultivator, Yang Kai asked in confusion, why do we have to give benefits to leave our brand here? Bai Qi glared at him, don't speak nonsense. Seeing that the heaven-opening realm guard did not have much of a reaction, he quietly said, why do you think those paradises created this heaven and earth palace? Is it just to make things convenient for others? If you want to leave your brand here, you have to pay a fee. How much? 100,000. Yang Kai was startled. That expensive? 100,000 heaven opening pills, a set of third-grade materials only cost 150,000. This kind of wealth was a huge sum for many people, and at the level of the Emperor realm, very few people could afford it. Even for some ordinary low-grade heaven opening realm cultivators, 100,000 was not a small sum. Suddenly thinking of a problem, he frowned and asked, "You said before that in this universe, there are heaven and earth palaces in every large territory, with some having 3 to 5 at most and some having 1 or 2 at least. Does every heaven and earth palace require this kind of fee?" Of course. However, the price is clear. 100,000 for a brand is the same. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was the case, then a cultivator would have to spend a huge sum on a heaven and earth palace alone. However, in consideration of one's own safety, this kind of expense was unavoidable. After all, when comparing worldly wealth with one's own life, it was clear which was more important. Just think about it, if one was chased to the point of no return and could use the heaven and earth escape technique to escape to a heaven and earth palace, how fortunate would that be? Those who could not bear to spend this kind of money could only be chased to death. This is really a huge source of income. Yang Kai sighed. Even if a cultivator left a brand in 10 different heaven and earth palace in his life, the cost would still be 1 million heaven opening pills. In these 3,000 worlds, there were as many cultivators as there were carps crossing the river, so who wouldn't leave a way out for themselves? Moreover, rich people would definitely leave a brand in more than 10 heaven and earth palace, so the cost would only be even more terrifying. With the heaven and earth palace here, it was simply a path to wealth for those paradises. As long as the heaven and earth palace was not destroyed, there would be an endless stream of heaven opening pills flowing into their pockets, and it would be effortless. Hee, that's why they need to work together. No one can monopolize such a big piece of fat meat. Bai Qi chuckled. As they chatted and walked, Yang Kai discovered that there were actually many shops in the heaven and earth palace, and many of them were quite lively. Many people were in a hurry, and this was just like a city. Although it was not as prosperous and noisy as a real big city, it was still not bad to have such a scene in the void. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those who used the universe escape technique to come here would definitely need to rest here. Maybe some of them were being chased and forced to come here, so how could they not have a good rest? That was why so many people were gathered here. If there were people, there would naturally be transactions, but the heaven and earth palace did not allow any form of private fighting, so although there were many cultivators here, the security was quite good. The golden armored cultivator led the way in front, while Bai Qi and Yang Kai followed behind him and conversed. At the same time, they brought Yang Kai to observe the situation around him. Not long after, they arrived in front of a secret room. The golden armored cultivator stopped and turned around. "Go in, after entering the array, leave your brand and you can come out." Bai Qi patted his shoulder and said, "It's always a little uncomfortable for the first time, but I'm too worried. I'll wait for you outside." Yang Kai nodded. The golden armored cultivator took out a token and opened the restrictions of the secret room. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 39-39. After entering the room, the secret room closed. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly burst out. Looking up, he saw that on the floor of the secret room, lines of patterns lit up, gradually outlining a complicated and huge formation. Yang Kai understood and walked towards the center of the formation. Just as he stood still, a buzzing sound came from his surroundings, as if the formation was operating. A faint suction force came from the formation. Yang Kai understood and hurriedly formed a seal with both hands. He calmed his qi and focused his mind. He could clearly feel that his qi was being attracted by the formation. He knew that the formation was recording some of his unique information. The buzzing continued as the formation rotated. After a long time, the buzzing sound gradually subsided and the light of the formation gradually weakened. In the end, the secret room returned to darkness. Yang Kai carefully sensed it and discovered that he seemed to have a faint connection with a certain place in the heavenly palace. However, he did not know how to use this connection for the time being. After all, he had never cultivated the heaven and earth escape technique. However, judging from the current situation, the brand should be completed. He was actually quite curious about what the heaven and earth escape seal was. He originally thought that he would be able to take a good look at it this time, but who knew that he wouldn't be able to see it at all? Even if he couldn't see it, there was nothing he could do. Yang Kai walked around the room a few more times and didn't find anything special. Only then did he push the door open and leave. Outside the door, Biyao said, "How is it?" "It's done." Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with his proficiency in the laws of space. Those who did not know the laws of space would probably feel uncomfortable when they came here for the first time. "That's good." Biyao heaved a sigh of relief, turned around and cupped his fists towards the golden armored warrior. "Thank you, master." That person nodded indifferently. "No form of fighting is allowed in the heavenly palace. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Take care." With that, he sealed the secret room and turned to leave. He was mainly responsible for bringing Yang Kai here to leave the brand. He didn't need to care about the rest. When Yang Kai and Biyao wanted to leave, that was their own business. The heavenly palace would not interfere. "Come, accompany me to buy some things," Biyao said. She pulled Yang Kai's arm and walked in a certain direction. Seeing that he was familiar with the place, it was obvious that it was not his first time here. The things that Biyao wanted to buy were very messy. Obviously, they were needed by the inn. Yang Kai followed behind him and looked around casually. Leave behind your brand and cultivate the Qingquan escape technique. In the future, you can come to this place as you wish. Of course, the premise is that you are in this large territory. However, you must remember that you must be in a safe range. Once the Qingquan escape technique is used, you will directly escape to this place. If the distance is too far, with your current cultivation, you will not be able to withstand it. At that time, there will be the risk of your body being crushed. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. There's one more thing you have to remember. When you use the Qingquan escape technique, there will be a certain amount of time delay. It doesn't mean that you can escape immediately. You have to grasp this time well. If you are chased in the future, don't use the Qingquan escape technique in front of others. Otherwise, they will kill you before you can escape. You must use this technique from a safe distance. Yang Kai said, "How long is this time?" He had to ask clearly. Biyao glanced at him. "With your current cultivation, it should be about 5 or 6 breaths. Of course, the higher your cultivation, the shorter this time, but no matter how short it is, there will still be a delay." "Then who should I learn the Qingquan escape technique from?" Yang Kai asked. "I'll teach you later." Biyao grinned, "But there will be a fee." Yang Kai covered his space ring and said vigilantly, "I have no money." He still owed the lady boss 10 million, and he didn't know when he would be able to pay it back. Biyao said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have money. You even got the Golden Crow corpse in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Didn't you get some Sun's True Fire or Sun's True Gold?" As he said this, he winked at him. "No," Yang Kai said decisively. "Don't be so stingy. I'm not picky. Just give me some Sun's True Fire or whatever. Forget it. I'll ask the lady boss to teach me the Qingquan escape technique later. I won't trouble you." Biyao was speechless. An hour later, the two flew out of the Qingquan palace and returned the way they came. The first-in's ship hadn't gone far and was still waiting there. When they returned to the ship, the lady boss talked to the two of them and asked about the situation. After learning that everything went smoothly, she didn't say much. She just nodded and waved her hand to let the two of them leave. However, before she left, she flicked a jade slip to Yang Kai. Since you've left your brand, you have to cultivate the Qingquan escape technique. You're proficient in the law of space, so the Qingquan escape technique shouldn't be too difficult for you. Go and cultivate it. Yang Kai thanked her and left with Bai Qi. After closing the door, Yang Kai waved the jade slip in his hand to Bai Qi with a smug expression. Bai Qi's expression was one of boredom. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai cultivated the Qingquan escape technique in his room. Just as the lady boss said, this secret technique wasn't difficult for him to learn. After all, he had the foundation of the space divine technique. Strictly speaking, the Qingquan escape technique was also a kind of space divine technique. However, it required the help of the Qingquan escape seal to display it. Moreover, even if one wasn't proficient in the law of space, they could still display it. This was the greatest charm of the Qingquan escape technique. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to master it without a year or so. However, Yang Kai had already mastered it in 10 days. If it weren't for the inconvenience, he even wanted to try the magic of the Qingquan escape technique. However, although he didn't have the opportunity to try it, when he activated the Qingquan escape technique, Yang Kai could clearly feel that he had a close connection with the Qingquan temple. However, unless it was a critical moment, Yang Kai would break it, lest he really had to escape to the Qingquan temple. The ship continued to sail. Yang Kai didn't know where the destination was. About a month after setting out from the old site of the first inn, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came and the entire ship shook violently. Yang Kai was startled and rushed to the deck. He saw that Bai Qi, the cook, and the accountant were already there. The lady boss stood at the bow of the ship with a solemn expression. She was forming a seal with one hand and her strength was surging. What's going on? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Bai Qi said, we're going through the territory gate. Don't be nervous. Only then did Yang Kai notice that the ship had come to a territory gate at some point and was slowly sailing through it. He had passed through the territory gate several times before, but those times were under the protection of Ah Sun's white jade fox. Except for the last time when the white jade fox's strength was exhausted, the other times were extremely smooth. He never thought that the ship would cause such a big commotion when passing through the territory gate, making him think that there was a strong enemy invading. We're going to another large territory? Yang Kai was surprised. It seems so. Bai Qi nodded. Hearing this, he also didn't know where the destination of this trip was. The ship was huge, so the pressure they had to bear when passing through the territory gate increased. Fortunately, the lady boss's 6th-stage heaven opening cultivation base was here, so the several people present were not nervous. Not long after, the entire ship entered the territory entrance. With the protection of the light screen, they didn't feel much. When they turned their heads to look around, they found that the scenery around the ship was warped and distorted. It was strange and bizarre. In just an instant, the ship shook and then stabilized. Everything around it returned to normal. Obviously, they had jumped out of the territory gate and entered another large territory. The lady boss seemed to be a little tired after being busy, so she turned and went into the side room to rest. Yang Kai was dragged by Bai Qi to drink and play with the cook and the others. A few days later, Bai Qi left the ship with Yang Kai and went to another heavenly palace. With the experience of the first time, the second time was even easier. Soon, they left their brand in the heavenly palace. Along the way, Bai Qi would take Yang Kai to the nearby heavenly palace every once in a while. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. On the way back, he said, "Old Bai, did I delay your trip?" Bai Qi turned his head and looked over. He chuckled. "Did you just realize?" Yang Kai was speechless. "If it weren't for me, you should be able to use the heavenly escape technique and travel from one heavenly palace to another. There's no need to take the ship like this." "Yes, but you're also a member of the First Inn now. Since you're a member of the First Inn, we can't just leave you behind." Yang Kai smacked his lips. "Is it the lady boss's idea?" Bai Qi nodded. Of course. The lady boss is actually quite nice. Yang Kai scratched his chin. Just the cost of the heavenly palace alone is 800,000. Bai Qi looked at him and blinked. Do you think the lady boss gave you the money to spend? Yang Kai asked curiously, isn't it? Bai Qi grinned. The lady boss said to put it on your account. When you have money in the future, you can slowly pay her back. What? Yang Kai was shocked. This is my own money? What else can it be? Bai Qi winked at him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He thought the lady boss paid for the heaven-opening pills for him, but it turned out to be the truth. His face twitched involuntarily. Seeing this, Bai Qi said, if you feel bad about it, next time we pass by the heavenly palace, we won't go there. I'll go. Why won't I go? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He had to go to the heavenly palace. Maybe it would become a life-saving retreat. Even if he didn't use it to save his life, it would be good for him to travel. After all, he had so many debts that he didn't have to worry about. It was just 100,000 at a time. Compared with the 10 million that he owed, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Half a year passed in a flash. After passing through 4 large territory, the ship finally arrived at its destination. Hearing the news, Bai Qi excitedly pulled Yang Kai to the deck and pointed at the spiritual state in the distance. Kid, do you know where that is? Yang Kai said, how would I know? Outside of this world, he was still in a state of groping and unfamiliarity. How could he know where this place was? Looking sideways, not far away, he saw the lady boss standing by the side of the ship. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind, and she had a smile on her face. It seemed that the boring voyage of the past 6 months had made her feel a little bored. Now that they had finally arrived at their destination, her mood naturally changed. Chapter 39-40. Yang Kai walked over, stood not far from the lady boss, and asked, is that our destination? The lady boss stroked her hair behind her ear and nodded, yes, that's our destination. What is that place? After flying for more than half a year and passing through several large territory, Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. That's the star market of this territory. Bai Qi came over excitedly, boy, do you know what a star market is? He thought Yang Kai had never heard of it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, that's a star market? He couldn't help but look over there, but it was too far away and he couldn't see what was going on there. Moreover, the entire spirit state seemed to be covered by a large array, so looking from a distance, it was hazy. Zhang Ruoshi had said that if he wanted to inquire about the world tree, the best place to start was Star City, because this place was a gathering place for people from all walks of life. The more people there were, the more information there would be, and the more good things there would be. Perhaps he would be able to find the world tree. Unfortunately, as soon as Yang Kai entered the 3,000 worlds, he was introduced to the 7 possibilities land as a handyman. After that, he wandered for a while and then came to the first inn. He didn't have the time to look for a star market, let alone know where to find one. He didn't expect that the lady boss's destination this time was actually the star market. What a coincidence. You know about it? Bai Qi was stunned. I've heard of it. Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at the lady boss. Are we going to stay there in the future? The lady boss's first inn was destroyed in the battle, so she definitely had to find another place to stay. After spending half a year here, she naturally wouldn't just buy some things. It was very likely that she would stay there. For now. The lady boss nodded and noticed Yang Kai's excitement. She turned her head and smiled. Are you interested in the star market? Yang Kai said, I've never seen it before, so I'm a little curious. The lady boss smiled, it's nothing special. The world you came from must have places like markets. The so-called star market is just a little more advanced than those markets, and the things are more expensive. Yang Kai nodded and looked over, wondering if he should ask the lady boss about the world tree. After all, the first inn was in charge of intelligence gathering. If there was really a world tree, the lady boss would have heard of it. But after thinking about it, he decided to ask first when he got there. Bai Qi, the cook and the 3 bookkeepers were already gathered in a corner of the deck. They were whispering something. Calm. Behind him, a silver-armored young general stepped out and shouted, "Who are you? Where is the document?" The lady boss gestured to Bai Qi, and Bai Qi immediately ran over and handed a jade slip to the silver-armored young general. The young general took it and scanned it with his divine sense, revealing a trace of surprise. He then handed the jade slip to the golden-armored general. After reading it, the latter nodded slightly and said, "So it's Madame Lan from the first inn. I didn't recognize you immediately. Please don't blame me, madam." The lady boss smiled sweetly. "The general is at the Wuxia Star Market. You are busy with military affairs, so it's natural that you didn't recognize her." While they were talking, Bai Qi smiled and handed a dimensional ring to the silver-armored young general. The lady boss said at the right time, "Brothers, you've worked hard. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it as a treat." The young general held the dimensional ring and didn't know what to do with it. He looked at the golden-armored general. The latter smiled and said, "Since it's from Madame Lan, take it." The young general accepted the dimensional ring with peace of mind. He turned around and cupped his hands at the lady boss. The golden-armored general said, "It's just a routine matter. Please don't take it to heart, madam." He raised his hand and returned the jade scroll to Bai Qi. He led the group of people down the ship and waved his hand, "Let them pass." The restriction formation of the ferry slowly opened. The lady boss thanked him and steered the ship into the spirit state. On the ship, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. It wasn't hard to see that the lady boss had a wide network of connections. She didn't necessarily know the golden-armored general, but as soon as the document came out, he immediately recognized her as Madame Lan of the First Inn, which showed that she had a great reputation outside of this universe. It was no wonder. A 6th-stage sky splitter was not weak. Moreover, she was such a charming beauty. It was easy for her to attract the attention of others. However, there was one thing that made Yang Kai a little curious. He moved closer to Bai Qi and asked quietly, "Why is there a large number of soldiers on the periphery of the Star Market? Is the Star Market not safe? Or is someone coming to attack Star City?" White 7 said, "No one dares to do that. The Star City here is the foundation of the Great War Heavens. The golden-armored general and the silver-armored general you saw just now are both from the Great War Heavens. They guard the ferry, firstly to make it easier to control the Star City, and secondly to guard against void beasts. Have you seen any void beasts before? Does the 1,000-jointed insect count?" Yang Kai's only encounter with a void beast was the 1,000-jointed insect. As a result, he and Zhang Ruoshi were separated. He still didn't know where Ruoshi was. However, Ruoshi had awakened some of her ancestors' memories and knew more about the outside world than he did, so he didn't have to worry too much. If he guessed correctly, Ruoshi should have gone directly to Langya Blessed Land. After all, it was the place where her ancestor was born. You can say that. However, the 10,000-jointed worms aren't that dangerous. Some void beasts like noisy places the most. Moreover, they are very powerful. If these fellows were to rush into the Star City, they would definitely cause a lot of damage. With them guarding the ferry, under normal circumstances, no void beasts would dare to cause trouble. Yang Kai understood and asked again, "The Great War Heaven you mentioned just now, could it be the Great War Cave Heaven, one of the 36 heavenly caves?" He vaguely saw it in the jade slip given to him by the Great Moon State's disciple, Meng Hong. "Yes. And the heavenly temple you went to for the first time, the 2 gatekeepers were also from the Great War Heavens. The people of this place are very easy to recognize. They are like an army and do everything according to military rules. The internal hierarchy is also divided according to military ranks. They are very rigid." Yang Kai nodded. No wonder that guy just called himself a general. Bai Qi chuckled and said, "A general is a middle-grade heaven splitter. That guy just now should be a great general with the strength of a 5th-grade heaven splitter. Below him are 4th-grade generals, and above them are 6th-grade generals. Above them are marshals and grand marshals. Interesting. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder and then changed the topic. Speaking of which, what kind of force is the First In? Although he had joined the First In for half a year, he still didn't know which big tree was behind the First In, although he was sure that it was definitely one of those paradise grotto heavens. You should ask the lady boss. Bai Qi chuckled. Yang Kai glanced at him and wanted to tear his mouth off. While the two were talking, the ship had entered the spirit state where the star market was located. After passing through the clouds, the rich heaven and earth spiritual qi rushed toward them. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath. After drifting in the void for so long, he finally arrived at a place like this and felt like he had taken root. The spirit state wasn't very big. Looking down from the sky, one could see the end of it at a glance. It was almost the size of several large cities. However, the entire spirit state was almost filled with all kinds of buildings. The clean and spacious streets crisscrossed like lines on a chessboard. Below them, the lights were waning, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. On the ground, people were walking shoulder to shoulder. In the sky, there were people flying here and there from time to time. There were also many flying secret treasures of different shapes shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was thoughtful. It seemed that this place didn't prohibit flying. This was very humane. Some places were set up with restrictions, and it was impossible to fly within the restrictions. It would take a lot of time to travel. The ship kept moving forward. After about 5 minutes, the lady boss's voice sounded, "Get off the ship." Hearing this, the people standing on the deck all flew out. The lady boss's hands changed seals, and the power on her body fluctuated. She made several seals, and the huge ship immediately shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned into something the size of a palm and was put away by the lady boss. "Let's go." After calling out, the lady boss directly descended, and the people of the First Inn followed closely behind her. There weren't many people in the First Inn, but there were still about a dozen of them. Except for White Seven, the accountant, and the cook, who Yang Kai was familiar with, the rest were all people who did odd jobs. After all, it didn't take too many people to maintain the operation of an inn. A dozen or so people were enough. Soon, the group landed in front of a shop. The shop didn't have a signboard, and it was in a good location. It was at the intersection of several streets, and there was a lot of traffic. The lady boss looked around and nodded slightly. Then, she lifted her long dress and stepped in. The group followed closely behind her. Immediately, an elderly man came in and cupped his hands. "Yuan Rueda greets the master." This elderly man was in the heaven opening realm, but his level wasn't too high. Therefore, despite his age, he was still very respectful to the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly. Yuan Rueda said, "Master, you must be tired from the journey. Do you want to rest first?" The lady boss waved her hand and said, "No need. Let's do our work first." "Yes, master, please take a seat." Yuan Rueda gestured with his hand. After Madame Lan took a seat, Yuan Rueda took out a jade slip and handed it to Madame Lan, saying, "This is the deed for the shops here." They've all been handed over. The lady boss took it and glanced over it, then put it away. Yuan Rueda took out another jade slip and said, "This is the location of the businesses under those forces, as well as the names of the shops and the distribution of the experts inside." He took out another jade slip and said, "This is all the information about the shopkeepers and workers in those shops." Chapter 39-41. The lady boss carefully checked the information in the 2 jade slips behind her and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan Rueda said, "It's my duty." The lady boss played with the jade slip and asked, "Where's the original owner of this shop? He didn't let anyone suffer any grievances, right?" Yuan Rueda smiled and said, I bought his shop at a price of 20% above the market price. That money was enough for him to buy another shop in another place. He couldn't be happier, so how could he be wronged? That's good. The lady boss nodded in satisfaction. Yuan Rueda bowed and said, Master, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll take my leave first and go back to report. Do you want to rest for a night before leaving? I appreciate Master's kindness, but I've already rested here for a few days. It's more important to go back and report. Then I won't keep you. Old Bai, send him off. The lady boss called out. Bai Chi stepped out with a smile and gestured with his hand. Please. I'll take my leave. Yuan Rueda bowed and left in large strides. After Yuan Rueda left, the lady boss turned around and looked around. She nodded and said, This place is not bad. Bai Chi went up and said, Lady boss, are we going to open a shop here in the future? Can't we? The lady boss replied casually as she strolled casually. Bai Chi's eyes shone with golden light as he chuckled and said, How can we? As long as lady boss is here, it doesn't matter where we are. The lady boss sneered, Don't think that I don't know that you guys are tired of staying outside. You can't wait to come to this busy city to eat, drink, and play. Let me tell you, you can play, but don't cause me any trouble. Don't delay my work. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Absolutely not. Bai Chi promised solemnly. Then, he turned his head and winked at the chef and the accountant with an excited expression. There's dust. The lady boss wiped the armrest of the chair, looked at her fingers, and wiped them on Bai Chi's clothes. She made a circle with her small hand. Find someone to change everything here tomorrow. Yes. Bai Chi replied respectfully. The lady boss covered her red lips and yawned. I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. You guys should also find a place to rest. We'll start work tomorrow. Lady boss, take care. Bai Chi, the cook, and the accountant stood in a line and respectfully sent him off. Yang Kai was stunned when he saw this and hurriedly joined the line. The lady boss gave them a sidelong glance, as if she had already seen through their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. With a flick of her sleeve, she walked into the inner room and said, Yang Kai, follow me. White Seven and the others immediately looked at Yang Kai with sympathy. Yang Kai was speechless. He had wanted to take this opportunity to see what Star City was like. Who would have thought that he would be caught by the lady boss? He had no idea what this woman wanted to do. Helpless, they could only watch enviously as Bai Chi and the others walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. With a sigh, he walked towards the inner courtyard. Following the sound, he came to a side room and knocked on the door. Come in. The lady boss's voice came out. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Inside the side room, 2 maidservants were busy making the bed for the lady boss. To Yang Kai's surprise, the incense bed he saw on the ship was also moved out. Lady boss, what's the matter? Yang Kai asked. In the past few months, he had been getting along well with the lady boss, and this woman had not made trouble for him again. The lady boss sat there and looked up. Do you have a secret treasure that can hide your body and aura? Why did she ask this all of a sudden? Yang Kai was puzzled, but this matter could not be hidden from her. The main thing was that the lady boss had already discovered his tracks in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, so it was natural for her to have this inference, so he nodded and admitted it. Let me see. The lady boss stretched out her hand. Yang Kai took out the shadowless veil and handed it over. The lady boss took it and said with a faint smile, Aren't you afraid that I won't return it to you? Yang Kai laughed. That's not necessary, right? How could this thing even enter your eyes? That's hard to say. The lady boss said as she lowered her head to examine it carefully, pouring her Saint Chi into it from time to time. After a while, the lady boss gently nodded, This thing is quite good. It should be able to completely isolate anyone below the mid-rank splitting the heavens realm. Even if it is a mid-rank splitting the heavens realm, if one does not examine it carefully, they may overlook it. Yang Kai gave her a big thumbs up. The result of this examination was exactly the same as what Du Rufeng had said. It had not been refined, but she had come to this conclusion after just a brief examination. It could only be said that the lady boss's eyesight was quite good. Your courage is quite big. Back then, you relied on this thing to act recklessly in the Golden Crow Divine Palace? The lady boss looked at him with a faint smile. Yang Kai sighed. At that time, I had no choice but to do so. It was not my will. After being inexplicably trapped in that passage, everything that happened afterwards was instinctive and not deliberate. Even the Golden Crow corpse was something he had obtained by chance. Do you believe me? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously, not knowing how to answer such a sudden question. The lady boss played with the shadowless muslin and said, if you believe me, leave it with me for a while and return it to you later. What does this woman want to do? Although the shadowless muslin was good, it shouldn't be enough to arouse her greed, right? After all, she had seen through the shadowless muslin's concealment ability at a glance, and from the long time they had spent together, the lady boss was not the kind of person who would rob others. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, may I ask what you want to do? You'll know when the time comes. The lady boss said, not caring whether Yang Kai agreed or not, directly putting away the shadowless muslin, not giving him a chance to regret. Yang Kai had a toothache. His strength was too low now, and the shadowless muslin was definitely the most useful artifact for him. If it was really taken away by the lady boss, he didn't know where to cry. However, his fist was not as big as hers, so he could only accept it. In any case, he still owed her 10 million, so he could only use it as payment. This is for you. The lady boss said, taking out a box and pushing it in front of Yang Kai. What is this? Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. Open it and see for yourself. Since she said so, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the box and looked at it. It was not heavy, nor was it big. It was the length of a chopstick, so he didn't know what was inside. Opening the lid, Yang Kai was slightly startled by the scene in front of him. Inside the box was a mask, vivid and lifelike, like human skin. It was a little too exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by an artifact refining master. He reached out and picked up the mask, but it didn't have the slightest weight. The whole mask was as thin as a cicada's wing. Although it was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai was not a greenhorn, so he vaguely guessed the purpose of this mask. 7 faces. The lady boss folded her hands, supporting her chin, and looked at him with a smile. This artifact is called 7 faces, which means that it can change into 7 different faces. What's more, it can even change a person's breath, voice, and even figure. It can be said to be very mysterious. It's a little thing I got a long time ago. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. A long time ago, he had obtained an artifact that could change one's appearance, similar to a mask, but that thing could only change one's appearance and was very easy to expose, so he hadn't used it many times. But now, this 7 faces could even change one's breath, voice, and even figure, which was a bit amazing. In other words, this thing could really transform a person into a completely different person. This artifact has the same weakness as yours. It can't hide from the prying eyes of those who are too strong. If the other party has a strong enough divine sense, they can also see through it, but it should be able to block the prying eyes of a low-rank heaven splitter. Swallowing his saliva, Kai Yang said in disbelief, Lady Boss, take it, your current strength is too low and you really do need some external protection. How could I accept this? Yang Kai grinned, but even though he said this, he was reluctant to put it down. The shadowless gauze was already enough to protect him to a certain extent, and if it was supplemented by this 7 faces, there were many things he could do without worry. Although he wanted nothing more than to quickly refine this 7 faces and experience its wonders, Yang Kai still said, This thing is too precious, Lady Boss, I can't accept it without any effort. The Lady Boss looked at him with a smile. 5 million. Yang Kai was stunned and turned to look at her. What do you mean? Why did she suddenly ask for 5 million? The Lady Boss said, I'll lend this thing to you. Before you break through to the Heaven Splitter realm, 5 million Heaven Splitter pills. Yang Kai was furious. You still dare say you're not running a shady shop? He wanted nothing more than to smash this 7 faces into her beautiful face. Just borrowing it before he broke through to the Heaven Splitter realm actually cost 5 million, why didn't she just rob him? No wonder she had been smiling at him all this time, it turned out she had been waiting for him here. Just now, he had been slightly moved, but now he realized he had been blind. The Lady Boss said, it's up to you whether you want to lend it or not. Yang Kai angrily placed the box in front of her and turned to leave. The Lady Boss looked at his back, a hand supporting her cheek as she smiled. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai rushed back in and hugged the box to his chest. He glared fiercely at the Lady Boss before leaving once more. The Lady Boss shouted from behind him, 16,200,000. Yang Kai staggered, his mouth filled with bitterness. He had only been in the universe dimension for a short time, yet he had already owed such a large sum of money. Who knew when he would be able to pay it all back? The Lady Boss's unbridled laughter came from behind him, as if she was very happy. His heart filled with bitterness, he found a room in another courtyard and pushed open the door. The room's furnishings were quite good, and it had all the necessary amenities. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart and lowered his head to examine the box. Although 5 million was indeed a bit expensive, this 7 faces definitely wouldn't be any less useful than the shadowless gauze. If he used it at the right time and place, it wouldn't be something that could be measured with money. Even though the Lady Boss's heart was as black as charcoal, Yang Kai could only brace himself and borrow the 7 faces. Chapter 39-42. After closing the door, Yang Kai took out the 7 faces from the box and carefully stuck them on his face in front of the mirror under the faint candlelight. As if they were nothing, he didn't feel any discomfort. Even after sticking them on, he didn't feel much. However, his appearance didn't change much. After all, he hadn't refined them yet. He turned over and got on the bed, sat cross-legged, calmed his chi, and silently urged his power to refine them. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was refining the 7 faces, suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming in his direction. Then, the door was pushed open. Bai Chi poked her head out and said, "Boy, it's time to get to work. Come to the front hall." Yang Kai responded, took the 7 faces off his face, put them away carefully, and stepped out. After a few days of refining, the 7 faces hadn't been completely refined. For the time being, he couldn't use its effect. However, this was something that couldn't be rushed. It was a painstaking effort. He could only wait for an opportunity in the future. In contrast, Yang Kai was more curious as to why the Lady Boss had taken the trouble to come all the way to Star City. Logically speaking, her first inn had been destroyed, so she should have rebuilt it on the old site, so why had she come all the way here? However, this wasn't what he needed to care about. Now, he was just a waiter of the first inn. He only needed to listen to the Lady Boss's instructions. When he arrived at the front hall, he found that almost all the people of the first inn had gathered. He was the only one missing. Yang Kai quickly stood beside Bai Chi and looked around. All the facilities in the front hall had been changed. The tables and chairs were shiny and new. They should have been changed in the past few days. After he stood there, the Lady Boss gave him a lecture. There was nothing special. It was just that the first inn had been destroyed, and everyone would have to stay here in the future. Although it was a change of location, what they had to do was the same. She hoped that everyone would work hard and work together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, the Lady Boss asked Yang Kai and White 7 to hang up the sign of the first inn. This was considered the opening of the business. Yang Kai was a little speechless when he saw this. The first inn had such a big name, but no one came to congratulate them. It was quite shabby. But then again, it was probably because the lady boss didn't invite anyone. After all, they had only been here for a few days and didn't have the time to do such things. Moreover, as long as the sign of the first inn hung there was no need to worry about not having business. The reputation of the first inn wasn't just for show. This was Star City, a place where people gathered and information traveled quickly. As long as someone wanted to inquire about some secret information, they would definitely come to the first inn. As soon as the sign was put up, a skinny middle-aged man with a wretched face and rat eyes walked in stealthily. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. It was as if he didn't dare to believe that he could actually see the sign of the first inn in this bustling city. After entering, he looked left and right, and his words were evasive. It wasn't until the lady boss slightly revealed the aura of the lower sixth-stage heaven splitter that this fellow finally confirmed it. He asked for a secret room and had a good chat with the lady boss. He didn't know what the lady boss was thinking, but she brought Bai Qi and Yang Kai with her. The person had come to inquire about information, and it wasn't anything too secretive. It was about the whereabouts of a rare treasure. The lady boss told him the information, and the person was ecstatic. He thanked her profusely, and after leaving the reward, he left with light steps. Yang Kai was amazed. He didn't know how much the reward left by the person was, but Yang Kai thought it wouldn't be too little. The first inn could make money by selling information. This business without any cost was really enviable. After sending the guest away, the lady boss handed a jade slip to Bai Qi and Yang Kai respectively, and said lightly, "Take a look." As she spoke, she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that the information recorded in the jade slip was very strange. It seemed to be the name of the shop, and then the location of the shop, as well as the name and cultivation of the shopkeeper. Thinking of the jade slip that Yuan Rueda gave to the lady boss a few days ago, it seemed that this was the information. Full of confusion, Yang Kai looked at the lady boss and asked, "Who are these people?" The lady boss looked up at him and said, "Like you, they all owe us money." Yang Kai asked curiously, "There are people who dare to owe money to the first inn? Besides, wasn't the first inn in the business of trading information? This business had always been paid in cash, so how could there be people who owed money?" Bai Qi next to him kicked him, and Yang Kai turned his head and said, "What?" The corner of Bai Qi's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. The lady boss said angrily, "The destruction of the first inn has something to do with the owners behind them. I said, none of them can escape." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, "You mean, the owners of these shops are the forces that attacked the first inn before?" "Of course, otherwise, why would I come all the way here?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then what do we need to do?" "Collect the money." The lady boss tapped her finger on the table and said word by word, 10 million for each shop, and get the money back. Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. The reason why he owed the lady boss 10 million was because he had something to do with the destruction of the first inn. Now, it wasn't too much to ask for 10 million for each shop. But then again, he was just the Emperor realm, and the people who attacked the first inn before were either first-class forces like the Blessed Enclave or second-class forces with middle-ranked Kai Tian in charge. If a little pawn like him went to collect the money, would they care? As if she saw Yang Kai's concern, the lady boss said, "It's only right to pay back what you owe. No matter where you go, we'll always be on the side of reason. If they're willing to pay, that's fine. If they don't, I don't mind going to their headquarters." Yang Kai said with a toothache, "Lady boss, if I remember correctly, there were people from a few grotto heavens who were causing trouble at the first inn." "Those people," the lady boss said, "I'll deal with them myself, so you don't have to worry about them. What I'll leave to you are the leftovers." Her phoenix eyes swept over. "This matter concerns the reputation of the first inn, so don't mess it up." "Don't worry, lady boss. I'll definitely complete the task perfectly and won't embarrass you." Bai Qi cupped his hands and said firmly. Yang Kai swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The lady boss looked at him and said, "What about you?" She was forcing him to make a statement. Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "I'll try my best. I've never collected money before, so I'm not familiar with it." The lady boss said, "Don't you owe me 16,200,000? How about this, you'll pay back 5% of the money you collected." "Really?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. 5% didn't sound like much, but if he could get 10 million, then 5% would be 500,000. On the jade slip that the lady boss gave him, there were about 20 shops. If he really collected all of them, it would be tens of millions. "Really?" The lady boss nodded. Yang Kai suddenly cupped his fists. "Don't worry, lady boss. I'll collect the money even if I have to die." The lady boss nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. "Go." Yang Kai and Bai Qi turned around together. Both of them were full of murderous intent. Even if there were 10 million people around, they would still go forward. After leaving the secret room, Bai Qi said, "When did you get another 5 million? Wasn't it 11,200,000? The 10 million was originally owed, and the 1,200,000 was the cost of the brand of the Heavenly Palace." He remembered all these clearly, so he was a little puzzled by the sudden addition of 5 million. Yang Kai looked around and said, "Old Bai, I think we should first discuss how to collect the money." The lady boss had called him over alone to lend him 7 faces. Yang Kai felt that it was better not to make this matter known to everyone. Bai Qi said, "I had the same idea even if you didn't mention it. Let's go to my room first. Let's have a good discussion." He pulled Yang Kai's arm and dragged him over. After entering the room, the two of them sat down. Yang Kai said, "Have you ever collected money before?" Bai Qi shook his head and said, "No, it's the first time for a lady to get on a bridal sedan chair." Yang Kai glared at him. "You dare to talk nonsense when it's the first time?" He even said that he had completed the mission perfectly. Bai Qi looked indifferent. "What are you afraid of? The lady boss is standing behind us. We'll ask for it first. If we really can't get it back, we'll ask the lady boss to do it. I don't think they dare to not give it back." Yang Kai didn't know what to say. Old Bai could have this idea, but he couldn't. The lady boss had said that he would pay back half of the money he collected. He was still hoping to pay back a little more. If he asked the lady boss to do it, he wouldn't be able to do it. Bai Qi said, "No matter what, we still have to be courteous before resorting to force. They are also reputable people, and they might not know what happened before. It's not appropriate for us to suddenly go over and collect the money." "You're right." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Well, let's send a greeting card first and explain the cause and effect of the matter in the greeting card. Then, we'll explain the reason for the visit and see if they will cooperate with us before making a plan." "That's good, let's do it. If that's the case, we have to ask the lady boss for a token. Otherwise, how can they believe that we're from the first in?" "This is easy. Let's go to the lady boss later." After the discussion, the two of them immediately got busy. They took out blank jade slips and made greeting cards. As they had discussed before, they explained the cause of the matter and the purpose of the visit in each greeting card. They used tactful words and a kind tone. Although they were asking for money, they didn't give people a feeling of disgust. There were 19 shops in Yang Kai's jade slip. Of course, he made 19 greeting cards. The number on Bai Qi's side should be about the same. After they finished, the two of them checked each other and confirmed that there were no problems. After that, they went to look for the lady boss together and asked for the first in's token. The lady boss was straightforward and directly gave each of them a palm-sized jade token. It was written with the words "first in" on it. After everything was prepared properly, the two of them immediately left the inn and cupped their hands at each other at the entrance of the inn. They said that they had succeeded and parted ways. It was rather tragic and stirring. Chapter 39-43. Walking along the crisscrossing streets, Kai Yang leisurely strolled through one shop after another, appreciating the local customs, which was quite an eye-opener for him. Half a day later, he entered a tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and waited in silence. When the waiter served the tea, Yang Kai stopped him. "Brother waiter, I have something to ask you." The waiter politely said, "Please ask." Yang Kai said, "I'm new here, so I'm not familiar with this place. Is there anyone familiar who can introduce me to this star market?" The waiter said, "Sir, are you looking for a guide?" "Yes." "Then you've asked the right person. I have some recommendations, but I don't know if they meet your requirements. Bring him here so I can take a look." Yang Kai said lightly. "Okay, please wait a moment," the waiter responded. Yang Kai leaned against the window and looked into the distance, sipping his tea while waiting. Although the jade slip given to him by the lady boss contained all kinds of information about the 19 shops, he was clueless about this star market. Even if he had the jade slip, he didn't know where to look for it, so he came to this tea house to find a guide. Now it seemed that he had made the right choice. No matter where it was, tea houses and restaurants were always places where people from all walks of life gathered, so it was easy to find a guide. With a local guide, it would be easy to find those shops. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. After waiting for a while, the waiter led a person over. Yang Kai looked up and found that the person was a woman in her early 30s. She had a plump figure and was still charming, especially her full breasts, which were spectacular. However, there was a cautious smile on her face, and there was a sense of restraint in her expression. She followed behind the waiter and looked at Yang Kai nervously. Her cultivation was good, and she seemed to be at the peak of the emperor realm, but Yang Kai didn't feel the aura of Tao from her. In other words, this woman hadn't condensed her own Tao seal yet. This was not surprising. At the level of the emperor realm, 90% of the people would not be able to form their own seal and would be stuck there for the rest of their life. The waiter walked over and whispered into his ear, "Sir, this woman is a local and is very familiar with this star market. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with her. If you are not satisfied, this little one will give you another one." Yang Kai looked up. The woman immediately bowed to Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Greetings, master." Her voice was very pleasant and soft. If one didn't look at her face, one would think that she was a young girl in her early 20s. Yang Kai raised his hand and handed over the jade slip the lady boss gave him. "Do you know how to get to these places?" The woman took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes. With our current location as the starting point, plan out the shortest route to these places and carve it into the jade slip for me to take a look." "Yes." The woman lowered her head and busied herself. Soon, she returned with both hands holding the jade slip and respectfully said, "Master, it's done." Yang Kai took the jade slip back and checked it. He found that there was more information inside. The 19 shops were rearranged in order. "Are you a local?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The woman pursed her lips and said, "I was born in this star market and have never left." Yang Kai nodded and said to the waiter, "She'll be the one." Then, he flicked 2 heaven-opening pills over to the waiter. The waiter caught them and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir. This little one will take his leave now." He turned around and gave the woman a look, indicating that she should do her job well. After the waiter left, Yang Kai looked at the woman and said, "Sit down and talk." The woman hesitated for a moment. She probably felt that she was too conspicuous standing in front of Yang Kai, so she thanked him and sat down. Yang Kai poured a cup of tea for her and asked casually, "How should I address you?" The woman quickly said, "I am Luo Hai." Yang Kai nodded and introduced himself, "My name is Yang Kai. I asked you to come here because I need you to take me to some places. This is not something that can be done in a day or two, so you must be prepared to be on standby at any time while I employ you." Luo Hai hurriedly said, "No problem, this mistress is all alone here and has nothing to worry about." I won't be busy with anything else. Yang Kai asked curiously, weren't you born here? Since she was born here, how could she have nothing to worry about? Luo Hai was a little embarrassed. Although I was born here, I don't know who my parents are. I was raised by someone else. My adoptive mother passed away 700 years ago. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh, what a pitiful person. Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. How do you calculate the remuneration? Yang Kai changed the subject. Luo Hai said, 2 opening heaven pills a day. As she spoke, she carefully looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him frown slightly, she quickly added, 3 pills a day is fine too. When Yang Kai heard this, he knew that she had misunderstood his meaning. He frowned not because he thought it was expensive, but because he felt that it was too cheap. Just now, he had given the waiter 2 opening heaven pills as a reward. However, when he thought about it, the servants of Kikikyo land only earned 3 opening heaven pills a year. Although there was an additional income, the servants could only earn 20 to 30 opening heaven pills a year. In comparison, 2 opening heaven pills a day for Luo Hai as a guide was not too cheap. The reason why he felt it was cheap was mainly because he had been with the lady boss for a long time recently and owed her 16 million. In front of such a huge number, 2 or 3 opening heaven pills was negligible. 3 opening heaven pills a day, I will be at your beck and call. Luo Hai's eyes lit up. She stood up and bowed, thank you, master. Seeing that Yang Kai's cup was empty, she walked over and filled it with tea. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He felt that this woman had good eyesight and her attitude was quite good. Although they had not known each other for a long time, from her cautious expression, she should be an honest person. He could trust this kind of person. After drinking the tea, the two left the tea house. Under Luo Hai's lead, they passed through several streets and stood in front of a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw the words, Gathering Virtue Source, written on the signboard of the shop. If he remembered correctly, this virtuous gathering origin was a property called the 9-Star Blessed Land. The 9-Star Blessed Land was one of the 72 blessed lands. In the 3,000 worlds, it was a famous first-tier force with a high-grade heaven splitter overseeing it. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was a bit difficult to ask for payment from a blessed land as soon as he arrived, but since he was already here, he could only give it a try. As expected of the blessed land's business, this Zhu de Yuan's shop was several times bigger than the neighboring shops. Moreover, there were many customers going in and out of the shop. It was hard to tell what kind of business they were doing, but since they had opened their shop here and their business was booming, they must have made a lot of money. Master, do you want this servant to accompany you? Luo Hai asked in a low voice, her voice trembling. Yang Kai turned his head and found that her face was slightly pale. One of her hands was subconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, looking very nervous. Although he had just met her, Yang Kai could tell that this Luo Hai was a woman with low self-esteem. She had always been at the bottom of Star City, so it was likely that she had never entered such a big shop before. At this time, her expression was somewhat unnatural. No need, you can wait for me outside. Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Hai breathed a sigh of relief and pursed her red lips, then I wish master all the best. She did not know why Yang Kai had come here, but what he said was definitely true. Yang Kai nodded lightly, turned around, and walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the shop, a young servant greeted him enthusiastically. Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly took out the card he had prepared and handed it to him. I want to see your shopkeeper. The young servant was stunned. Although he was only doing odd jobs in this shop, he was also a person from 9 Stars Blessed Land and had his own pride. He had never seen anyone as arrogant as Yang Kai, wanting to see the shopkeeper as soon as he came in. How could the shopkeeper be so easy to meet? Only some big customers would be personally received by the shopkeeper, but looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it did not seem like he ran a big business. The young servant suspiciously received the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His face immediately became serious as he realized that this person's background was not small. He was actually from the famous First Inn, so he immediately restrained his expression and said, "Please wait a moment, I will go ask for instructions." Turning around, he entered the inner room. While waiting, Yang Kai casually strolled around the shop and found that this Zhu de Yuan did a lot of business. All kinds of goods could be found here, from alchemy and artifact refining materials to finished products. Casually picking up a few items, a young servant would come over and enthusiastically promote them. Not long after, the young servant ran out again and gestured, "Shopkeeper invites you in." When the First Inn's name was mentioned, not many people would refuse. Yang Kai nodded and calmly followed the young servant inside. Soon, he saw the shopkeeper of Zhu de Yuan in a secret room. He was a thin old man with a heaven-opening realm cultivation. The feeling he gave Yang Kai was similar to that of Duan Hai in the Qiqiao lands. He should be a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, which was consistent with the information recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. This kind of great force was truly extraordinary. The shopkeeper of Star City was actually a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. If this kind of cultivation was placed in the Qiqiao lands, he would be an earth protector. However, thinking about how the First Inn was even more excessive, and the lady boss was a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai understood. When Yang Kai entered, the old man didn't get up. After all, the difference in cultivation was obvious. If he really got up to greet him, it would be too embarrassing. The young servant withdrew and closed the door, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Gong Sun." The shopkeeper of Zhu de Yuan was called Gong Sun Hong, which was recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. His appearance and cultivation matched, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Gong Sun Hong smiled and said, "No need to be so polite, sit down and talk." Yang Kai thanked him and calmly sat down. Although the difference in cultivation was not small, he was representing the First in this time, so he naturally wouldn't appear too weak. Chapter 39-44. Seeing Yang Kai's calm expression, Gong Sun Hong nodded inwardly. After sipping a few mouthfuls of tea, Gong Sun Hong said, "This old man has seen little friend's letter and knows why you are here. However, little friend said you are from the First Inn. Do you have a token with you?" "Of course I do." Smiling faintly, Kai Yang took out the jade token that the lady boss had given him and handed it over to Gong Sun Hong. Gong Sun Hong took it and channeled his energy into the jade token. In the next moment, the jade token lit up. Gong Sun Hong's expression changed slightly and he turned to look at Yang Kai, his expression slightly twitching. "Your innkeeper is Madame Lan?" "Yes." Yang Kai didn't know what secret was hidden in the jade token that allowed Gong Sun Hong to recognize him immediately. However, looking at Gong Sun Hong's expression, he seemed to be a little afraid of the lady boss. This was easy to handle. Yang Kai was secretly delighted. He wasn't afraid of the lady boss. As long as he was, the 10 million would be easy to get. "Madame Lan is here?" Gong Sun Hong asked again. "Yes." "When did she come? Why didn't this old man receive any news?" "A few days ago." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "The lady boss keeps a low profile. Even when the First Inn reopened, it was just a plaque hanging. There wasn't much fanfare." Gong Sun Hong's expression suddenly became unnatural. He coughed lightly and said, "Madame Lan's way of doing things, she is indeed very low profile." It was unknown what he recalled, but the corners of his eyes kept twitching. After a short pause, he continued, "The First Inn's reopening is a big event. This old man should be there to attend the ceremony. However, since Madame Lan doesn't want to make a scene, she should have her reasons." Yang Kai chuckled. As a servant, this junior shouldn't ask too much about the lady boss's matters. Gong Sun Hong nodded slightly, his fingers tapping on the table as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, this old man doesn't know what little friend said in the letter. Can you tell me why that person from the 9 stars blessed land started a fight in the first inn? He even destroyed the first inn. Yang Kai shook his head and said, it's not convenient for me to reveal that. If shopkeeper Gong Sun wants to know, you can just ask the lady boss. Gong Sun Hong smiled and raised his hand. Have some tea, have some tea. Yang Kai took a sip and turned to look at him. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, this junior came here under orders to ask for compensation. Our lady boss said that 9-star blessed land is famous and the gathering virtue source earns a lot of money every day, so this little bit of compensation is not a problem. This junior still has to go to other places to ask for payment. Time is tight and the task is important. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, do you think you can settle the bill first? Gong Sun Hong asked curiously, you're going somewhere else? Yang Kai said, of course. He opened his mouth and listed the names of several shops. Gong Sun Hong was shocked. Could it be that there were many people fighting in the first inn? Behind those shops, could it be the forces of the blessed lands? There are indeed many. Yang Kai nodded and said, I won't hide it from shopkeeper Gong Sun. The reason our lady boss brought us to Star City is to ask for payment. The lady boss said that no one can run away. Everyone has to pay. If you can get it, then so be it. If you can't, then go to the headquarters of each shop and have a good talk. The lady boss also said that all the blessed lands are of the same breath and branch. There's no need to make everyone unhappy over such a small matter. Gong Sun Hong frowned slightly. It was hard to tell what he was feeling. Yang Kai looked around and said, the gathering virtue source is such a big shop, it should have a lot of income every year. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, although 10 million isn't a small amount, it shouldn't be a problem for the gathering virtue source. If it's convenient, can you help us? Let this junior return to the lady boss as soon as possible. Gong Sun Hong nodded, little friend, since you're from the first inn and brought Madame Land's token here, this matter shouldn't be false. This old man should also compensate. However, suddenly, he changed the topic and said, that's just your words, so I'll have to send a message to the main altar to inquire about the situation. If it's really as you say, my 9-star blessed land will not deny it. He knew it wouldn't be so simple. If he could really get 10 million just by casually talking, it would show that the 9 stars blessed land was too afraid of the first inn. However, this was also within his expectations, so Yang Kai wasn't disappointed. He simply nodded and said, of course, I just don't know how long it will take for shopkeeper's son to send a message back to inquire. 1 month. Gong Sun Hong said, I'll give you an answer in 1 month. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists, then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper Gong Sun. Take care, I won't see you out. Gong Sun Hong waved his hand. When he walked out of the Jude Origin, he saw Luo Hai standing not far away from him. He waved at her and Luo Hai immediately came forward to greet him. She asked in a low voice, My lord, have you settled the matter? It's all right. Yang Kai nodded. This trip could be considered to have achieved his goal. Let's go to the next inn. He ran down one inn after another. After spending an entire afternoon, he only went to 3 inns. Among the 3 inns, aside from the Jude Origin, one of them was from the Blessed Lands. The answer he received was similar to Gong Sun Hong's. He also needed to send a message back to the headquarters to ask for more details. The other inn was from a second-class organization. They weren't as stubborn as the Blessed Lands. When they heard that the first inn was coming to collect their debt, they were a little fearful. They were also very polite to Yang Kai, but in the end, the result was the same. Night fell, but the star market was still very lively. Yang Kai ran around for an entire afternoon and pretended to be polite. He was a little tired, so he asked Luo Hai to go back and rest. He would find her the next day. Before leaving, the two of them exchanged contact details and agreed to continue the next day. Luo Hai naturally agreed to it. When he returned to the first inn, he saw that it was very lively inside. People were coming and going, and the hall was full of guests. Everyone was toasting each other. Yang Kai was stunned. The lady boss was shuttling through the hall, chatting and laughing with the guests at each table. Yang Kai was in a daze, as if he had returned to the first inn in the void. It had only been a day, but the business here had become so popular. It seemed that the first inn was indeed famous. The lady boss looked up and saw Yang Kai. She reached out and waved at him. Yang Kai quickly walked over. He followed the lady boss into the inner room. The lady boss turned around and sat down. She looked at Yang Kai and asked, "How was it?" "Not bad." Yang Kai walked over, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. He drank a few sips and said, "The first inn is famous, so no one dares to make things difficult for us." "Who asked you that?" The lady boss glared at him. "Did you get the money?" Yang Kai put down the teacup and laughed. How could it be so fast? They all need to send a message back to the headquarters to ask. They will only decide whether to give the money after it is confirmed. "How many did you contact?" 3. All of them said so. The lady boss nodded. "Of course, but the time limit can't be too long." "Don't worry, it's all agreed. 1 month is not too long." 1 month. Okay, you can go do your work." The lady boss waved her hand. "What work?" Yang Kai looked at her, stunned. The lady boss blinked. "You are the inn's waiter. Don't you need to be a waiter? The inn's business is good now, but we are short on manpower. Hurry up and help." Yang Kai was speechless. He had never been a waiter in his life. "You what? Hurry up and go. Do you want me, the lady boss, to do it myself?" Yang Kai glared at her fiercely. After a long time, he was defeated. She had big eyes and could not stare at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you are ruthless." He turned around and slammed the door. Behind him, the lady boss crossed her legs and pursed her lips into a smile. When he reached the main hall, Yang Kai looked around. He grabbed a piece of white cloth from a servant and put it on his shoulder. He then went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Since they were all cultivators, they were full of energy, so there was no need to close the shop. Yang Kai was busy all the way until dawn, when he finally had time to rest. What made him feel indignant was that Old White was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai guessed that this guy knew that he had to come back, so he decided to spend the night outside. He secretly made up his mind that he would not come back tomorrow. Not long after, Yang Kai went out again. He sent a message to Luo Hai in advance and went to the tea house where he saw her yesterday to wait for her. When Yang Kai arrived, Luo Hai was already standing there. "Master, did you not rest well last night?" Luo Hai saw that Yang Kai's expression was not right and went forward to ask. "Don't mention it." Yang Kai was very depressed. It was not that he did not rest well, but that he did not rest at all. Although it was not a big problem, he was still a little tired. Yang Kai did not say much, and Luo Hai did not dare to ask more. The two immediately went on their way. Today's situation was similar to yesterday. After visiting one house after another, the replies were almost the same. Thinking about it, it was not strange. If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely not just listen to one side of the story, even if the signboard of the first inn was there. He sat down in each shop and chatted with the shopkeepers of each shop. In this day, he had only gone to 6 or 7 shops. In this way, it would take another 2 to 3 days to finish all of them. He did not know how Bai Chi was progressing. He took out a communication device to contact Bai Chi, but there was no response. He did not know what he was busy with. Later that night, Yang Kai took Luo Hai to a restaurant and ordered some food and wine as a token of his thanks. Luo Hai had been running around with him all day, following him wherever he went. It really was quite tiring. Luo Hai did not want to make Yang Kai spend so much effort, but Yang Kai insisted, so she could only go along with it. During the banquet, there was naturally a respectful toast. Yang Kai was not used to this. No matter what, Luo Hai was also in the emperor realm. There was not much difference between her and him. Yang Kai felt a little guilty when she called him master. After 3 rounds of drinking, Luo Hai's face became a little rosy, and her eyes became hazy. It seemed that she was not very drunk. Yang Kai was curious about something, and asked, "How do people in the emperor realm outside of this universe comprehend martial arts?" He had condensed his own seal in the heavenly void hall. Every great emperor in the star realm had this experience. Presumably, the great emperors in the other universe realms were also like this. However, the capacity of those small universe realms was limited, so there were not many people who could condense their seals. But what did people outside of this universe realm do to reach this step? He happened to run into Luo Hai, so he asked casually. Chapter 39:45. Luo Hai patted her slightly feverish cheeks and said with a smile, "Those with good aptitude can rely on their own comprehension to condense their Tao seal. Those with inferior aptitude like me can only rely on external help." After drinking some wine, she seemed to have relaxed a little and was no longer as cautious as before. External help? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There are some natural treasures that can help people condense their Tao seal. There are also some pills that can help, such as Great Tao pills. However, these things need to be bought with money and are more precious. Yang Kai nodded. He had been wondering what those from the emperor realm who hadn't condensed their own Tao seal could do with the heaven-opening pill. Although this thing was a kind of hard currency outside of this universe and could be used to buy all kinds of things, it wasn't very useful to those from the emperor realm. It wasn't like the heaven-opening realm, where they could use the heaven-opening pill to increase their grade. Now, it seemed that the heaven-opening pill was useful to anyone. Luo Hai was working so hard to earn money because she wanted to buy a Great Tao pill and condense her own Tao seal to advance her martial Tao. However, condensing a Tao seal was only the beginning. She still had to condense yin, yang, and 5 elements before she had a chance to advance to the heaven-opening realm. The path of martial Tao was long and far, accompanied by enormous financial support. How many people were as lucky as him, first condensing high-grade wood elemental energy, then obtaining high-grade fire elemental energy? However, even he wasn't confident that he could find other yin, yang, and 5 elements energy that matched his requirements. As long as there was a problem with any of them, even if he reached the heaven-opening realm, his grade wouldn't be too high. As they ate and drank, the two chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After a long time, Yang Kai said, "Let's call it a day. Go back and rest. Come back tomorrow." Luo Hai put down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, "Then I'll take my leave." Yang Kai nodded and watched her leave. After what happened yesterday, Yang Kai made up his mind not to return to the first inn. He didn't want to have to run errands again. He took out his communication device and contacted White 7. Surprisingly, White 7 replied quickly and asked where he was. White 7 told him the name of a place. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew that this place was not a good place. This guy was actually fooling around in a brothel. Bai Qi warmly invited him to have fun, but Yang Kai decisively refused. After drinking by himself for a while, Yang Kai put down the money for the dishes and left the restaurant alone, preparing to find an inn in the city to rest for the night. The inns in Star City weren't cheap, but they weren't as expensive as the first inn. Back then, the first inn had cost 1,000 heaven-opening pills for a night, but the black-hearted lady boss had raised the price to 10,000. As soon as he left the restaurant, Yang Kai saw a figure standing opposite him. He walked over in surprise and asked, "Why haven't you gone back yet?" Luo Hai had been waiting for him outside. Luo Hai shook her head and said, "Nothing, I'm just worried about Master." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "It's just a little wine, you won't get drunk. You should go back early." He thought that this woman was quite considerate. It's still early. If Master is willing, I can accompany Master to stroll around Star City. I've been busy during the day, so Master doesn't have time. She added, it's free of charge. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, sure, but it won't delay you, right? Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand. No, I'm the only one at home, so there's nothing to do when I go back. She paused and said, where does Master want to go? There's a brothel in the western part of Star City. Men like to go there. As she spoke, she blushed. Yang Kai casually asked, where's the Spring Breeze Drizzle building? Luo Hai nodded and said, Master, do you know about the Spring Breeze Drizzle building? Yang Kai clicked his tongue. I've heard about it, but I've never been there. He knew that Lao Bai was fooling around, and now it seemed that he was right. Master, do you want to go? Luo Hai inquired. Yang Kai waved his hand. No, I'll just walk around. At this point, he suddenly thought of something. Right, I want to buy a map. Where can I buy it? Luo Hai asked, Master, do you want to buy a map of the universe? Then you should go to the Four Seas workshop. The maps of the universe there are the most complete, and the updates are also the most timely. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai was suddenly interested. He had this idea before, but he didn't remember who had mentioned it to him. The map of the universe included a map of all the large territory that had been discovered outside of Qinkuan. It could be said that it was one of the essential things for a cultivator who wanted to travel outside. Yang Kai really wanted to find where the astral world was in the map of the universe. He was swallowed by the thousand-knuckle worm, and then inexplicably appeared in the large territory of the Kikikyo land. Although he hadn't found the world tree yet, it would be good if he could find the way home in advance. Luo Hai was very familiar with the Star Market. She led Yang Kai through a few streets and arrived in front of a shop. That shop was the Four Seas workshop. Although it was night time, the Star Market was still very lively. After entering the shop, a woman dressed as a maid immediately greeted them. She curtsied gracefully and said sweetly, Good evening, esteemed guest. What do you want to buy? Luo Hai walked out at the right time and answered, My master wants to buy a map of the universe. The maid smiled and said, This way please. She gestured with her hand. Under her guidance, Yang Kai came in front of a row of shelves. There were no maps on the shelves, but there were things that looked like long boxes. They were the length of chopsticks and were completely black. They looked very strange. Yang Kai didn't understand, but he didn't ask. Luo Hai said, Introduce them. The maid understood and immediately said, Yes, esteemed guest. Our shop's map of the universe is divided into 3 types. The lowest level is a map of the large territory, which includes the locations of the mini-universe worlds that have been discovered, as well as the locations of some fixed altars in the spiritual state. The middle level is a map of the entire universe, which includes all the large territory that has been discovered, as well as the contents of the lowest level map. It also includes the various Qinkuan palaces and the locations of the territory gates. It's clear at a glance, simple and convenient. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, What about the middle level and above? The maid smiled and said, There's not much difference between the middle level and the high level. Yang Kai asked curiously, If there's no difference, why is there a middle level and high level? It's like this. Although there's no difference between the two, if you buy the high-level map and discover a new large territory in the future, our shop can help you update the contents of the map of the universe for free. Our shop has branches in many star markets, so you don't have to worry too much. You just need to bring the map of the universe there. If you buy the middle-level map, you won't have this convenience. If you want to update it, you'll have to pay more. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. The maid said, Esteemed guest, do you want a map of a large territory, or a collection of all the maps of the large territory? Yang Kai said, A collection, of course. The maid said, Then I recommend you buy the high-level map, the middle-level map is fine. Luo Hai interrupted her before she could finish. The maid glanced at her and said with a smile, "Of course, it's your choice." "Get me a copy," Luo Hai said. The maid nodded and turned to walk to the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Hai sent a message, "Master, as far as I know, the price of a middle-level map and a high-level map are twice as expensive. Moreover, no new large territory has been discovered in the past 1,000 years. It's a waste to buy the high-level map." Yang Kai nodded slightly. A moment later, the maid took out a long black box and handed it to Yang Kai, saying, "Pour your divine sense into it and you'll be able to check it." Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he realize that the long box in front of him was actually the map of the universe. Fortunately, he didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, he would have really embarrassed himself. Pouring his divine sense into it as instructed, Yang Kai felt his field of vision suddenly change, as if he had entered a strange world. His field of vision constantly shrank towards a certain place before finally coming to a stop. Focusing his eyes, there was a small red dot constantly flashing in front of him, and at the location of this red dot was marked with the word Star City. Understanding this, Yang Kai knew that this small red dot probably represented his current location. The Star City marked on the map should be the one he was currently in. With a thought, the vision continued to zoom back and around the Star City. Some other names gradually appeared, all of which seemed to be the names of the mini-universe world. Although he had just gotten hold of this thing, Yang Kai soon figured out how to use it. Seeing it like this, it was very simple and convenient. He really had to buy a copy of this thing, as it would be more convenient for him to move around in the future. Withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai asked, "How much is this thing?" The maid responded with a smile, 500,000. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This price was not very expensive, but did he have 500,000 on hand right now? Most of his heaven-opening pills came from the dead people in the After all, Great Moon Province was only a third-class force, and those heaven-opening pills were Wei Kei's personal compensation, so it was naturally impossible for there to be too many. Yang Kai estimated that these 100 or 200,000 heaven-opening pills were enough to hurt Wei Quebec. If not for Wei Kei's compensation, Yang Kai would not have been able to buy the World Atlas. Just as he was about to count how many heaven-opening pills he had, Luo Hai pulled the maid to the side and quietly communicated with her through sound transmission. By the time Yang Kai finished counting, Luo Hai had also finished her discussion and walked over. "Master, we've already agreed on a 10% discount, 450,000. Yang Kai was speechless. Only now did he realize that Luo Hai had pulled the maid over to haggle. This was a 50,000 heaven-opening pills discount, which was a great discount. However, when he checked just now, he found that he did not have enough heaven-opening pills. In total, he only had about 430,000. This was a bit awkward. The price had already been negotiated and he was only waiting for the bill to be paid, but he did not have enough money. How could he accept this? It was a bit difficult to speak, but Luo Hai was a smart person and immediately saw through Yang Kai's difficulties. She quietly asked, "Master, did you not bring enough money?" Chapter 3946. Luo Hai had asked if he hadn't brought enough, not if it wasn't enough. This question was very clever and greatly alleviated Yang Kai's embarrassment. Nodding gently, Yang Kai was about to put down the world map in his hand and come back to buy it some other day when he heard Luo Hai ask, "Master, how much are you missing?" "Not much, 10,000 to 20,000. Yang Kai scratched his face awkwardly. Luo Hai pondered for a moment before saying, "Master, if you don't mind, this mistress will pay for it. Master can return it to me later." Yang Kai turned his head to look at her, not realizing that she actually had such courage. He had only known her for 2 days at most, and it was only a concubine relationship, neither a relative nor a friend. What's more, Luo Hai herself was not a wealthy person. These 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills were likely the result of many years of savings for her. Being able to lend them to him as soon as he opened his mouth was not something she could do without some courage. After all, up until now, she still didn't know who Yang Kai was. If he took these things and ran away, she wouldn't be able to find him. Seeing Yang Kai look over, Luo Hai whispered, "I trust Master." Since she had already said so much, Yang Kai couldn't refuse anymore and immediately nodded. "All right, I'll consider it a loan. I'll definitely return it to you later." Luo Hai said, "I'll go pay the bill." Yang Kai handed over a space ring and watched her walk towards the counter with the maidservant, secretly sighing to himself. This woman was really meticulous. Although it was only a simple act of paying the bill, it greatly alleviated his embarrassment. This way, he wouldn't have to take the heaven-opening pills from her and let others know that he didn't bring enough money. On the other hand, she could quietly transfer the insufficient heaven-opening pills into her space ring without anyone noticing. After a while, Luo Hai returned, "Master, it's done." Yang Kai nodded, stuffed the world map into his space ring, and walked out of the 4 Seas square with her. "Master, is there anything else you want to buy?" Luo Hai asked. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I'm so poor, why would I want to buy anything?" Luo Hai also understood and felt a little embarrassed. She felt that she had spoken without thinking, so she changed the topic and said, "Then is Master going back to rest?" Yang Kai shook his head. Thinking of yesterday's experience, he would rather die than go back. Originally, he wanted to find an inn to rest, but now it seemed that there was no need. He didn't even have the money to get a room, so what was there to rest for? Luo Hai had probably thought of this as well. She suggested, "Master, would you like to come to my place for a chat? Is it convenient?" Yang Kai hesitated. Luo Hai pursed her lips and smiled. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. There's no one else at home, just me." At this point, she suddenly realized that her words were a little ambiguous, making it seem like she was seducing him. She couldn't help but blush a little. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to mind and simply raised his hand, "Then let's go." He couldn't really wander around here all night, that would be too boring. On top of that, he had just borrowed some money from her. If he were to be in such a hurry to separate from her, it would be a bit like running away from a debt. "Master, please come with me," Luo Hai immediately led the way. Along the way, they gradually left the bustling trade area and entered a more chaotic area. This place seemed to be the outermost area of the entire Star City. It was some distance away from the center of the Star City. Houses stood everywhere without any order, and there wasn't even a proper road. From time to time, there would be people coming in and out of this place, but their cultivations were not very high. Most of them were on the same level as Luo Hai, while some were even weaker. Yang Kai understood that this was probably the place where the lowest level members of the Star Envoys lived. Fortunately, although this place was a bit dirty and messy, it was still within the boundaries of the Star City, so no one dared to cause trouble here. Many people obviously knew Luo Hai. Along the way, there were people constantly greeting her. A few women saw Yang Kai following behind her and couldn't help but have a slightly ambiguous look in their eyes, which made Luo Hai feel a little embarrassed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a house. Luo Hai stepped forward and closed the restriction on the house. She opened the door and said, "Master, please." Yang Kai walked in and looked around. He found that although the house was small, it was very clean and tidy. There was no courtyard, only a main hall and a side room. There was a faint fragrance in the room, which was very pleasant and made people feel very warm. Luo Hai invited him to take a seat and made a pot of tea. She said apologetically, "The place is a bit small, Master, please don't mind." Yang Kai chuckled, "I also came from a small place and am used to living a poor life." Luo Hai said curiously, "You don't look like one." "Then what kind of person do I look like?" Luo Hai thought for a moment and said, "Master, you look like someone who holds a high position all year round, either rich or noble." Yang Kai laughed. Luo Hai shook her head and said, Master, please don't think this concubine is flattering you. This concubine has been in this star market for thousands of years. I don't dare to say anything else, but I do have a good eye for people. Master, why do you think this concubine dared to lend her life savings to you? It is because this concubine thinks you are a trustworthy person. Master may be troubled for a while, but there will be a day when you will be proud of the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's smile faded and he looked at her seriously. He really couldn't tell that this woman who was nervous and reserved when they first met had such insight. Luo Hai covered her red lips with her hand and said nervously, This concubine misspoke. Master, please don't blame me. Yang Kai waved his hand, Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Although your strength isn't high, it isn't too low either. Have you never thought about joining some great force? Luo Hai smiled bitterly. There are at least 8,000 people like this concubine in the entire star market. I have no connections or background, so which great force would want me? What can they do if they took me in? Spend time and effort to cultivate me? She paused for a moment before continuing. In the past, there was a great force that came to Star Market to recruit disciples, but they wanted to recruit young and malleable disciples. This concubine doesn't have such good fortune. Yang Kai nodded. He was also a sect master, so he naturally knew this. When a sect recruited disciples, they would rather spend a large amount of resources to cultivate them from a young age than accept those who already had a foundation. This was a matter of loyalty. This concubine's current wish is to save enough money to buy a few great Tao pills and see if I can condense my own Tao seal. If I can reach the heaven opening boundary in this life, then I won't have lived in vain. I heard you mention great Tao pills before. Are these spirit pills very expensive? Usually, one costs around 10,000 or so. Moreover, refining these pills seems to be a bit difficult, so there aren't many of them. Usually, when a great Tao pill appears, it will be quickly snatched away by others. Yang Kai nodded. The situation outside the universe realm was quite tricky. There should be many people who were stuck at the threshold of the peak of the Emperor realm, unable to condense their Tao seal. This was why the great Tao pill was so popular. It could be imagined that this thing was not only popular among the lowest class of people like Luo Hai, but also many great forces. As such, the chances of people like Luo Hai competing for it were very small. How many great Tao pills do you think you need? At least 3. Luo Hai smiled shyly. This concubine's aptitude isn't that good. If I don't have 3 pills, this concubine doesn't have the confidence to condense my Tao seal. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what materials were used to refine the great Tao pill. If he had enough materials and obtained the pill recipe, he should be able to refine it. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, Go and rest first. You've been busy the whole day. Luo Hai said, Then I'll rest first. Master, if there's anything, just call me. She didn't refuse. She probably felt that it wasn't good to let a man like Yang Kai rest in her room. She got up and walked into the room. After a few steps, she stopped and turned around. She lowered her head and asked softly, Master, do you need someone to serve you tonight? There's someone here. I can help, Master. Call someone over. Yang Kai looked at her and shook his head. No need. Okay. Luo Hai was obviously relieved. She walked into the room and closed the door. Yang Kai was left alone in the living room. He looked helpless. He didn't expect that he would end up in a situation where he had to stay the night. He made up his mind. No matter what, he had to find a way to get some money tomorrow. At most, he could just sell a portion of the Grand Sun Primordial Flame. The Grand Sun Primordial Flame of the 4th grade was worth at least 150,000 heaven-opening pills. It was more than enough to repay Luo Hai's debt, and there was still some left over. He had a total of 6 Grand Sun Primordial Flames in his possession, and even 3 Grand Sun Primordial Flames of the 5th grade, all of which he obtained from the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As for the 5th grade ones, they were worth 1,500,000. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't repay his debt even if he sold all of them, Yang Kai would have thought of a way to sell the Grand Sun primordial flame in his possession. That way, he wouldn't be bound to the first in and lose his freedom. Thinking about it, the hundreds of thousands of opening heaven pills that Wei Kai left him was indeed a big loss. These opening heaven pills were enough to buy a portion of 4th grade materials. Great Moon Province was only a 3rd grade force. They didn't even have a 4th grade opening heaven pill. Thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. He took out the 7 faces and placed them on his face, silently refining them. At the same time, he took out the scroll of the universe and sent a strand of his divine sense into it to search carefully. He wanted to search the scroll of the universe to find where the star boundary was. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but the moment he did, he was given a fright. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized that there were over 1,000 large territory that had been discovered. And this was just the ones that had been discovered. There were many that had never been set foot in before. Among these 1,000 large territory, each large territory had its own small world. There were also the headquarters of many forces, the locations of the territory entrances, the locations of the territory entrances, and so on. These 450,000 opening heaven pills were well spent. Wei Kai had spent a great deal of effort to summarize these things and had definitely used many years to constantly innovate and innovate. It was truly worth the price. But then again, as long as one had enough money, anyone would be willing to buy a scroll of the universe. This 4 Seas square would definitely make a lot of money. Each large territory had its own name, but Yang Kai quickly discovered that the names of these large territory were closely related to the most powerful force within it. For example, the large territory that the 7 Openings land was in was called the 7 Openings territory. This was because the most powerful force within the 7 Openings territory was the 7 Openings land. There was no one more powerful than it. Chapter 3947. There were also large territories where the blessed enclaves were located. They were basically named after the respective blessed enclave. For example, the 10,000 demon realm was called the 10,000 demon territory, and the Great War territory was called the Great War territory. Yang Kai also found Langia blessed land and Golden Spirit blessed land in the universe map. The reason he paid attention to Langia blessed land was not because of anything else. It was the place where Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was born. Now that Ruoxi had come to the universe map, she should be going to Langia blessed land. As for Golden Spirit blessed land, it was because of the existence of the sharp metal Yuan Qi. If he wanted to condense the power of the 5 elements in the future, he might need to go there. Silently calculating the distance between these 2 blessed lands and himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit speechless. Neither blessed lands were close, separated by several dozen great territories. If he relied on flying alone without the assistance of the universe escape technique, it would take him several years to arrive. This made Yang Kai a little worried. Although Ruoxi's strength was good in the star boundary, it was obviously not enough outside the starry sky. He didn't know if it was safe for her to go to Langia blessed land alone, or if she could arrive there smoothly. In addition to those large territory with their own names, there were many large territories without names, only code names, such as A1 territory, B3 territory, and so on. Yang Kai looked for a while and summed up a pattern. These large territories without names and only code names were all large territories without second-class forces. For example, the large territory where Great Moon Province was located was called D39 territory, not Great Moon territory. In this way, only second-class forces were qualified to have their name on a large territory. Third-class forces did not have this qualification. There were also some large territory that did not even have third-class forces. They only had many small universe worlds, each of which was marked with a name. It was a big project to find the location of the star boundary from such a large map. Yang Kai carefully checked it, and his eyes were sore. Time passed by, and suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. Yang Kai collected his thoughts and looked up, only to see Luo Hai coming out of the inner room. Yang Kai was in a daze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. It should be dawn. Master didn't rest? Luo Hai looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai put away the world portrait and shook his head. I was busy with something and forgot about it. Is it dawn already? Luo Hai nodded. Yes. They had to start work at dawn. After packing up a little, the two of them immediately set off. After 2 days of running around, Yang Kai was already familiar with the process of collecting debts. Anyway, he didn't expect to get it immediately. The other party always needed to verify before deciding whether to pay or not. All he had to do was to send a visiting card and then talk to the shopkeeper for a while to inform him of the reason and the 1-month deadline. A few more clans came down, and everything went smoothly. Master, be careful in the 100 Refinements Hall later, Luo Hai suddenly said as they walked. Why? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Was there something different about this 100 Refinements Hall? He hadn't heard her say anything about being careful before. Luo Hai said, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's rumored that the shopkeeper of this 100 Refinements Hall is an unreasonable person. Yang Kai looked down at the jade slip and found at the background of this 100 Refinements Hall was a blessed land. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter. If he's reasonable, I'll reason with him. If he's unreasonable, someone will naturally take care of him. The lady boss of the 6th grade Splitter Heavens sect was standing behind him. As long as the other party wasn't a high-grade Splitter Heavens sect, Yang Kai didn't need to be afraid of anything. Moreover, from the attitude of the shopkeepers these past few days, the background of the first inn was most likely one of the 36 paradises. Although the Blessed Enclave was a first-class force, there must be a reason why the Blessed Enclave was ranked at the top. However, if it wasn't necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to trouble the lady boss. First of all, half of the debt he collected would be his, and second of all, if he troubled the lady boss over such a trivial matter, it would make him seem too incompetent. Seeing him like this, Luo Hai didn't say anything more. After all, she had never come into contact with such a master before. What she said was just a rumor, and it would be awkward if she made a mistake. Outside the 100 Refinements Hall, Luo Hai was still waiting. Yang Kai sent a greeting card, and after waiting for a while, someone came to lead him into the inner courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the inner courtyard, Yang Kai felt a violent energy fluctuation coming from there. He was startled, wondering why someone was fighting here. Moreover, from the intensity of the energy fluctuations, the strength of the attacker wasn't too high. They shouldn't have reached the Heaven Splitter realm. They should be around the same level as him, someone who had condensed a Dao seal. Secretly on guard, Yang Kai raised his eyes and was slightly surprised. In front of him was a transparent barrier. In a large field, 2 figures were crisscrossing, fighting endlessly. The divine technique was endless, and they were locked in a fierce battle. One was an azure-robed youth, while the other was an old man. Yang Kai didn't know what enmity they had with each other, but both sides were extremely ruthless and seemed intent on killing. The two of them were evenly matched, and their techniques weren't bad either. It was like they were evenly matched. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances. The manservant leading the way turned around and said, "Follow." Only then did Yang Kai withdraw his gaze and follow. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a high platform. On the high platform, a man with a large waist and a ferocious face had his hands on his waist. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the battle below without blinking. This man's face was ferocious, and even if he didn't circulate his strength, he still gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. At this moment, his strength was extremely unstable, causing the servants accompanying him to tremble in fear, afraid that he would unleash his anger. The manservant leading the way lowered his head and looked at his feet, saying in a trembling voice, "Ma, shopkeeper, I've brought him." "Wait." The burly man waved his hand, not even glancing at him. He continued to stare at the battle, looking extremely nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what he was nervous about. Kai Yang was speechless. Every time he went to a shop before, the shopkeeper would always treat him politely and didn't look down on him because his cultivation wasn't high. This was the first time he had been ignored by someone. It seemed that there was no smoke without fire. Luo Hai saying that he was an unreasonable person was quite possible. The host followed the guest's wishes. Since the guest wanted to wait, Yang Kai could only wait. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for nothing. Yang Kai simply looked at the battle below as if he was watching a good show. In the field, the battle was extremely lively, but because their strength was on par, it would be difficult to determine a victor in a short time. The shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall seemed to be a little impatient and shouted angrily, "How long do you two want to fight? I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you can't determine a victor, then scram to the mines." Yang Kai turned his head to look at him with a speechless expression, thinking that there were all kinds of birds in the forest. The two of them were originally on par with each other, yet they insisted on determining a victor within 10 breaths of time. Wasn't this forcing them to use their trump cards? Sensing Yang Kai's gaze, the burly man glanced down at him and grinned, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. Yang Kai could only respond with a smile. In the battlefield, when the two people who were fighting endlessly heard this shout, they both jumped back a step. Then, their expressions became solemn as the strength in their bodies fluctuated violently. In the next moment, the two of them seemed to have discussed it before they each turned into a dazzling ball of light and collided with each other. An earth-shattering sound rang out from the battlefield, and countless ripples appeared on the light curtain that wrapped around them. The light gradually dissipated, and one person fell to the ground, unable to get up, while the other stood proudly. The one who fell to the ground was an old man, and the one who stood was a young man in azure clothes. However, even though he had won, the young man's face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries. The burly man raised his hand and said, "Throw the loser out to the mines and win the reward." The young man cupped his hands, "Thank you, shopkeeper." The burly man chuckled, turned around, and sat down. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp, then looked around and said, "Now it's a little more interesting, don't you think so?" "Yes, yes, yes." The group of people nodded, not daring to say no. Yang Kai was even more speechless. He didn't know what this 100 Refinements Hall was selling, but why would they let this kind of guy be a shopkeeper? How could he make money with this kind of personality? He might even lose his pants when the time came. "Boy, you don't seem to agree. What do you think?" The burly man suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. The first in's Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Pei. The shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall was called Pei Buan, and it was recorded in the jade slip that the lady boss had given him. He was a 4th grade heaven opening master, and his strength was not bad. The first in. Pei Buan rubbed his chin. "Huh, what a big name. Boy, why have you come here?" Yang Kai replied, "The purpose of this visit has been stated clearly in the letter. I'm here to collect a debt." Pei Buan chuckled, "Debt? What debt?" Yang Kai frowned, thinking to himself, "Isn't this asking the obvious?" It was clearly stated in the letter, so it seems that this trip won't go smoothly. Thinking this, he said, "Shopkeeper Pei, someone from your side fought at the first inn and destroyed it, so the lady boss wants me to ask for compensation." Pei Buan clicked his tongue. "Someone fought at the first inn, that's amazing. Then who is this person you're talking about?" Yang Kai shook his head. "This boy doesn't know, nor do I know." Who knew what kind of people fought at the first inn? The lady boss definitely knew them, so how could a nobody like him know them? Moreover, he was hiding in the wishful pouch at the time, so he didn't even know when the first inn was destroyed. Was this lord there? Pei Buan asked again. Yang Kai shook his head, "No." Come closer and take a closer look." Was this lord among the people who fought at the first inn and destroyed it? Pei Buan asked as he moved his face closer. "No." Yang Kai continued to shake his head. "Are you sure?" Pei Buan narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm sure." Chapter 39-48. Since it wasn't me who destroyed the first inn, why do you want me to compensate you? Pei Buan slammed the table beside him. His palm overflowed and the table fell apart. He glared at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, do you think I'm easy to bully?" "I wouldn't dare." Yang Kai lowered his head. "I'm just following orders." Pei Buan snorted coldly, "Go ahead and look for the person who destroyed your first inn. It's none of my business if someone else destroyed it." Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Pei is right. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. However, there's something I need to tell you." "Speak." Pei Buan looked at him. "Before we left, my lady boss said that we'll collect the debt. If we can't get it, she'll come here personally and have a good talk with all the shopkeepers. If it still doesn't work, then we'll go to the headquarters and have a good talk." Pei Buan chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm scared? Ask her to come. See if she can get a large sum of money from me. If she can, I'll call her great aunt." In a loud voice, Kai Yang said, "Junior will remember. I will definitely pass on this message to my family's lady boss. I'll take my leave." He cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Wait." Pei Buan suddenly thought of something and frowned. "Is there anything else?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. Pei Buan's eyes flickered. "You mentioned your lady boss just now. As far as I know, the people in charge of the first storehouse are mostly men. There are only a few women. What's your lady boss's name?" It was mainly because those few women were not to be trifled with, especially two of them. "My lady boss is called Madame Lan." Yang Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the first inn with a respectful face. Pei Buan's face twitched. "Madame Lan? Which Madame Lan?" Yang Kai said, "I don't know how many Madames Lan there are in the first inn. I haven't been with the lady boss for a long time, so I don't know much about the first inn. However, I have the lady boss's token. Would you like to take a look?" "Give it to me." Pei Buan stretched out his large hand. Yang Kai presented the jade tablet to Pei Buan with both hands. Pei Buan took the jade tablet and activated it slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed as he laughed dryly. "So it's Madame Lan. Familiar, very familiar. I still remember when I visited the first inn a few hundred years ago, Madame Lan was very enthusiastic. In the blink of an eye, a few hundred years have passed. It's really. He really didn't know how to continue the conversation after a long while. Changing the topic, he asked, "Has Madame Lan arrived at this star market?" Yang Kai said, "Yes, the first inn has also reopened. It's just a few streets away." "Oh." Pei Buan nodded. "Is there anything else, Manager Pei?" "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Lady boss, wait for me to report back." It's fine. Pei Buan waved his hand and handed the jade pendant to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed it, but he did not let go. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "What's the meaning of this, Manager Pei? This jade pendant isn't worth much. If you want it, you can go to the first inn. Lady boss should have quite a few and can give you some. Why would I want this jade pendant?" Pei Buan said angrily. He let go of his hand and said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let me think about it." As he said this, he stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would reveal a thoughtful expression as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Yang Kai admired the lady boss even more. Pei Buan and the other idiots were terrified when they heard her name. Although they did not show it, how could Yang Kai not see it? He was really curious about what the lady boss had done to make such a big name in the 3,000 worlds. After a while, Pei Buan suddenly stopped, as if he had made up his mind about something. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, you want to collect your debt, right?" Yang Kai replied, "I want compensation." "It's the same meaning, you want money." Pei Buan waved his hand and looked at him. "I see that your cultivation is not bad and you have already condensed the seal of Tao. How's your experience in fighting? Yang Kai frowned. This question was baffling. He pondered for a while and said, I came from the mini-universe world. In other words, he had fought his way up step by step. There was no need to say more about his experience in fighting. As soon as he said this, Pei Buen's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Good, good, good. He pointed at the arena below and said, Do you see that guy? Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the young man who won earlier was meditating with his legs crossed. It was obvious that he was adjusting his breath and healing his injuries. What do you mean, Manager Pei? Yang Kai asked. I want you to fight with him. I don't understand. Pei Buen hugged his shoulder and put his arm around his back. He lowered his voice and said, If you can beat him, I'll pay you the compensation. Yang Kai was surprised. Are you serious? Of course. How much? I'll pay you the full amount. What kind of stupid hobby was this? How bored was this guy? He actually liked to watch people fight. But then again, this kind of idiot couldn't be judged with common sense. It was undeniable that this proposal made Yang Kai somewhat tempted. The compensation limit was 10 million. If he took half of it, it would be 500,000. He just needed to fight and he could get the money. It could be considered very easy. Compared to other people who needed a month's time, Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully fulfill the agreement. Yang Kai was still very interested. Most importantly, he borrowed some heaven-opening pills from Luo Hai yesterday. If he could get the 10 million, he could also return the money to her and stop thinking about it. Yang Kai had seen that young man's strength just now. He wasn't weak, but his foundation didn't seem very solid. If it was a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was still very confident that he could beat him. He guessed that Pei Buen was probably afraid of the lady boss's reputation. Previously, he said that he would call her grandaunt if she deducted a large sum of money. This time, he was probably looking for a way out. If he refused, it wouldn't look good for him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay. Good. Pei Buen clapped his hands and laughed. Wait a moment. That guy just had a hard fight and consumed a lot of energy. Let him recover first. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any objections. Pei Buen's figure flashed and entered the field. He said a few words to the young man. The young man looked over and nodded slightly. Then, Pei Buen handed a jade bottle to the young man. It seemed to be some kind of healing pill. The young man didn't hesitate. He took out the pill and consumed it. Then, he continued to meditate with his legs crossed. Pei Buen flashed back and said with a smile, Wait for 2 hours. 2 hours wasn't a long time. However, in order to prevent Luo Hai from worrying, Yang Kai took out his communication device and told her that he was safe. He also told her that he was in the middle of a discussion and would only be able to leave after a while. On the other side, Pei Buen asked the servants to change the table. He served tea and started to chat with Yang Kai. 2 hours passed quickly. In the field, the young man stood up and waved at Yang Kai. Shopkeeper Pei, I'm going down. Don't forget your promise. Don't worry, I won't forget. Pei Buen said with a smile. Yang Kai walked to the center of the field. When he reached the center of the field, he cupped his fists and said, Yang Kai. The young man also cupped his fists. However, the moment he raised his hand, his figure suddenly flashed and punched at Yang Kai's face. The terrifying fist force produced a sonic boom. The violent force wrapped around the fist as if Yang Kai had a deep hatred for him. It was a little different from what he had imagined. Yang Kai frowned and also punched out. With a loud bang, the two figures retreated. A strange look flashed in the young man's eyes. Apparently, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so stubborn. However, before he could recover, Yang Kai had already stabilized his body and rushed at him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was already in front of him, and a fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. The young man was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand to block, but he felt an unstoppable force spread out from his opponent's fist. This time, it was more than twice as strong as the first punch. Shocked, he tried to summon his artifact, but it was already too late. With a cracking sound, a sharp pain spread from his hand as his arm was broken. The next moment, a sky full of fist shadows shrouded him. The young man's face instantly turned ashen. In the stands, Pei Buen's pair of ox-like eyes showed a look of surprise at first, but then they became brighter and brighter, as if he had found a treasure. His nostrils were even breathing hot air. A series of thunderous booms rang out one after another. In the field, the young man could only block and was unable to fight back, falling into a disadvantageous position. For Yang Kai, fighting opponents above his realm was a common occurrence. He might not be a match for a heaven-opening realm master. After all, his opponent had already opened the heavens and earth and could use the world force, but as long as his opponent hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai had nothing to fear. If his opponent had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone too far. The key was that this young man had attacked without saying a word, so Yang Kai had no choice but to be ruthless. Although he was in human form, he possessed the strength of a 1,000-meter dragon, so how could an ordinary person compete with him in terms of strength? If his opponent had opened up a distance and competed with him using artifacts or secret techniques at the beginning, he might have been able to hold on for a while, but now that he had engaged in a melee battle, he was simply courting death. A short time later, after a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai threw out his last punch and the young man lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Yang Kai didn't kill him, but with such injuries, he would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. Yang Kai returned to Pei Buen's side without panting, as if he had just warmed up. He cupped his fists and said, "Shopkeeper Pei, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." The group of servants looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, all of them surprised. Pei Buen even put his hands behind his back and circled around him, clicking his tongue and pinching his arm from time to time. Yang Kai was not used to this and frowned. "Shopkeeper Pei, as you said, I won. As for the compensation, compensation? What compensation?" Pei Buen stared at him. Yang Kai's face sank. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you going back on your words? You clearly said just now that as long as I won, the guy below would give me money." Chapter 39-49. Did I say that? Pei Buen turned his head and looked around in bewilderment. "No." The crowd shouted. Pei Buen looked at Yang Kai, crossed his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "You see, they all said no, so I definitely didn't say anything like that." Yang Kai's face twitched. He looked at him in disbelief. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you serious?" This guy was actually playing dumb. Yang Kai had never seen such a person before. For better or worse, he was a 4th stage heaven-opening master, and he was also the shopkeeper of a shop. People who did business had always been honest. It would be strange if he could run a business like this. If he didn't lose money, Yang Kai would follow his surname. He was indeed a fool. Luo Hai was right. Pei Buen smiled and didn't answer. "Thank you." Yang Kai cupped his hands and turned to leave. Although he had been toyed with by the other party and his heart was filled with indignation, he was in the other party's territory and the difference in strength was so great that Kai Yang really couldn't do anything to him. He secretly swore to himself that he would go and drag the lady boss over to teach this bastard a lesson. Behind him, Pei Buen looked at him and stroked the stubble on his chin. "Kid, help me fight another round and I'll definitely give you the 10 million. Yang Kai didn't stop. Once trust was broken, it was hard to make up for it. After suffering once, Yang Kai wouldn't fall again. "I'll personally compensate you with 500,000 heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai pretended that he didn't hear anything. 1 million. Pei Buen gritted his teeth. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk out of the inner court, he immediately shouted, "I swear on my own Dao seal." Yang Kai had 1 foot out of the inner court. After hearing this, his body froze in place. It was as if someone had cast a spell on him. After a while, he slowly turned around and walked back. Pei Buan grinned and watched Yang Kai walk to the side and sit down. He also sat down and moved his head closer. Kid, fight one round and I'll give you 11 million heaven-opening pills immediately. Make an oath first. Yang Kai held his teacup and didn't look at him. His eyes were indifferent. Pei Buan said, "It's easy to swear, but I have another condition. You have to win. If you lose, not only will you lose the heaven-opening pellet, I won't let you off easily." Yang Kai glanced at him and saw the ominous glint in his eyes. He didn't seem to be joking, so he frowned and said, "You can't expect me to fight a heaven-opening realm expert, right?" Pei Buan said, "Don't worry, your opponent isn't at the sky-opening realm. He's not even at the half-step sky-opening realm. He's not much weaker than you. Swear it." Yang Kai nodded. As long as his opponent wasn't at the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai didn't need to fear anything, let alone this opponent he had yet to meet who wasn't even at half-step heaven-opening. So confident? Pei Buan was surprised. He had been thinking of ways to get Yang Kai to fight, but now seeing Yang Kai's performance, he was a little nervous. "If you trust me, then swear it. If you don't, then I'll leave right now." Yang Kai took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and stood up. Pei Buan frowned and looked hesitant, but after a short while, he suddenly stood up and solemnly swore. "Pei Buan, swear on my own Dao seal, as long as, what's your name?" The last sentence was for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai introduced himself just now, he probably didn't listen carefully. Yang Kai said it again. Pei Buan continued, "As long as Yang Kai can win one more battle, I will give you 11 million heaven-opening pellets. If I go back on my words, may I, Pei Buan, cut off my future path and destroy my Dao." Yang Kai said calmly from the side, "My opponent's cultivation." Pei Buan bared his teeth and swore again, adding Yang Kai's request. Only then did he look down. "That should be enough. If you still can't do it, then you're going too far, kid." Yang Kai nodded, "That's enough." This idiot swore on his own Dao seal, so he was quite trustworthy. No one dared to joke around with their Dao seal. If he really went back on his words, it would definitely leave a flaw in his heart. At that time, he might really cut off his future path and destroy his Dao. Yang Kai was a little curious. Why did this guy want him to fight with someone else? Was there any benefit for him? If there was no benefit, why would he pay 11 million heaven-opening pellets? However, Yang Kai couldn't understand the thoughts of this idiot. He was too lazy to think about it. He stood up and said, "Where's my opponent? Call him out." The sooner he finished, the sooner he could leave. Pei Buan laughed mischievously, "Your opponent isn't here. How about this, you rest here for a night and recharge your energy. Tomorrow, I'll bring you over tomorrow and make a big scene." Yang Kai frowned. He realized that he seemed to have thought too simply about this matter. Listening to Pei Buan's words, it seemed like he was going to go somewhere to make a scene. Could it be that he had fallen into a trap? Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. There was nothing he could do. The matter had already been settled, and the 11 million heaven-opening pellets were too tempting. At this time, he couldn't back out. He sent a message to Luo Hai, telling her to go back first and that he would look for her tomorrow. Then, under the guidance of the 100 Refinements Hall's servants, he entered a quiet room to rest. The 100 Refinements Hall's hospitality was very thoughtful. They sent Yang Kai a lot of nutritious food and even a few bottles of healing spirit pills. At a glance, he could tell that they were top-quality goods. If he took them out and sold them, they could fetch a lot of money. Yang Kai could vaguely feel that tomorrow's battle was very important to Pei Buan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so much in him. The night passed without a word. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that Pei Buan pushed open the door and entered. With his hands on his waist, he stood at the door like an iron tower. "Brat, are you ready?" Yang Kai stood up and said, "Let's go." There was nothing to prepare. It was just a fight with someone he didn't know. However, the more indifferent he appeared, the brighter Pei Buen's eyes became. This showed that he was confident. He grinned and waved his hand, "Follow me." After exiting the 100 Refinements Hall's door, Yang Kai saw Luo Hai standing not far away. He couldn't help but stop and wave at her. Luo Hai glanced over at Pei Buwan with a timid expression, mainly because the oppressive feeling this guy gave off was too strong. His entire person was simply too fierce. Normally, if she saw such a person, she would definitely avoid him, but since Yang Kai had summoned her, she could only walk over and salute Pei Buwan. "Greetings, shopkeeper Pei." Pei Buwan looked at Luo Hai and then looked at Yang Kai. "Are you a woman?" Luo Hai's face turned red. She didn't know how to explain. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at Luo Hai and said, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back?" Luo Hai said, "I came back again. I thought that master might have something to do today." "I don't have anything to do today." Yang Kai smiled. He pondered for a moment and said, "If you don't have anything to do, you can come with me." He turned to look at Pei Buan and said, "Is it okay to bring one more person?" "It's okay. Just follow me." Pei Buan waved his hand. He had also brought some people with him. They were probably the shop staff. Speaking of which, the 100 Refinements Hall was also a place that sold artifacts. Unfortunately, it was deserted and the business was terrible. The shop staff had nothing to do in the shop. Otherwise, Pei Buan wouldn't have been able to bring so many people out. Yang Kai tilted his head at Luo Hai, indicating that she should follow. The two of them led the way in front while the group followed behind. The people on the street gave way from a distance, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Yang Kai was speechless. He knew that shopkeeper Pei was infamous. No wonder his business was in such a mess. If he was the owner behind the 100 Refinements Hall, he would have fired Pei Buan long ago. "Shopkeeper Pei, the fight will start soon. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly," Yang Kai said. Pei Buan nodded and said, "Indeed, I have to tell you some rules. Listen carefully. In the fight later, you are not allowed to use artifacts or take pills. You can only rely on your own strength to determine the winner. This is the most basic rule. Artifacts and pills cannot be used." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, then he had a huge advantage. Absolutely not. Pei Buan's expression was dignified. "Don't be nervous and bring out your secret treasure. If that happens, even if you win, it'll be considered a loss." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't use them." He didn't have many artifacts that he could use now. The ones he brought from the star boundary couldn't keep up with the pace. The mountains and rivers bell was destroyed last time. The only ones he could use now were the black dragon spear, the wish pouch, and the shadowless veil. Pei Buan continued, "In this fight, life and death are not involved. In other words, if you have the ability, it doesn't matter if you kill them." Yang Kai asked curiously, "You can kill in Star City? Didn't they say that private fights were not allowed here?" Pei Buan laughed, "Only in that place can you kill. However, if either side admits defeat, the fight will end immediately. You are not allowed to fight again. Otherwise, you will lose." He turned to look at Yang Kai. "These are the two rules. Do you remember them clearly?" "I remember them clearly." Luo Hai's face suddenly turned pale. She said from the side, "Shopkeeper Pei, are you talking about the Shura field?" Pei Buan turned his head and smiled at her. His mouth was full of terrifying fangs. "That's right, the Shura field." Luo Hai quickly pulled Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, "Master, the Shura field is dangerous. Many people die every day. It's best not to go." Pei Buan laughed, "It's too late. This kid has already promised me. He can't not go." Luo Hai heard and her eyes were filled with worry. Yang Kai smiled, don't worry. Tell me, what kind of place is the Shura field? He probably wouldn't get anything from Pei Buan. Since Luo Hai knew, he might as well ask her. Luo Hai thought for a moment and explained, among the 36 heavenly paradises, there is a place called the Shura paradise. The people in the Shura paradise are bloodthirsty and cruel. They are not to be trifled with. They set up an Shura field in every star city for people to fight. Life and death are not allowed. Those who win a battle in the Shura field will receive some rewards. If they win consecutively, the rewards will be doubled until they reach the maximum reward they set. Chapter 3950. For instance, if you win the first match, you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. If you win the second match, you can obtain 100 heaven opening pills. If you win the third match, you can obtain 200 heaven opening pills, and so on until you reach the highest limit. Yang Kai nodded, that's a bit interesting. Don't look at the 50 heaven opening pills you won in the first match. If you won 7 or 8 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain would be far greater. If you could win 9 or 10 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain could break through 10,000. The Azura arena is divided into 3 levels, heaven, earth, and mortal. Correspondingly, there are 3 Azura proclamations. The mortal proclamation is for those below half-step heaven opening, the earth proclamation is for those at half-step heaven opening, and the heaven proclamation is for those at the heaven opening realm. However, no matter which proclamation it is, those that can be ranked on the Azura proclamation are not to be trifled with. This arrangement was also reasonable. After all, for a cultivator, half-step heaven opening was a watershed. Once a cultivator condensed 5 different strengths in their body, their strength would rise by leaps and bounds. After reaching heaven opening, there would be a qualitative change. Thus, the Azura arena used half-step heaven opening as the boundary to divide the heaven, earth, and mortal proclamations. Since Pei Buan said that his opponent wasn't at the half-step heaven opening realm, then his opponent this time should be a master on the mortal proclamation. I also heard that the purpose of the Azura arena was to temper the disciples of the Azura heaven. The people of the Azura heaven rely on fighting and fighting as their foundation. The more intense the battles they experience, the faster they grow. However, even though the Azura heaven is one of the 36 heavenly grottos, it is impossible for them to often have the opportunity to fight others. This Azura arena satisfies their needs. Pei Buan turned his head and smiled, this little madam knows quite a bit. That's right, the existence of the Azura arena is a place for the disciples of the Azura heaven to cultivate. Everyone that enters the Azura arena is the cornerstone of their smelting trial. But, who told them to offer such generous conditions? Even on the mortal decree, as long as you win a single match you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. As for the earth and heaven rankings, there are even more rewards. Naturally, there are as many as the clouds in the sky. While they were talking, the group had already arrived at the entrance of a shop. From the outside, this shop didn't look special, it was just that the front of the shop was a bit more spacious than the other shops. But before they could even get close, Kai Yang could already smell the stench of blood. Raising his head to look, he could see that above the shop, there was a plaque with the words, Azura Field, written on it. These 3 words were bright red, as if they were painted with fresh blood. At first glance, there wasn't anything special about it, but after looking at it for a while, you could see that these 3 words were actually dripping with blood, dripping down from the plaque. Yang Kai's eyebrows shot up. His eyes flashed and the plaque returned to its original state. The bloody scene from before had already vanished. Shopkeeper Pei has arrived. Please come in. A young servant warmly greeted him at the entrance. Pei Buan was clearly a regular customer here. Pei Buan calmly replied with a grunt of acknowledgement. With his hands behind his back, he led the group of people in. After entering the shop, Yang Kai discovered that there was a completely different world within. The main hall was incomparably spacious and there were many people gathered here. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. In the center of the main hall were 3 thick pillars. On these pillars, there were rows upon rows of shining words. Pei Buan turned around and said, "You all wait here for a moment. I will find someone to make arrangements." After he finished speaking, he led the two shop assistants away. After he left, Luo Hai walked over. She softly said, "Master, do you really want to fight? The Azura field is a dangerous place. If you don't have to fight, then it's best not to." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's something that has already been decided." Luo Hai's expression darkened. She exhorted, "Then Master, you must be careful later. When fighting in the Azura field, you will do anything. You can't treat it with ordinary experience." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. He looked in the direction of the three pillars and asked, "Are those the heaven, earth, and mortal lists?" When he entered, he had already noticed these three pillars. It couldn't be helped. These three pillars were built too conspicuously. It was difficult to miss them. Moreover, the top of these three pillars were engraved with the words, heaven, earth, and mortal. Naturally, it was clear at a glance. Luo Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Those are the heaven, earth, and mortal lists." Yang Kai raised his head to examine. After a glance, he realized that the names on these lists were quite interesting. Most of them didn't look like names, but more like code names or aliases. For example, there were names like Black Fox and Thousand Knives. There were also some names that were more normal and should be real names. Moreover, on these three lists, the colors of the names of the people ranked at the top and the people ranked at the bottom were different. The names of the top three were written in dark gold. The 4th to 10th were written in gold. The 10th to 30th were written in silver. The 30th and below were written in white. On each list, there were only 100 names, no more and no less. These names were not engraved on the pillars. Instead, they were left on them using a strange method. As he was looking, one of the names on the earth list suddenly dimmed. This attracted Yang Kai's attention. He asked in confusion, "Why did this name turn gray?" Luo Hai's face turned slightly pale. "He's dead." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. This name that had turned gray was originally silver. He was ranked 15th. Obviously, his strength was not low. Now that he was dead, it could be seen how dangerous the battles in this Azura field were. Although the rewards here were generous, they needed to be won with one's life. A normal cultivator would not have the courage to do so. After a moment of being stunned, the name that had turned gray suddenly collapsed and disappeared. It was removed from the earth lists. Following that, the names that were originally ranked below him all jumped up a row. At the bottom of the list, a brand new name appeared, making up the number of 100. In a corner of the hall, there was a passage. At this time, someone was walking out of the passage with a blood-soaked and lifeless body of a cultivator on his back. Blood dripped onto the floor, striking the hearts of the onlookers. Many people in the hall felt a chill in their hearts. Yang Kai knew that this dead guy should be the one who had just been removed from the earth lists. Looking at the miserable state of his body, it was obvious that he had gone through an extremely difficult battle. Behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning his head, Kai Yang saw Pei Buwan walking towards him. When he was near, he said, "Everything has been arranged. After half an hour, you will go on stage." Scratching his head, he said, "Now there is a problem." "What problem?" Yang Kai asked. "What name will you use?" When Pei Buwan asked, he pointed to the three lists and said, "You can use an alias or your real name if you want. It's up to you." Yang Kai said indifferently, "My real name is fine. Anyway, he was just here to fight. There was nothing shameful about it. There was no need to be so secretive. Moreover, he could use any name, but it was meaningless if he could not change his appearance." Pei Buwan nodded and took out a communication bead. He was probably contacting the people in the Azura field. After he was done, Luo Hai asked, "Shopkeeper Pei, who is Lord Yang's opponent?" Pei Buan grinned and glanced at Yang Kai. He pointed to the top of the ranking list of young masters and said, "The guy who is ranked 4th. Luo Hai's face immediately turned pale. How is that possible? Lord Yang has never fought in the Azura field before. How can he be qualified to fight with that person?" After she finished speaking, she realized that there was something wrong with her words. She quickly explained, "Master, there is a rule in the Azura field. You can only challenge opponents who are within 10 ranks of you. If you win, you can replace them." Pei Buan grinned and said, "To an ordinary person, rules are naturally rules. To me, rules are meant to be broken." He had a look of indescribable power on his face. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a golden name on the 4th place on the ranking list of young masters. Yu Luocha. Judging by the name, he was not someone to be trifled with. "Let's go. There is only 1 hour left. Take a good rest and adjust your condition." Pei Buan called out and led the crowd to a corner of the hall. Not long after, they arrived at a private room. A maid came to serve them. The private room was very big. Directly opposite the private room was the huge Azura field. At this moment, 2 people were fighting endlessly. However, it was obvious that one side was at a disadvantage and would not be able to hold on for long. Around the Azura field, there were spectators who were watching the battle. They were shouting as the battle unfolded. Pei Buan stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared down and said, "The terrain in the Azura field is ever-changing. You can decide with your opponent which terrain to choose. It can also be changed randomly. Do you have a choice? Ice and snow, hot desert, swamp, jungle, whatever you want." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The Azura field itself is a secret treasure. Pei Buan nodded. "Yes, the Azura field is a secret treasure." Yang Kai said, "Do as you wish." Pei Buan glanced at him and grinned. "I admire your confidence. Boy, fight well for me. If you win, then everything will be fine. But if you lose, then you might lose your life. I won't hide it from you, your opponent is a disciple of the Azura heaven." Yang Kai frowned. "That Yu Luocha is from the Azura heaven? Are you afraid?" Pei Buan stared deeply at him. Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that I might accidentally kill him, don't worry." Pei Buan raised his hand. He clearly knew what Lin Ming was worried about. "If you can kill him, then kill him. It's not like the people of the Azura heaven haven't died in the Azura field before. Normally, the Azura heaven wouldn't care about such a situation and they definitely wouldn't take revenge on you afterwards. Otherwise, who would come to the Azura field to play with them? That's good. In the Azura field, there is nothing you can do. You must not be soft-hearted." Pei Buan warned with a dignified expression. Yang Kai nodded. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. This person was ranked 4th on the mortal decree and also came from the Azura heaven. He clearly wasn't a pushover. Although Yang Kai was confident in himself, this was still a life-or-death battle. He naturally had to be in his best condition to welcome it. Time slowly passed. The crowd below was in an uproar. Yang Kai remained motionless, his heart as calm as still water. Chapter 39:51. At a certain moment, the noise outside the private room slowly subsided. Pei Buan's voice was heard, "Get ready." Yang Kai opened his eyes and slowly got up. The door was pushed open from the outside. A man stood at the door and cupped his hands. "Manager Pei, I'm here to bring someone into the arena." Pei Buan nodded and waved his hand, "Go ahead." The man glanced around the room and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He turned sideways and gestured, "Please. Lord Yang, be careful." Luo Hai whispered behind him. Yang Kai did not turn back. He waved his hand and followed the man out. After he left, Pei Buan gave a look to a waiter beside him. The waiter swallowed his saliva. Manager, how much do you want to bet? All in. Pei Buan said in a low voice. The waiter's face turned pale when he heard that. Manager, please think twice. It took you a lot of effort to borrow this money. If you lose, you won't be able to answer to the headquarters. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Pei Buan shouted. The waiter quickly covered his mouth. Just do as I say. Don't talk nonsense. The waiter loosened his hand and said anxiously, all in on Yang Kai. Do you want to bet on Luo Cha? Pei Buan was so angry that he kicked the waiter away. He turned around and stared at the Azura arena below with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, he grinned and turned to look at the confused Luo Hai. He said, in the future, I will eat sh*t and eat meat. It depends on whether this kid can win this round. Although he was the manager of the 100 Refinements Hall, he was not good at business. He was addicted to gambling. Not only did he not earn money in this star market, he even lost a lot. Seeing that Great Altar was about to come to check his accounts, if he didn't find a way to fill this hole, he would definitely be punished by Great Altar. Although he had borrowed a lot of money during this time and had even pawned his artifacts, there was still a large gap. He didn't have much time left, so he wanted to come to the Azura Arena to earn some money. In the Azura Arena, although the winner could obtain a certain reward, it was still not worth mentioning compared to the bets outside. If not, why would Pei Buan choose a candidate to fight in the Azura Arena? Previously, he had found a good one. Unfortunately, he was beaten by Yang Kai with just a few punches and kicks. This gave Pei Buan a chance to make money. As long as Yang Kai could win this round, not only would he be able to make up for his deficit, but he would also be able to pay off his debt. Even if he couldn't become rich, at least he wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. However, if he lost this round, then he would truly be consigned to eternal damnation. This gamble was staking his own future and destiny. He didn't tell Yang Kai before. Firstly, he didn't want to say anything. Secondly, he was afraid that Yang Kai would feel pressured. Seeing his sinister smile, Luo Hai couldn't help but turn pale, not knowing what to say. On the other side, under the man's lead, Yang Kai entered a tunnel. He walked all the way to the end, where a large door blocked his way. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man who led the way. The man smiled and said, "Wait a moment." Cheers rose and fell like a tide. Even though there was a large door between them, they could feel the enthusiasm of the spectators in the Azura Arena. Behind the large door should be the Azura Arena. Someone was introducing Luo Sha in a bewitching tone. Although the cheers were loud, Yang Kai could still hear it clearly. In that person's introduction, Luo Sha's battle record in the Azura Arena was 172 wins, 8 draws, and 1 loss. Such a battle record could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was also a standard that only the strong could have. As for this person's opponents, 60% of them died in the Azura Arena, 30% were crippled, and only 10% survived. Following that person's introduction in a low voice, the cheers in the Azura Arena became louder and louder. Then, the voice changed and shouted, "Today's challenger is a nameless person, Yang Kai." As the voice fell, the large door that had been blocking Yang Kai's path slowly opened. Light shone in, accompanied by deafening cheers, and the Azura Arena appeared in front of him. The voice in the arena continued, "Is it the ignorant who is fearless or the fierce dragon who crossed the river? Let us wait and see. Step down." The man standing beside Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai cupped his fists and walked forward. The voice of the person behind him said, "Boy, if you can't win, you can admit defeat. It won't be fun to lose your life." Stepping into the Azura Arena, Yang Kai appeared on a high platform. There was another high platform 100 feet away, and on the high platform, a figure stood quietly. Presumably, that was his opponent, Luo Sha. Yang Kai looked up and found that this person was just as he thought, a woman. When he saw the name Luo Sha just now, Yang Kai faintly guessed. After all, if it was a man, he would not use such a name. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Yu Luosha was very tall, with fair skin and an enchanting figure. Her clothes were also very simple. Her tight clothes outlined her exquisite curves, revealing a pair of jade-like arms that dazzled the eyes. Although she was just standing there quietly, Yang Kai could still feel a murderous aura coming from her. Many people had died under this woman's hands. Four eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yu Luosha's expression was indifferent, and there was no fluctuation in her watery eyes. At this moment, the surrounding scenery changed, and the surrounding stands disappeared, blocked by a layer of restrictions. Then, the terrain rolled and squirmed, and a hot aura filled the air. In just a moment, the entire Azura arena turned into a vast desert. Yang Kai looked up and saw a round sun hanging in the sky. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, and the entire desert was steaming hot. He was surprised. Although he heard from Pei Buan that the terrain in the Azura arena could change, he did not expect that even the sun could be transformed. Thinking about it, this desert should be the battlefield, and it should be randomly changed. This was easy to deal with. The desert was empty, and there was no place to hide. Other than a direct confrontation, there was no need to think of any other schemes and tricks. A figure flashed in the corner of his eyes, followed by a strong wind. Yang Kai laughed. "You people, why didn't you say hello before attacking?" It was like this yesterday in the 100 Refinements Hall, and it was the same today. However, thinking about it, the Azura arena was unscrupulous, and this method could not be considered a sneak attack. He could only say that his reaction was a little slow. When he said the first word, Yang Kai's figure floated back, and when the last word fell, he had already punched out. On the opposite side, Yu Luosha raised her palm, but just as the fist and palm were about to collide, the arm she stretched out suddenly twisted, like a boneless snake, and wrapped around Yang Kai's fist, fiercely pressing her palm towards Yang Kai's chest. Although this change was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, it was not a big deal. Yang Kai did not dodge, and he grinned, strength surging wildly in his fist. In the next instant, the two of them were hit at the same time, and the two figures were sent flying. Yang Kai grunted, and the blood in his chest roiled. A wave of baleful aura rushed through his chest and into his meridians and flesh. Furrowing his brow, he hurriedly circulated his strength to dispel the impact. He gritted his teeth. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched just now, in truth, he had suffered a small loss. His fist that had landed on Yu Luocha's shoulder hadn't done anything to her at all. The moment his fist touched her body, this woman's shoulder had trembled subtly a few times. He didn't know what mysterious power she had used, but he couldn't help but feel as if he had punched cotton. He had encountered the nemesis. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. His advantage lay in his strong physique and great strength. Among the cultivator at the same level, there was no one who could surpass him. Against an opponent like Yu Luosha, it was very difficult for him to display his advantage. On the other side, Yu Luosha's figure flipped through the air, but in mid-air she suddenly raised her hand, and a blood-red bow appeared in her hand. She gently twisted her fingers, and a blood-red arrow formed at her fingertips. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and with a clang, it shot out. The bow was not an artifact, and the arrow was also not an artifact. Rather, it was a manifestation of pure strength, so it did not violate the rules of the Azura field. With a few soft sounds, several blood-red arrows had sealed off all of Yang Kai's paths of retreat, and in the blink of an eye they had arrived in front of Yang Kai. So fast. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his finger, the pitch-black moon blades met the blood-red arrows and collapsed. However, when the last arrow collapsed, Yu Luosha's figure suddenly appeared in place, as if she could ignore the barriers of space and teleport. Her jade-white hand reached out towards Yang Kai's eyes, as if she was picking flowers and peaches. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine because this woman was trying to pluck out his eyes. Almost instinctively, he pushed his strength to protect himself, and at the same time, raised his head to the side. The jade white hand that was reaching out was slightly obstructed, but it immediately transformed into a blade and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. Although it was a white hand, it was not inferior to any sharp divine weapon. Even if Yang Kai had dragon transformation, if this palm struck him, he would likely be decapitated. Unable to dodge, Yang Kai grit his teeth and hurriedly used his Nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. As the palm descended, it did not feel like it had struck anything tangible. Yu Luoxa's calm eyes finally flashed a strange light as the power in her palm surged, shattering the void around it. Yang Kai let out another muffled groan as his figure solidified, and with a tap of his feet, he quickly opened up some distance between him and his opponent. Yu Luoxia didn't chase after him. She only calmly looked at him. After he stood still, she gently nodded and said, "You're not bad." Her tone was light, without a hint of ridicule, as if she were praising him from the bottom of her heart. Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had dodged her attack in that critical moment, he had still been shaken and his organs had tumbled around. He chuckled and said, "You're not bad yourself." This woman was truly experienced in battle. She was truly worthy of being a disciple of the Azura heaven. He had actually been suppressed by her to the point of suffocating. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 3952. Yu Luoxa's series of attacks flowed smoothly without the slightest bit of sloppiness, giving people a dazzling feeling. No wonder she could make such a great name for herself in the Azura arena, and her ranking was also frighteningly high. Based on her series of actions just now, there were not many under the half-step heaven-splitting realm who could block her, and any careless mistake could cost them their life. Yang Kai's blood was boiling. Since coming out of this world, he had not had a proper fight. All the people he had encountered were existences far stronger than him, so there was no way he could fight them. This was one of the rare battles of the same realm, and it was when he had chased after Fong Tai. With two heaven-splitting realm masters by his side, it had not been difficult at all. It had been the same in the 100 Refinements Hall yesterday. For someone like him who had grown up through fighting, not moving his hands and feet for such a long time made his hands itch. As such, even though he had suffered a small loss, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a prey. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to Yu Luoxia, his face filled with arrogance. Seeing this, Yu Luoxia's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expressionless face slowly curled into a subtle smile. No one had ever dared to provoke her like this in the Azura field, not even the 3 people ranked higher than her. Although she was ranked 4th on the mortal ranking, her strength was not much lower than the 3 people ranked before her. Any one of them would have to use their full strength against her. But today, there was an unknown person who had not even left his name on the mortal ranking who dared to act so presumptuously in front of her. Yu Luoxia stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, as if she had seen some delicious food, her appetite greatly aroused. In the next instant, a sandstorm kicked up and a large hole appeared in the ground. Yu Luoxia shot out like an arrow from a bow, leaving behind several afterimages as she floated behind Yang Kai like a ghost. Raising her foot, Emperor's Qi madly surged as she swept it towards Yang Kai's head. The power of this kick was incomparably terrifying, and even if there was a mountain in front of her, it would be crushed. The back of Yang Kai's head seemed to open a pair of eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed her ankle. In the blink of an eye, he caught her ankle and sneered, "Let's see where you can run now." Just as he finished speaking, Kai Yang's face changed. This was because the little foot that he was grabbing suddenly lost its strength and slipped out of his palm. Immediately after, a warm body climbed onto his back. The body was warm and soft, but it gave people a kind of frightening feeling. It was as if it wasn't the body of a woman that had climbed onto his back, but rather a python that wanted to swallow him whole. Yu Luoxia's 2 legs and arms were twisted into unimaginable arcs, tightly binding Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to exert any of his brute strength. Yu Luoxia's low and gentle voice sounded like a soul-stirring voice from the 9 hells. "How do you want to die?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, Yu Luocha opened her mouth and bit towards Yang Kai's neck. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in a life or death battle, so Yang Kai had a very strange feeling in his heart, but it did not stop him from reaching out and grabbing Yu Luocha's hair behind him, pulling hard. Yu Luocha let out a muffled groan. She was so close to biting Yang Kai's neck, but under the strong pull, she had no choice but to raise her head, a cold light flashing across her eyes as her hair trembled under the force of her emperor chi. Yang Kai hissed and quickly let go, but it was still a little too late, and a series of small cuts appeared on his palm. However, in this short moment of respite, Yang Kai finally had time to circulate his emperor chi and shake his body. A copious amount of power surged forth, and Yu Luocha, who was entangled with his body, was shaken off. However, this woman didn't leave. Instead, she took advantage of this opportunity to fly around Kai Yang, her pair of jade-like palms filling the sky, her fine black hair dancing in the wind, attacking Kai Yang from all kinds of unimaginable angles. From a distance, Yang Kai stood motionless in place, but there was a figure moving around beside him, up and down, left and right. With a series of banging sounds, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly torn apart. Although it looked like he was at a disadvantage, from the beginning until now he had suffered quite a bit, Kai Yang's expression was extremely calm. At this time, the benefits of having a strong physique were displayed. Although Yu Luocha was able to injure him, her strength was limited. Unless she hit a vital point, she couldn't do anything to him. On the other hand, if Yu Luocha were to take a punch or kick from him, she would definitely not have a good end. Inside the private room, Pei Biyao stood in front of the window sill with his hands behind his back, closely watching the battle below. The 100 Refinements Hall staff next to him were shouting and yelling, looking extremely thrilling. "Shut up, all of you!" Pei Biyao suddenly shouted angrily. The few shop assistants were so scared that they immediately shut their mouths. Luo Hai said with a worried look, "Shopkeeper Pei, can Lord Yang win?" With her eyesight, she could only see that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, but she could not see the situation on the field clearly. Pei Biyao chuckled and said, "Who knows until the end? It's best if he wins." However, in the current situation, if he doesn't get rid of Yu Luocha, it will be difficult for him to win. As soon as these words fell, Pei Biyao suddenly raised his brow and grinned, "You're really something." In the Azura field, accompanied by an explosion, Yu Luocha was suddenly sent flying. While in midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. The two people who had been entangled with each other finally separated. Yang Kai's clothes were tattered and he looked extremely miserable, but Yu Luocha obviously did not have a good time either. She had been entangled with Yang Kai for a long time and was always careless. She took a punch from Yang Kai and did not have time to resolve it, causing her internal organs to roll endlessly. "It's a draw." Yang Kai glanced sideways and grinned at Yu Luocha, "It's my turn." His body did not move, but he appeared in front of Yu Luocha like a ghost and pointed a finger at her. This finger seemed to be as light as a feather without any strength, but it caused Yu Luocha's pupils to shrink. With a tap of her feet, she floated back. A small blood-red flower suddenly appeared where she was originally standing. The flower looked as if it was made of blood, bright red, and an extremely dense baleful aura came from it. One step, one flower. Yu Luocha retreated 10 steps. 10 small flowers took shape in the golden desert. When each flower appeared, it was like an invisible beast that wanted to devour its prey. Yang Kai followed like a shadow. Wherever he passed, the 10 small flowers withered. Yu Luocha's expression finally changed. She formed a seal with one hand and the withered small flowers collapsed. Petals filled the vast void, turning into a rain of petals that fell on Yang Kai. Each petal was strong enough to cut through gold and break jade. Yang Kai maintained his posture and the space principles around him surged. Around his body, small cracks in the void appeared almost imperceptible, but they enveloped him. The petals attacked, but before they could get close, they were cut into pieces by the cracks in the void. Yang Kai pointed a finger and a crescent blade slashed towards Yu Luocha. It was so close that it was almost impossible to dodge. Yu Luocha bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a cloud of blood. The blood mist instantly turned into a blood-red barrier that blocked the crescent blade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Luocha tapped her feet and hurriedly put some distance between her and Yang Kai. Before, it was Yang Kai who had done everything possible to guard against her, but now it was the other way around. It could only be said that the wheel of fortune had changed. Every dog had its day. Separated by several hundred feet, the two stared at each other. Yang Kai was smiling, but Yu Luocha's expression had become incomparably solemn. It was only at this moment that she discovered that her opponent was not simple. He was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Since she had suffered a small loss in close combat, she could only use her magical powers. Gently exhaling, Yu Luocha formed a seal. Blood chi surged from her exquisite body and a blood-red flower suddenly appeared under her feet. This red flower looked similar to the one she had just summoned, but it was much larger. Yu Luocha stood on top of it, completely unaffected. Opposite her, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and a dozen pitch-black crescent blades whistled through the air. Yu Luocha remained motionless, waiting for the crescent blades to close in on her. Suddenly, the blood-red flower under her feet began to emit a dense layer of light. Immediately, a blood-red curtain of light enveloped her from bottom to top. With a sizzling sound, the crescent blades slashed at the blood-red curtain of light, but were unable to break it open. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He was well aware of the power of the crescent blades, but this blood-red flower was actually able to completely block them. It seemed that it was indeed sturdy. Yu Luocha changed her hand's seal and muttered something under her breath. When she opened her arms, huge blood-red flowers suddenly appeared out of thin air and filled the entire azure field. In an instant, Yang Kai was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Apart from the blood-red sky, there was nothing else in front of him. Even Yu Luocha had disappeared. Yang Kai used his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but he was unable to detect Yu Luocha's whereabouts. At a certain moment, a strange sound rang out. Amidst the swirling petals, a blood-red spear pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. This spear was composed of flower petals and was filled with a strange fragrance and murderous intent. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck out, his emperor chi surging as the blood-red spear collapsed. However, before Yang Kai could breathe a sigh of relief, Yu Luocha's figure mysteriously emerged from the dancing petals less than a meter away from Yang Kai. Her slender jade-like palm slammed down, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yang Kai had been on guard for a long time, so he was not surprised. Grinning, he punched out, hitting Yu Luocha's body. The next moment, Yang Kai frowned because he did not feel like he had hit anything. Instead, he saw Yu Luocha's body suddenly collapse, turning into a rain of petals. A strong wind blew behind his head, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Space principles surged, and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters to the left. Looking around, Yu Luocha had appeared where she had originally been standing, holding a flower petal in her hand and shattering her afterimage. Both of them turned their heads and saw a strong fighting spirit and competitive spirit in each other's eyes. However, after a moment, Yu Luocha actually dispersed again, turning into a rain of petals. This was not Yu Luocha's true body. Chapter 3953. The spectators in the stands around the Azura field could no longer see what was going on. The entire Azura field was wrapped in blood-red flowers, and one could only vaguely make out the silhouettes within. Even so, it did not hinder the enthusiasm of these spectators. Loud shouts and cries could be heard incessantly. Many people were loudly shouting Yu Luocha's name. It could be seen that this woman was quite popular in the Azura arena. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and was strong, so she was naturally sought after by many men. In the private room, Pei Buan stared at the battlefield below with a dignified expression. With his fourth-grade heaven-opening eyesight, he could naturally see the situation clearly. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Yang Kai couldn't even find where Yu Luocha's real body was, so how could he win? If he wanted to win, he had to find Yu Luocha's whereabouts first, but did he have the eyesight to do so? In the Azura field, Yang Kai was also feeling a headache. If possible, he didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. After all, this was the Azura field, and many people were watching this battle. Revealing some of his trump cards might lead to some trouble. But now that Yu Luocha was acting like this, not even revealing her whereabouts, Yang Kai was really helpless. Lowering his head slightly, the hair in front of his forehead cast a thick shadow, allowing the petals to dance around him and the murderous intent to fill the air. Yang Kai remained motionless. A strange sound rang out again as the petals fluttered, forming a boundless killing array. Behind this killing array, Yu Luocha's figure was faintly discernible, her eyes emotionless. It wasn't until the sea of flowers was about to reach him that Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, his emperor chi madly surging as void cracks appeared around him like swimming fish. The sea of flowers collapsed, and the void cracks gradually disappeared. Yu Luocha, who was following closely behind the sea of flowers, raised her hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored this and turned his head to look in a certain direction, a golden light blooming from his left eye as he grinned. Is it fun to hide here and there? As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai had already rushed over, his hands fluttering as he formed a series of hand seals and muttered, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttle like a dream." He slammed his palm down. Amidst the sea of flowers, Yu Luocha acted as if she was facing a great enemy. Her pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand how the other party had discovered her whereabouts so quickly. When she looked up, she saw that Yang Kai's left eye had turned into a golden vertical slit. That vertical slit was full of majesty, as if it could look directly into the depths of her soul and pry into the secrets hidden in the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. He came to a sudden realization. This fellow had clearly cultivated some kind of profound eye technique. No wonder he could reach such a level. She wanted to dodge, but her thoughts stopped in that instant. By the time she came back to her senses, the might of that palm was already upon her. There was a deafening roar, and the endless sea of flowers seemed to have received a command. They rolled over and gathered in front of her to form a sturdy barrier. As the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal slammed down, the sea of flowers collapsed, revealing Yu Luocha's true body, a slightly flustered expression on her face. If Yang Kai had cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal in the early days, he might not have possessed such power, but Yang Kai had witnessed countless battles between the flowing time great emperor and Mo Sheng in the ancient battlefield and had absorbed the essence of both of them, evolving his own martial Tao true meaning. He dared not say anything else, but this flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal had reached the pinnacle of perfection. It was not much worse than the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal in the past. "You're finished." Yang Kai grinned at her, and as soon as his words fell, a pure white lotus flower flashed from his demon eye of annihilation. Blossoming lotus. Yu Luocha's expression froze, her spiritual energies defenses like paper. A massive lotus flower appeared in her field of vision, its petals blossoming, rapidly draining away her spiritual energy. Although Yu Luocha had also condensed her own Tao seal, she was still within the scope of the Emperor realm. In terms of spiritual energy, how could she compare to Yang Kai? Not to mention the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was much stronger than any other cultivator of the same level. Even the nourishment he had obtained after consummating with Yu Ruming had caused his spiritual energy to soar by a large margin. Although his spiritual energy was not yet at the opening heaven boundary, it was still at the half-step opening heaven boundary. With a splitting headache, Yu Luocha screamed and instinctively urged her spiritual energy to resist. Unexpectedly, the more she urged her spiritual energy, the faster the pure white lotus bloomed. In the blink of an eye, the entire lotus flower had bloomed, white as jade, untainted by even a speck of dust, a magnificent sight to behold. But this was not the end. Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation flashed again and his spiritual energy suddenly changed. Furious Lotus. The blossoming lotus secret technique used the enemy's spiritual energy as nourishment to blossom pure white lotuses, but the furious lotus secret technique was the complete opposite. The blooming lotus closed up and enveloped one's spiritual energy, sealing off their spiritual energy and body, severing the connection between them. It could be said that once one was struck by the furious lotus secret technique, they would become a mindless walking corpse before they could resolve this secret technique. The blooming lotus quickly closed up, enveloping Yu Luocha's spiritual energy. If she was in her peak condition, Yu Luocha might have been able to break free from the shackles of this secret technique, but after being struck by the blossoming lotus secret technique, her spiritual energy had been greatly damaged, so how could she do it now? Her body and mind dimmed, as if she had been exiled into a world of endless darkness, constantly falling down without end. The boundless sea of flowers collapsed, and the scene of the Azura field was imprinted in the eyes of the surrounding onlookers. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai and Yu Luosha stood motionless not far from each other in the middle of the desert. This scene made the onlookers wonder who had won and who had lost. Luo Hai also couldn't tell. Since the appearance of the sea of flowers, she couldn't see anything. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper Pei, did Lord Yang win?" Pei Buan turned his head, giving Luo Hai a fright. Because in this short period of time, this guy's eyes were blood red, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. Luo Hai couldn't help but take a few steps back, and her body tensed up. Pei Buan grinned and spat out 2 words, "He won." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh, "Ha ha ha ha, he won." He raised his arms high in excitement, as if he was the one who had won. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. He was at the end of his rope, borrowing money to settle his debts, but he still didn't have enough. He had no choice but to gamble, and he actually turned the tables. In this way, he no longer had to worry about the headquarters sending people to check the accounts. While Pei Buan was laughing, Yang Kai raised his hand and lightly tapped Yu Luosha's forehead. Yu Luosha's entire body fell to the ground with a loud bang. His eyes were wide open, but there wasn't the slightest bit of life in them. Before the furious lotus secret art was cracked, Yu Luosha could forget about waking up from the unity of body and mind. Seeing this scene, how could the spectators not know the result? On the stands, there was an uproar. Yu Luosha, ranked 4th on the Azura list, actually lost to an unknown brat? The key point was that they didn't even see how Yu Luosha lost. Many people had bet heavily on Yu Luosha, and at this time, they were naturally cursing and shouting that the Azura field was secretly manipulated, and that there was a shady plot. On the other hand, the Azura field turned a deaf ear, and completely ignored them. That inexplicable voice sounded again, announcing Yang Kai's victory. In the field, the scenery changed. The desert quickly disappeared, and the 2 tall platforms once again stood tall. A woman rushed into the Azura field and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Then, she picked up Yu Luosha and disappeared in a flash. It seemed that she was thinking of a way to treat him. Yang Kai leisurely returned through the original passage. In the passage, the guy who led him here was still there, and he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting and walked straight into Pei Buan's private room. "Lord Yang." A few of the 100 Refinements Hall's staff immediately greeted him. Their attitude was extremely warm, and they nodded and bowed for a while. Yang Kai glanced around and frowned, "Where's your manager?" There was no trace of Pei Buan in the private room. Did this guy run away? Thinking about it, it didn't seem right. The 100 Refinements Hall was still there, so where could he go? Moreover, this guy had sworn on his Taoist heart before, so he wouldn't break the promise. Luo Hai said, "Manager Pei went to ask for money." "What money?" Yang Kai was stunned. Luo Hai glanced at the workers from the 100 Refinements Hall and said, "Shopkeeper Pei has placed a bet on you. If you win, he wins." Yang Kai laughed, "He has so much confidence in me." "How much did he bet on me?" Luo Hai shook her head. She didn't know either. Yang Kai looked at the 100 Refinements Hall staff, and one of them smiled apologetically. Not much, not much. How much is not much? Yang Kai didn't give up. The staff raised a finger. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. 1 million? The staff shook his head. 10 million? Yang Kai was shocked. The staff nodded. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Pei Buan was indeed a fool. He didn't know much about him, but he had the guts to bet 10 million heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed, and he frowned. What are my odds? The shop assistant's expression suddenly became slightly awkward as he scratched his face awkwardly. He didn't want to answer, but this matter couldn't be concealed anyway. Yang Kai only needed to casually go outside and look around to find out, so he quickly replied, 1 to 4. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and gritted his teeth. Manager Pei is rich. The odds were 1 to 4, so 10 million was a profit of 40 million. Damn. No wonder that guy was so generous, saying that if he won, not only would he give him 10 million, but he would also personally compensate him 1 million. Compared to the 40 million, what was 1 million? Now it seemed that he had already calculated it. Yang Kai suddenly felt a toothache. He had fought so hard on the stage to the death, but in the end, it was others who benefited. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't change what he had said before. Lord Yang, Manager Pei said that he might need a while, so he asked us to go back to the 100 Refinements Hall and wait for him. He said you can rest assured that he will definitely give you the 11 million. Yang Kai snorted. He dares not to give it to me. Chapter 3954. After waiting for less than an hour in the main hall of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buan's laughter came from outside. Brother Yang, where is Brother Yang? Brother Yang, where is Brother Yang? Previously, he called Yang Kai a brat. Now that he had won a lot of money, he called Pei Buan his brother. Before Pei Buan could finish his sentence, he strode in and stared at Yang Kai with a pair of bright eyes. He went straight to Yang Kai and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, you're really my lucky star. Yang Kai snorted. I think you're my savior. He had to hand it to Pei Buan. Until now, he still couldn't figure out where Pei Buan got the courage to bet 10 million on him. What if he lost? There's no difference. Pei Buan waved his hand and looked down at Yang Kai's teacup. He frowned. Come on, change the tea for me. Serve me the best tea. Cut the crap, pay up first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand unceremoniously. Yang Kai was too lazy to interact with such a hooligan. It was more important to settle the account and leave quickly. Don't worry, this king has already prepared everything for you. Saying so, he sat down and pushed a space ring across the table towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai picked up the ring and scanned it with his divine sense to count the money. Pei Buan looked at him with a smile. Brother Yang, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. You defeated Yu Luosha so easily. Are you interested in fighting a few more rounds? Yang Kai was multitasking. He continued to count the money while glancing at Pei Buan. Pei Buan said, Yu Luosha is only 4th on the human list. Although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the other 3. If you're interested, I'll arrange for you to fight with them. If you win, you'll earn a lot of money. Yang Kai raised the space ring on his hand and shook it. I have money, I'm not fighting. Pei Buan laughed. What kind of money is this? 10 million of it is a tribute, not yours. It's only 1 million. How about this, if you listen to me, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to her. He stood up and said, this matter is over. Farewell, shopkeeper Pei. He then led Luo Hai out of the room. Don't go yet. Everything can be discussed. 30% is fine too. Pei Buan quickly stood up and persuaded. 40%. Seeing that Yang Kai did not show any signs of stopping, Pei Buan quickly increased the price. 40% at most. I also have to bear the risk of losing money. You can't expect me to give you a 50-50 split, right? Any higher and that would be too much. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and soon disappeared. This brat. Pei Buan smacked his lips. If it was someone else, he might have to resort to threats and promises to stay. This brat was simply a money tree. As long as he operated it well, wouldn't it be easy to earn money from the Azura field? However, this brat was a member of the First Inn, so he couldn't force him. Since he didn't want to fight, Pei Buan really didn't have any good ideas. Watching Yang Kai leave, Pei Buan felt a little regret in his heart, but it was quickly washed away by the joy of winning money. He sat down and counted his gains. He bet 10 million and won 40 million, which was a total of 50 million heaven-opening pills. He gave Yang Kai 11 million, so he still had nearly 40 million. Not only was it enough to settle the debt, but he also had a large surplus. The haze that had been plaguing him for many days disappeared, and he felt very happy. Leading Luo Hai out of the 100 Refinements Hall, Yang Kai handed her a ring. Luo Hai looked up at him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is for you." Luo Hai took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She whispered, "That's too much, master." When Yang Kai bought the scroll of the universe, she had given Yang Kai less than 20,000 heaven-opening pills. Now, after only a day, Yang Kai had actually returned her 30,000. This was indeed a lot for Luo Hai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Take the extra as your reward." "That's still too much." Luo Hai shook her head, "I can't accept it, master. My reward is not enough for this much. Please take it back, master." Saying so, she handed the ring back to him. Yang Kai stared at her and saw her determined and serious expression. He couldn't help but laugh and didn't force her. "All right, deduct the amount you gave me and give the rest to me." Luo Hai nodded and busied herself for a while before returning the extra heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai casually took it and saw that it was still early, so he said, "Come with me to a few more places." "All right, I have nothing to do when I go back anyway." "Master, you can go whenever you want." Yesterday, the 100 Refinements Hall couldn't continue with the debt collection, so there were still many shops left. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 more days to finish. In the following shops, he didn't encounter people like Pei Buan. He handed over a greeting card, stated his purpose for coming, and showed the lady boss's token. The shopkeepers all received him politely. Like before, he agreed on a 1-month deadline. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Yesterday, he didn't have any money on him and didn't want to go back to the inn, so he stayed at Luo Hai's place for the night. Today, he had only earned 11 million. Yang Kai wanted to go back and report the good news to the lady boss, so he let Luo Hai go back first. After agreeing to continue tomorrow, Yang Kai slowly walked to the first store. Not long after, he returned to the inn. The first store was still overcrowded. Several servants were running around and the accountant was standing behind the counter, fiddling with an abacus. "The inn is full. Please find another place." The accountant noticed that someone was coming and said without raising his head. Yang Kai knocked on the table, "Where's the lady boss?" The accountant raised his head, "It's you. I thought you were a guest." He pointed to the backyard and said, "She's in the room." Yang Kai nodded, "Then you go ahead with your business." He went straight to the backyard. The accountant raised his head and looked at his back. He shrank his neck and said in a low voice, "There's a way to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell. Why bother?" Walking to the backyard, Yang Kai saw a person standing up, squatting, and standing up again at the corner of the yard. He seemed to be carrying something on his shoulder. Yang Kai was surprised. He walked over and found that this person was Lao Bai. They looked at each other. Lao Bai grinned at him and said, "You're back." "Yes. Yang Kai nodded and looked at him curiously. What are you doing? Nothing, nothing. Lao Bai got up with difficulty. He was almost out of breath when he spoke. It could be seen that the thing on his shoulder was not light. I'm cultivating. Cultivating here? Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy. If he wanted to cultivate, he should find a suitable place. Why did he come to the lady boss's yard to cultivate? Yang Kai, you're back. In the room with flickering candlelight, the lady boss's cold voice came. I'm back, lady boss. Yang Kai shouted. He glanced at Bai Qi, shook his head and ignored him. He went to the door and knocked. Come in. Yang Kai pushed the door and entered. Before he could report the good news to the lady boss, he saw a white shadow rushing toward him. He was shocked and wanted to retreat. But the white shadow was ridiculously fast. It grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the room. Then the door slammed shut. Yang Kai was very nervous. He thought that someone was going to attack him. But when he looked carefully, he found that it was the lady boss standing in front of him. It made sense. This was the lady boss's house. Who else could it be but her? At this moment, the lady boss's beautiful eyes were cold, and she looked at him coldly. Yang Kai stared at her and said, What's wrong? Who provoked this crazy woman again? Why was she looking at him as if she wanted to eat him alive? You still have the face to ask? The lady boss sneered. She reached out and grabbed something in the air. It looked like a feather duster, and she hit it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai jumped in fright and raised his hand to block, but with the lady boss's cultivation and his own, there was no way he could block it. In the blink of an eye, the feather duster struck his head. Yang Kai was in so much pain that his eyes turned red. He covered his head with both hands and shouted, What are you doing? I'm hitting you. Can't you see? While speaking, the feather duster stabbed Yang Kai in the stomach. Who asked you that? I asked you why you hit me. Yang Kai wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. His stomach turned and he arched his back. The feather duster fell again and hit Yang Kai on the shoulder. Kai Yang jumped up as if his butt was on fire. His body flew backwards, wanting to escape through the door, but the lady boss only stretched out her hand and pulled him back. Damn, the difference in strength is too big. He couldn't resist at all. Yang Kai was full of shame and anger. He had never been beaten like this before. Most importantly, he didn't know why he was beaten like this. After being hit a few more times, Yang Kai was in so much pain that anger rose in his heart. He shouted, Crazy woman, try and hit me again. Crazy woman? The lady boss was so angry that she laughed. The feather duster turned into a boundless shadow and aimed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was suddenly in a panic. He gritted his teeth and comforted himself that a real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. No matter what, he had to figure out the problem first. He hurriedly shouted, Don't hit me, don't hit me. Let's talk nicely. I'm a crazy woman. What's there to talk about? Crazy woman, do what you want to do. She hit him a few more times. Yang Kai was speechless. He lowered his body and shrank in the corner, using his hands to protect his head. Seeing him like this, the lady boss stopped. Yang Kai slowly raised his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. His eyes were full of vigilance. The lady boss looked down at him, the coldness on her face freezing his heart. Speak, where did you go last night? Why didn't you return last night? Yang Kai said with grief and indignation, You hit me because of this? He slowly got up. The lady boss waved the feather duster and Yang Kai shrank back. He secretly swore in his heart, Don't let me cultivate to the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise, I'll get my revenge 10 times, 100 times. I asked you a question, so answer obediently. Stop being so long-winded. Yang Kai snorted, I spent the night at a friend's house last night. Friend? The lady boss sneered, "You've only been in Star City for a few days. Where do you have friends? Male or female? What do you care?" Yang Kai really wanted to say something, but he was afraid of angering this woman, so he could only say, "Female." As soon as he said this, the feather duster came down again. The lady boss said with disappointment, "You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You go around fooling around. You've only been here for a few days and you've already spent the night at someone's house." Chapter 3955. At such a young age? Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, "I'm already 100 or 200 years old, but I'm being called young?" However, the lady boss had lived longer, so she was qualified to say that. "The point is, you can just say it, but what does she mean by hitting me?" Yang Kai said angrily, "Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I won't be polite to you." The lady boss stopped and looked at him calmly. She said with a faint smile, "Why won't you be polite?" Yang Kai stammered for a while, but he couldn't say anything. It was mainly because he couldn't beat this woman. Otherwise, he would definitely teach her a lesson. Only this time, no next time. "If you dare to stay out all night again, you can try." The lady boss suddenly snorted and put away the feather duster. Seeing this, Yang Kai slowly got up, twisted his body, and said angrily, "You're really ruthless. It hurts so much." The point was that this woman controlled her strength very well. It only made him feel the pain in his heart, but it didn't leave any injuries. "If there's a next time, I'll let you see something even more ruthless." The lady boss sneered. "Come with me." Yang Kai didn't know what she was going to do, but he had to follow her. Not long after, he was led out by the lady boss. They came to the yard and walked to Bai Chi. Lao Bai smiled shyly. "Lady boss, shut up." The lady boss glared at him, and Bai Chi immediately stopped talking. "Stand still." The lady boss looked at Yang Kai again and pointed to Bai Chi's side. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He vaguely understood what the lady boss was going to do. He also understood why Lao Bai didn't sleep at night and squatted in the yard. "Lady boss, is it necessary?" Yang Kai looked at the lady boss from the corner of his eyes. The lady boss laughed and raised her hand. The feather duster appeared in her hand. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and nodded. "Okay, you'll regret it." After that, he came to Lao Bai's side and stood still. "Stop talking nonsense." The lady boss snorted. She reached out and grabbed a round piece of wood out of nowhere and placed it on Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body was instantly pressed down. This piece of wood didn't look like much. It was round and no more than 3 feet, but it weighed at least 50,000 kilograms. No wonder Lao Bai was panting while carrying it. This piece of wood was obviously a rare refining material. "The next time you dare to stay out all night, it won't be as simple as standing here. I guarantee that I'll throw you out onto the streets." The lady boss snorted, flicked her sleeves, and walked into the house. Lao Bai nodded and bowed behind her. "Lady boss, rest early." With a bang, the door slammed shut. The lady boss completely ignored him. In the courtyard, a cool breeze blew. The two brothers each carried a log and looked at each other foolishly. "This is too much of a bully." White suddenly said, "Isn't it just 2 nights away? Is there a need to make such a big fuss?" Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Although the current situation was a little embarrassing, at least no one else knew about it. He could just treat it as training. He originally wanted to collect the 10 million yuan debt and tell the lady boss the good news, but now he didn't want to. Lao Bai chattered on the side and was indignant. Finally, he angered the lady boss. She slapped him across the air and he fell to the ground. When he stood up again, he was much more obedient. After midnight, most of the customers in the shop had left. The accountant, the cook, and the other servants had nothing to do. They all ran to the backyard to watch. Yang Kai and Lao Bai were almost angered to death. When dawn came, Yang Kai said, "Lady boss, we should go out and collect the debt." "Get lost." The lady boss's voice came from the house. Yang Kai and Lao Bai looked at each other. They quickly put the log on the ground and ran out of sight. After suffering a loss, Yang Kai and Lao Bai were much more obedient in the next few days. They came back at night and went out again in the morning to collect the debt. After a few days, most of the people who were supposed to run had run. All that was left was to wait for a month. Luo Hai paid the money, and Yang Kai specially treated her to a meal as a thank you. In fact, Yang Kai wanted to bring Luo Hai into the first inn. The business of the first inn was good now. The shop staff were too busy. It would be less pressure to have one more helper. If Luo Hai could enter the first inn, it would be a good thing for her. Not to mention whether the pay would be higher than if she was a guide, at least she would have something to look forward to in the future. After all, it was the first inn. Even if it was just a servant, they were not people that ordinary people could provoke. However, Yang Kai felt that he did not have any right to speak in the first inn. The lady boss had been picking at him recently. She did not like him no matter where he went. At this time, it would be counterproductive. Yang Kai decided to wait for some time. After he got all the debt back, he would take the opportunity to mention it. It would be best if the lady boss agreed, but he would not lose anything even if she did not. He did not tell Luo Hai about this. It would not be too late to tell her when it was confirmed. He thought that she would not refuse such good intentions. The next few days passed peacefully. During the day, he would run errands in the first inn. At night, when most of the customers had left, he would have time to cultivate. During this time, the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buan, came a few times. After paying a visit to the lady boss, he went straight to Yang Kai. The meaning behind his words was that he wanted to rope him into the Azura field to earn money again. Yang Kai was naturally not interested. Although he had defeated Yu Luo Sha last time, he had also exposed the existence of the demon Eye of Annihilation. If the people of the 10,000 Devil Realm were to find out, he did not know what kind of trouble it would cause. Moreover, Yang Kai was not short of money now. He had not spent the 1 million he had last time. What he wanted was not something that could be bought with money. A 7th grade heaven opening talent was not something that could be measured by the heaven opening pill. He was not in a hurry to repay the 16 million he owed the lady boss. Naturally, there was no need for him to go to the Azura field. Time flew by, and the 1-month deadline was up. Yang Kai went out leisurely. Following the route he had taken a month ago, he went door to door to ask for money. It could be said that it went smoothly. Those second-class forces could not afford to provoke the first inn. They sent a message to the headquarters to ask about the situation, and confirmed that the destruction of the first inn was indeed caused by their own experts. Most of them readily paid the 10 million debt. After running around for 6 or 7 days, of the 19 shops, 13 had paid. It was not that the remaining 6 did not pay, but 10 million was not a small amount, so they needed some time to prepare. Yang Kai was not an unreasonable person, so he readily agreed. He gave the repayment deadline and agreed to come back when the time was right. A few days later, Yang Kai had just received 10 million from a shop. Walking on the street, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw Bai Chi waving at him from the second floor of a restaurant. This was really a coincidence. Star City was not very big, but it was not small either. Yang Kai had been running around for so many days, but this was the first time he had met Lao Bai. Without saying anything, he went upstairs. He saw Lao Bai sitting at a table by the window, drinking by himself. Yang Kai sat opposite him and asked the waiter to bring them a set of cutlery. The two drank happily. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lao Bai said, "How's the situation on your side?" Yang Kai picked up some food and said casually, "There are still 2 shops left. They have already agreed on the time to get the money. What about you? Lao Bai smacked his lips and said, basically, there is no problem. There is only one shop that is a little difficult. Which one? Yang Kai was stunned. Since they were going to ask for money, they must have sent a visit. There was actually someone who dared to not give the money to the first in? He could not help but be curious. Lao Bai said, Fengyun Auction House. Yang Kai frowned, Fengyun Blessed Land's property? Although he was very familiar with the forces outside the universe, he at least knew about the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands. This Fengyun Auction House was Fengyun Blessed Land's property. Yes. Lao Bai nodded. What did they say? Yang Kai asked. Lao Bai snorted, they have no money. If they want money, ask the lady boss to go there personally. They said that? Yang Kai was stunned. It was not that he had not been to the properties under Fengyun Blessed Land. Although those shopkeepers were not fawning over him, they were still very polite. What was wrong with this Fengyun auction house? They did not give him any face at all. Lao Bai was vexed by this matter for a while. He could not tell others, but Yang Kai was in front of him, so he immediately poured out his grievances. What do you think we should do? We can't really ask the lady boss to do it. That would make me look incompetent. But they clearly did not want to pay, and I can't report to the lady boss. Did you talk to them properly? Yang Kai looked at him. Lao Bai said, why not? The first 2 times I went, I could still talk to them. But after that, they did not let me in at all. They are quite bold. Yang Kai sneered. No matter what, he was now a member of the first in, so he naturally had a common enemy. Bai Chi looked at Yang Kai, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, Yang Kai, why don't you go there for me? You look unfamiliar, so they will not stop you. Yang Kai frowned, it might not work even if I go. He and Lao Bai were both workers of the first in. If Lao Bai could not help, what was the use of him going? We'll see if it works. If it really doesn't work, then we can only go back and report to the lady boss. Seeing that Yang Kai was still hesitating, Bai Chi struck while the iron was hot. Didn't the lady boss say that you can take half of the money to pay off the debt? The Fengyun auction house will be on you. Just give it a try. You won't lose anything anyway. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not refuse anymore. He immediately nodded and said, then let's go and give it a try. Bai Chi was overjoyed and quickly poured wine for him. You're very kind. Here's to you. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 2 brothers went on their way together. The Fengyun auction house was a big shop. It was located in the center of Star City, and its location was excellent. When Bai Chi led Yang Kai to the Fengyun auction house, the 2 of them looked forward in surprise. They saw that the entrance of the Fengyun auction house was crowded with people. The workers of the auction house were enthusiastically welcoming some famous guests into the auction house. There was also a well-dressed elderly man at the door who kept cupping his hands. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned. Bai Chi pondered for a moment and suddenly said, it seems that they have an auction today. Yes, they do have an auction today. No wonder there are so many people. Chapter 3956. An auction? Yang Kai's interest was piqued. He had attended many auctions in the past, but this was his first time encountering one outside of Universe Palace. He didn't know what good things would be auctioned, so he was naturally interested. But then again, auctions were usually a competition of wealth. Although he had 1 million gold coins now, he might not be able to buy anything good, not to mention he had an important matter to attend to. That is the manager of the Fengyun auction house, Yun Zhenhua. Lao Bai pointed at the old man who was standing at the entrance and cupping his hands. Since he was here to collect debts, he must have met the manager before, so he recognized him at a glance. However, the first 2 times he came, Yun Zhenhua still showed up, but the second time he came, the old man completely ignored him, which made Bai Qi a little angry. "Let's go and meet him." Yang Kai called out and walked towards Yun Zhenhua with Lao Bai. At the entrance of the auction house, Yun Zhenhua was smiling from ear to ear. Although he was from Fengyun Blessed Land and was arranged to oversee the auction house, many of the people who came to participate in the auction this time were famous figures, and their cultivation and status were not inferior to him. Naturally, he had to stand here and welcome them personally, otherwise, it would seem insincere. Just as he was asking an assistant to bring an old friend into the hall, a voice full of energy suddenly sounded in his ears. "The first in, Yang Kai, greets Manager Yun." Yun Zhenhua frowned and looked back, glancing at Yang Kai and Bai Qi, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. "Why are you here again?" Bai Qi cupped his hands and said, "Please forgive me, Manager Yun, this little one is just following orders. If Manager Yun doesn't cooperate, this little one will not be able to report back." Yang Kai also cupped his hands and said, "Manager Yun, can we have a chat inside?" Yun Zhenhua's face was a little cold. Normally, he wouldn't pay attention to these two brats, but today was an important day for the auction house, and it was not good to cause trouble in front of the entrance, so he nodded and said, "You two go in and wait for me, this old man will come soon." After saying that, he called over an assistant and led Yang Kai and Bai Qi into the auction house. After entering a side hall, the waiter left. Bai Qi and Yang Kai sat across a table from each other. Lao Bai secretly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai, "Did you feel it? Shopkeeper Yun doesn't seem to have any intention of returning the money." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Did you make things clear to them?" Bai Qi said, "How could I not make it clear? I said it the first time I came, but he completely ignored me. What can I do?" Yang Kai nodded. Indeed, from Yun Zhenhua's attitude, he could tell that the Fengyun auction house's account wasn't going to be easy. But since he was already here, he might as well give it a try. The two of them waited for more than an hour, but there was no sign of Yun Zhenhua. What was worse was that there wasn't even a cup of tea. Yang Kai's face also darkened. Although he and Old White's cultivation weren't high and they weren't famous, they were still the representatives of the first in. Judging from Yun Zhenhua's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't put the first in his eyes. Where did this old man come from? Why was he so arrogant? Not to mention anything else, the first Jew de origin that Yang Kai went to collect the debt was also a property of the 9 Stars Blessed Land. The shopkeeper, Gong Sun Hong, had already paid 10 million in debt. In comparison, Yun Zhenhua was extremely arrogant. If Yang Kai didn't know his background, he would have thought that the first in belonged to some blessed land. After another 10 minutes, Yun Zhenhua suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Yang Kai and Bai Qi quickly stood up. Without giving the two of them a chance to speak, Yun Zhenhua said, "This old man doesn't know the truth of the first in's destruction, nor do I know whether the experts of the first in were involved. If you want to ask for compensation, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. Today, my Fengyun auction house has a very important auction. This old man has something important to do, so please excuse me. See you out." After saying that, he turned around and left, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Just as he finished speaking, 2 men in tight robes pushed the door open and entered, staring coldly at Yang Kai and Bai Qi. These 2 men had powerful auras around them, and world force fluctuated. They were clearly heaven-opening realm cultivators. "Shopkeeper Yun, Shopkeeper Yun." Bai Qi shouted and was about to chase after them, but before he reached the door, he was slapped on the shoulder by one of the men, and he was immediately immobilized. Under the pressure of the other party, Bai Qi slowly squatted down and faintly looked like he was about to kneel down. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he immediately threw a punch. The other man came over and gently raised his hand, stopping his fist, and grinned, "You dare to fight in the Fengyun auction house? You're courting death." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Try it if you dare. The people of the first in aren't cowards." He had only come to collect a debt and hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Yang Kai was furious. Bringing out the name of the first and finally made the two of them fearful. The man who was suppressing Lao Bai slowly let go, saving Lao Bai from the fate of being embarrassed. Please, the two of you. One of the heaven-opening realm cultivators gestured with his hand. Lao Bai rubbed his shoulder and gritted his teeth as he glared at the man who had almost made him kneel down. His eyes were bloodshot as he said fiercely, "Second stage heaven-opening realm, very good. I'll remember this. When I advance to heaven-opening realm, the first thing I'll do is make you kneel in front of me and call me father." So much nonsense. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. The man sneered, not afraid at all. Heaven-opening realm was not so easy to advance. Even if the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements was completely condensed, if one wanted to split open the world in their body, they had to bear a huge risk. If they were careless, their body would explode, and there was no other outcome. Moreover, the higher the grade of heaven-opening realm, the greater the risk. As such, for a cultivator, it was not that the better the quality of the energy they condensed, the brighter their future would be. Instead, they had to act according to their ability. If you felt that you could only reach the 4th stage of heaven-opening realm, then it was best to condense 4th stage materials. Forcefully condensing 5th or 6th stage materials would not bring you any benefits in the future. The other party's fist was bigger, and they were in his territory. Although Yang Kai and Bai Qi were extremely furious, they could only grit their teeth and accept their fate. Under the escort of the 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators, the 2 of them were thrown out from the back door. Standing on the busy street, Bai Qi's anger soared to the heavens. "Let's go back and find the lady boss." Yun Zhenhua's attitude was too obvious. This matter was already not something that the 2 of them could resolve, unless the lady boss personally came. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the first inn. After taking a few steps, he noticed that Yang Kai was not following, so he turned his head and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to take this lying down?" Kai Yang glanced at him. "I can't bear it, so I'm going to find the lady boss." Previously, he did not want to alarm the lady boss because he did not want to appear too incompetent. However, he had no choice but to do so now. There's no need to find the lady boss. Yang Kai's eyes turned a few times, and he looked up at the Fengyun auction house thoughtfully. "What do you think?" Bai Qi walked back. If Yang Kai could find a way to collect the debt without alarming the lady boss, it would naturally be for the best. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Bai Qi leaned over, and Yang Kai whispered in his ear. After a moment, Bai Qi looked at him in disbelief. "Isn't this too vicious? If we really do this, the Fengyun auction house's reputation will be ruined." Yang Kai sneered, soft-hearted. "We'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. If he ignores us, we can't avoid using some underhanded means." Bai Qi was still a little hesitant, "But we don't have the money." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and came to a realization. Yang Kai raised his head and looked around. "Let's not think about other things first. At the very least, we have to find a way to enter this auction house." He had just been thrown out from the back door, and he was afraid that he would not be able to enter at this time. If he could not even enter the main door, then there was no need to think about what would happen next. If he was alone, it would be easy. In the past month, Yang Kai had been refining the 7 faces every night. Now that he was almost done, he could use them. As long as he took out the 7 faces, he would be able to transform into another person's appearance. Naturally, he could enter the venue without anyone noticing. However, it would not be possible to bring Bai Qi along. Just as he was considering whether to act alone, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Not far from the other side of the street, a group of people on horses galloped over. The leader was a big man with a fierce expression. It was the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buwan. Pei Buwan had been living quite comfortably recently. With Yang Kai's help, he had earned 40 million opening heaven pills, paid off his debts, and settled the store's accounts. Headquarters had sent people to check the accounts, but they did not find anything wrong. Instead, they praised him, saying that he was good at business and that he had to work harder in the future to make more contributions to headquarters. Just as he was walking forward, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him. He immediately grinned. "Young boy. Shopkeeper Pei." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Long time no see, you still look as good as before." Although this hooligan had gone to the first inn to find him and asked him to go to the Azura field to fight again, Yang Kai had refused. After a few times, Pei Buwan did not show up again. Yang Kai did not expect to meet him here today. "Ha ha ha, thank you, thank you." Pei Buwan patted his stomach and laughed. "Shopkeeper Pei, I have something I need your help with." I wonder if Shopkeeper Pei. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish speaking, this guy waved his hand heroically. "What do you need?" "This king will help you if he can." Yang Kai looked around and whispered, "Shopkeeper Pei, please follow me." Pei Buwan showed a suspicious expression. Seeing him sneaking around like he was up to no good, he could not help but be curious. He immediately led a group of people and followed. Walking into a small alley, Pei Buwan ordered his subordinates to guard the entrance. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, "What's the matter? Why are you being so secretive?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Let me ask, is Shopkeeper Pei here to participate in the Fengyan auction? If not, then there was no need to say anything. If there was, then he could use this opportunity to sneak in." Chapter 3957. That's right. I am here to participate in the auction. Pei Buwan nodded slowly. It was true. Yang Kai was delighted. He cupped his hands and said, "If that's the case, would like to ask Shopkeeper Pei for a favor." Pei Buwan chuckled and said, "Go ahead. Shopkeeper Pei, please bring us two brothers into the auction house." When Pei Buwan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "This auction house isn't a forbidden area. If you want to enter, then just go in. There are two entrances over there. One is for those who have an invitation, those who have a reputation in Star City. The other one is for those who don't have an invitation. As long as you show your wealth, then the auction house will naturally let you in. Didn't you make a lot of money last time? You are fully qualified to enter." Yang Kai had seen this situation before. The auction house did have two entrances for those with invitations and those without. However, this was meaningless to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. If they swaggered in, they would definitely be refused entry. If they followed Pei Buwan, they still had some hope of sneaking in. Pei Buwan also reacted, his brow furrowing as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Did you get into some kind of trouble?" Yang Kai said innocently, "Us two brothers are honest people. How could we get into trouble?" "Shopkeeper Pei, you worry too much." He had no credibility at all. Just now, he had promised that he would help if he could, but he did not immediately agree. Pei Buwan had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai could only say, "How about this, Shopkeeper Pei? Haven't you been asking me to go to the Shura arena to fight again? If you can help me, I will accompany you to the Shura arena again." It would have been better if Pei Buwan did not mention the Shura arena. Once it was mentioned, Pei Buwan's expression changed slightly. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no." What was going on? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Didn't this guy look for him a few times and try to persuade him to go to the Shura arena? Why was he avoiding him like a snake when he took the initiative to mention it today? Yang Kai thought that he had lost miserably at the Azura arena, but he did not know that the lady boss had warned Pei Buwan. This fellow had gone to the inn to look for Yang Kai several times. The lady boss naturally noticed this and found an opportunity to chat with Pei Buwan. Only then did she know that he had brought Yang Kai to the Azura field. She was immediately furious and almost broke Pei Buwan's arm. She gave him a fierce warning. If she knew that Yang Kai had been brought to the Azura field again, she would immediately flip the 100 Refinements Hall upside down. If that was not the case, why would Pei Buan give up on the path of making money? It was not to the extent that he did not look for Yang Kai recently. Frowning, Pei Buan pointed at the two men who came with him. You two, take off your clothes. Although he didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to sneak into the auction house with him, it definitely wasn't anything good. So, after giving his instructions, he looked at Yang Kai and said, You two can sneak in with me, but once we're inside, we'll part ways. No problem, thank you, shopkeeper Pei. Yang Kai and Bai Qi looked at each other and grinned. Not long after, the two changed their clothes and blended into the crowd. They followed behind Pei Buan and slowly walked toward the auction house. At the door, there was no trace of Yun Zhenhua. The auction was about to begin and he was probably busy with other things. This made Yang Kai and Bai Qi feel slightly relieved. If Yun Zhenhua was still here to greet the guests, they would definitely not be able to enter. Now that Yun Zhenhua was not here, there was still some hope of sneaking in. When they came to the door and handed over the invitation, the person in charge of greeting the guests immediately extended his hand to invite them in. Pei Buan took the lead and walked into the auction house with majestic steps. Yang Kai and Bai Qi lowered their heads and blended into the crowd. When they entered the auction house, Yang Kai thanked the person in a low voice and then walked in another direction with Bai Qi. Soon, the two of them arrived at the main hall. Looking around, they could see that the huge hall was packed with people. Rows of chairs were arranged in a trapezoidal shape. The entire auction hall could accommodate at least 300 to 400 people and still have room to spare. On the second floor around the hall, there were also private rooms separated from each other. The chairs in the hall were for individual guests. Those private rooms should be for people like Pei Buan, who had some status and position in Star City. At this moment, more than half of the seats in the hall had been taken. Yang Kai and Bai Qi quietly observed for a while and found that the individual guests who came in were sitting casually. They did not pay attention to anything. Immediately, they found a common seat in the back row and sat down. The guests were still entering the hall. There was still some time before the auction. Bai Qi was a little uneasy. Yang Kai, let's forget it. We are just here to watch the fun. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai squinted at him. Do you really want to invite the lady boss? Bai Qi said, that can't be helped. If we really make trouble here, I'm afraid we won't have a good ending. Yang Kai smiled. As long as they have the guts. Bai Qi was still a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he said, if we follow your plan, there is still a problem. What? What if they want to settle the bill on the spot? Yang Kai frowned. This was indeed a problem. If it was really like this, then his plan would not work. But it might not be so. After thinking for a while, he said, then we will act according to the circumstances. If there is a chance, we will make a big scene. If there is no chance, we will just watch the fun casually. Everything depends on God's will. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and said, okay, it's settled. But I think it's better for us to sit separately so as not to attract too much attention. He looked around and pointed in a direction. I'll go over there. You sit here. After saying this, he got up and walked over. Yang Kai did not stop him. He looked around and found that most of the people in the hall were from the Emperor realm. There were also some Heaven Opening Realm cultivators, but those Heaven Opening Realm cultivators were not high. They were probably low-level Heaven Opening Realm cultivators with no future. Otherwise, they would not have been squeezed here and would have been welcomed into private rooms by the Fengyun auction house. As he was looking around, he suddenly heard someone call out in a low voice, Lord Yang? Yang Kai looked up and could not help but laugh. Luo Hai? Luo Hai seemed to be looking for a seat. When she saw that there was an empty seat beside Yang Kai, she walked over. When she arrived, she found that it was actually someone she knew. Luo Hai was obviously very happy to see someone she knew here. She looked at the seat beside Yang Kai and asked, is there anyone here? No, sit. Yang Kai smiled. Luo Hai sat down, and a delicate fragrance wafted out, making people feel refreshed. Are you here to buy something? Yang Kai asked. Since she had appeared here, it was very likely that she was here to participate in the auction. Luo Hai nodded and said, I heard that some great Dao pills will appear this time, so I'm here to try my luck. Luo Hai had not condensed her own Dao seal yet and was in urgent need of great Dao pills. She had also mentioned this to Yang Kai last time. Yang Kai understood and smiled. Do you have enough money? Do you want to borrow some? Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. It should be enough to buy 2. Yang Kai nodded and said, then I wish you good luck. From his previous contact with Luo Hai, he could tell that this woman was very self-reliant and independent. She had even returned the extra reward that he had given her, so she was clearly very principled. Since they were familiar with each other, they chatted and laughed with Luo Hai. After a full hour, the seats in the hall gradually filled up. From this point, the strength of the Feng Yun auction house could be seen. Even the hall was filled, so it was clear how attractive the auction here was to the people of Star City. The sound of gongs and drums rang out, and the originally brightly lit hall suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, a beam of light lit up on the high platform, and as the beam of light moved, a figure walked out from the backstage. The beam of light shone on this person, and she immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The person who appeared was a young woman who looked to be around 30 years old. She had a voluptuous figure and an extraordinary appearance. She came to the auction stage and introduced herself with a soft voice and a smile. After a boring opening, the auction officially began. The first items to be auctioned were naturally not very good. They were basically items that people of the Emperor Realm would use. The VIPs in the private rooms and the Heaven Opening Realm cultivators in the hall were indifferent, but this caused the people of the Emperor Realm to fight over them, and the prices kept rising. Every auction item was carefully selected, so there were almost no unsold items. Yang Kai looked on coldly and realized that his and Lao Bai's previous worries were meaningless. The auction here did not sell the items on the spot. Instead, after the auction was over, the items would be removed, and the bill would be paid after the auction. The Feng Yun auction house was not afraid of people reneging on their debts. With its reputation here, who would have the guts to do so? This is interesting. Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. His eyes met with Lao Bai's across the crowd. Lao Bai understood, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Obviously, he was ready to go all out. After about half an hour, 7 or 8 auction items were successfully sold, and the auctioneer's voice also became louder. The next item to be auctioned is the spirit pill that friends of the Emperor Realm dream of. As soon as this was said, Yang Kai could clearly feel Luo Hai's back straighten. If he guessed correctly, the Great Dao pill should be auctioned. Sure enough, 10 slender and plump maids walked out from the backstage. Each of the maids held a tray with a jade bottle on top of it. The auctioneer smiled and said, the Great Dao pill can help one comprehend their own Dao and condense the Dao seal. Everyone knows that only by condensing the Dao seal can one have the chance to achieve the Heaven Opening Realm. Many friends of the Emperor Realm who came today should be here for the Great Dao pill. Then, I will not waste any more time. She pointed behind her and said, there are a total of 10 sets of Great Dao pills, and each set has 2 pills. Now, we will auction the first set. The starting price of the second set is the second highest bid of the first set. Now, we will auction the first set. The starting price is 5,000, and each increment must be no less than 500. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai heard Luo Hai, who was beside him, shout, 5,000. It was a pity that the voices in the hall rose and fell one after another. Her voice was directly drowned out, and no one heard her at all. Yang Kai turned to look at her, and Luo Hai immediately blushed. Chapter 3958. Previously, Luo Hai had also said that one could buy a Great Dao pill between 10,000 to 20,000 heaven opening pills. Although this price was nothing to Yang Kai, it was not low to anyone in the Emperor realm. It was very likely that it was the entire net worth of those at the bottom. However, even so, the price of this great Dao pill with a base price of 5,000 continued to soar. In just 10 breaths of time, it had exceeded 10,000. Luo Hai looked a little anxious. She had bid twice but had not succeeded. The bids in the hall rose and fell. It was clear that this great Dao pill was highly sought after by the cultivator in the Emperor realm. The price of the great Dao pill continued to rise. Soon, it had exceeded 20,000 and was approaching the 30,000 mark. After a few breaths of time, Luo Hai gritted her teeth and bid 30,000. However, it was surpassed in the next moment. She could not help but look dejected. After that, she did not speak again. It was obvious that she was going to give up. After all, there were a total of 10 sets of great Dao pills. There were still other chances. After the price broke through the 30,000 mark, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. It seemed that Luo Hai was right. The price of this grand Dao pill was between 10,000 and 20,000. 30,000 for 2 spirit pills was beyond what many Emperor Realm masters could afford, so naturally, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. When the price had risen to 34,000, no one was bidding anymore. The person who had shouted this price was a young man. He was sitting in the row in front of Yang Kai. At this moment, he looked nervous and clenched his fists. He shouted to the stage, "No one is bidding anymore. Drop the hammer." The auctioneer clearly heard him. He smiled and picked up the hammer. He looked around and said with a smile, "The first set of great Dao pills is 34,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" Yang Kai raised his hand. 40,000. Swish, swish, swish. The nearby cultivator all turned their heads and looked at him in surprise. Especially the young man who had called out the price of 34,000. His eyes were almost spitting fire. This was not surprising. Although the price of an auction in the Emperor realm rose quickly, it did not increase by much. Normally, it would only increase by 51,000. After all, it was not easy for them to save up some heaven-opening pills. Who would be willing to invest so much at once? Yang Kai raised his hand and raised the price by 6,000, something that had never happened before. Luo Hai also looked at Yang Kai with incomparable surprise. She naturally knew that Yang Kai had already condensed a Dao seal and that the great Dao pill was useless to him. She didn't expect that he would participate in the bidding for this great Dao pill at this moment. Her beautiful eyes flashed and she couldn't help but blush. Clearly, she had misunderstood something. For the first set of great Dao pills, this friend has bid 40,000. Are there any higher bids? The auctioneer asked with a smile. After confirming that no one was bidding, the hammer fell 3 times. The second set of great Dao pills, the starting price is 34,000. Please make your bids. The auctioneer gestured with his hand. Previously, it had already been stated that the starting price of the second group of great Dao pills was the second highest bid of the first group. The second highest bid of the first group was 34,000, so the starting price of the second group was naturally this price. The auction house would not do business at a loss. 34,000. The young man sitting in the row in front of the Yang Kai clenched his fist and shouted. He was the one who shouted the price just now. Yang Kai calmly raised his hand. 40,000. It was as if the situation was repeating itself, no different from just now. The young man turned his head again and glared at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai did not look at him at all. The young man gritted his teeth and said, 40,000. This price was already the limit he could bear. If it was higher, he would not be able to follow. 50,000. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. You. The young man suddenly turned his head with a ferocious expression, as if he wanted to bite off a piece of meat from Yang Kai's body. Many people from the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with unfriendly expressions. Many of them had come for this great Dao pill. Yang Kai had raised the price so high, so they had to suffer a loss. Some people even suspected that Yang Kai was a helper hired by the auction house. However, thinking about it, that was not right. The Fengyan auction house had a reputation, so they would not do such a despicable thing. There were very few bids for the second set of Great Tao pills. Only Yang Kai and the young man shouted twice before the deal was closed. Next was the third set. Without waiting for the auctioneer to finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, 50,000. The young man in the front row could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, "What are you buying so many Great Tao pills for? If you don't have enough aptitude, it's useless no matter how many you buy." Generally speaking, if a martial artist's luck was good, a single Great Tao pill would allow them to successfully condense a Tao seal. Most of them would use 2 pills. If they didn't have confidence in themselves, 3 or 4 pills would be enough. Any more and it wouldn't have a better effect. Yang Kai had already bid for 2 sets. Logically speaking, it should be enough. There was no need for him to participate in the bidding for the third set. "I have too much money to burn." "It's none of your business." Yang Kai sneered. The young man was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He only felt that this guy was so repulsive. If it were not for the fact that fighting was not allowed here, he would have taught him how to behave. 50,000. At this moment, another bid was heard. Clearly, someone could not help but participate in the bidding. The previous 2 sets were swept into Yang Kai's pocket. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to buy more. There were only 10 sets in total. If all of them were bought by Yang Kai, what would they buy? Therefore, although the price was a little high, for their own future, they could only grit their teeth and bid. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Kai calmly followed. 60,000. Hiss. There was a series of gasps. Many people in the Emperor realm thought that this guy was crazy. 60,000 to buy 2 Great Tao pills. How many years had it been since they had seen such a price? In room A6, the corner of Pei Buen's mouth twitched as he stared below. He clicked his tongue. I knew this guy was up to no good. Sure enough. Previously, he had vaguely guessed that Yang Kai must have gotten into some trouble. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed his power to sneak into the auction house. Now, it seemed that this guy was stirring up trouble and bidding maliciously. However, what was the point of bidding maliciously? In the end, the items would still fall into his hands. On the other side, Luo Hai was also a little dumbfounded. She originally thought that Yang Kai participated in the bidding to give the Great Tao pills to her, but now it seemed that it was not what she thought. Otherwise, why would he bid for 3 sets in a row? She could only vaguely guess that Yang Kai must have some relatives or friends who needed the Great Tao pills. Moreover, he needed a lot of them. Thinking that she was thinking too much, she could not help but blush. The third set of Great Tao pills was quickly sold at the price of 60,000. When it came to the 4th set, the auctioneer did not look elsewhere. She only stared at Yang Kai as she spoke. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the young man in the front row immediately received the bid. 60,000. The young man did not look elsewhere. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Kai as he bid. He looked like he was going to fight with him. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, and did not say anything for a long time. Cold sweat involuntarily slid down the young man's forehead. 40,000 was the bottom line he could bear. He had only bid this time because he was angry and wanted to disgust Yang Kai. Yang Kai transmitted his voice. What do you think will happen to you if I don't bid? The young man could not help but gulp. His face was slightly pale. He could not afford the price of 60,000. If he really lost it, he would definitely go bankrupt. At that time, he might even have to pawn off a life-saving secret treasure in his hands. Their eyes met, and the young man could not help but reveal a pleading expression. 60,000 going once, 60,000 going twice. The auctioneer's voice was like a life-threatening curse, causing the young man's face to turn even paler. 70,000. Yang Kai smiled softly and raised his hand to call out. As soon as this price was called, the young man immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He almost collapsed in his chair, feeling a sense of relief for no reason. The bidding for the 5th set of Great Tao pills started, and someone immediately bid 70,000. Yang Kai was amused when he heard this voice. It was Lao Bai who was bidding. This guy probably felt that it was a little too much for him to monopolize so many Great Tao pills. It would attract too much hatred, so he wanted to help him share some of the pressure. Yang Kai did not mind. Since Lao Bai had bid, he did not say anything else. The bidding for the next few sets of Great Tao pills was completely exclusive to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. No one in the cultivator in the hall made another bid. Usually, the two of them would call out the price and make the final call. The bidding for the 10 sets of Great Tao pills was completed very quickly. Yang Kai was the first to bid. He obtained 6 sets, while Lao Bai obtained 4 sets. The stonemason standing on the stage was grinning from ear to ear. After all, it was a little unbelievable that 2 Great Tao pills could be auctioned for 70,000. Generally speaking, 30,000 was more than enough. Although the Fengyun auction house had a large business, they were also happy to see such an intense competitive atmosphere. Because in this way, it could arouse the enthusiasm of the following bidding. As expected, the price of the auction item after the Great Tao pills also rose all the way. This auction item was a secret treasure, and it was a rare defensive secret treasure. It could even withstand a full-force attack from a low-grade splitter. It was definitely a good item to protect one's life. This time, not only did many people from the Emperor realm participate in the bidding, but even some low-grade splitter geniuses participated in the bidding. The scene was very lively. Yang Kai had a calm expression. He waited until it was about time to participate. After a few rounds of competition, he defeated his opponent and obtained this treasure at a price far higher than the normal price. At this time, many people looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Previously, when they saw Yang Kai repeatedly bid for the Great Tao pills, they thought that this guy was stupid and had a lot of money. Now, it seemed that whether he was stupid or not, he really had a lot of money. However, this was far from the limit. After an hour, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became extremely strange. Even the smile on the auctioneer's face had disappeared, and his brows were tightly furrowed. This was because the dozen or so auction items that appeared in this hour were all won by Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Every auction item had an absolute advantage in terms of price. Which the Emperor realm had such a huge amount of financial resources? After a rough calculation, the items that these two people bought each exceeded 1 million. What was the concept of 1 million splitter pills? An ordinary splitter realm cultivator couldn't take out that much. Where did the Emperor realm get so much money? The young man in the front row had almost been tricked by Yang Kai. At this moment, he looked back at Yang Kai from time to time, looking suspicious. Although Luo Hai didn't know why Yang Kai was bidding so crazily, she wasn't too worried. She knew that Yang Kai had 1 million splitter pills. That was the reward that Pei Buan gave Yang Kai last time. Chapter 3959. The auction continued and the auctioneer on the stage said in a clear voice, "The next item to be auctioned is a portion of true sun flame." Not long ago, a sun star in a large territory was extinguished. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. This portion of true sun flame came from that extinguished sun star. As she spoke, a maid walked up from the backstage with a round bowl in her hands. Flames flickered in the bowl as a wave of heat swept out. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire auction hall went into an uproar. Yang Kai could clearly sense powerful divine senses extending from the private rooms to investigate the true sun flame. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the true sun flame of a sun star would appear here. After all, this place was too far away. However, thinking about it, it wasn't strange. Many people had obtained true sun flame back then, and the Fengyun auction house was backed by one of the 72 blessed lands. It wasn't strange for it to be auctioned here. However, the lowest grade of true sun flame was 4th grade, and there were even 5th grade ones. He wondered what grade this item would be auctioned. Even Pei Buan and Gong Sun Hong were only at the 4th stage of Heaven Splitter. A single piece of 4th stage Heaven Splitter material had a chance of creating an expert on the same level as them, so it was only natural that they would pay attention to it. Yang Kai understood. Most of the items auctioned before were things needed by those in the Emperor realm who hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet. The next item to be auctioned should be things that people like him desired. 4th grade True Sun Flame. The starting price is 100,000, and each increment must be no less than 5,000. The auctioneer smiled and gestured. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, 7 or 8 people in the hall called out bids, each voice sounding extremely eager. Yang Kai was a little surprised. He had thought that this auction would be exclusive to the VIPs in the private rooms, but who would have thought that the individual guests sitting in the hall would also have the ability to bid? However, their voices were quickly suppressed by a bidder in a private room. 150,000. As soon as this price was announced, the voices in the hall immediately fell silent. For a level 4 heaven opening material, 150,000 was basically the normal price. When they were in the Qiqiao land, Dayu had told Yang Kai that a level 1 heaven opening material was 1,500, a level 2 heaven opening material was 10 times that of a level 1 heaven opening material, and a level 3 heaven opening material was 10 times that of a level 2 heaven opening material. The stainless golden dew that Yang Kai bought in the Kikikio land was a grade 3 material and cost him 15,000 gold coins. However, in an auction house, the price would naturally be slightly higher. If it was someone who didn't lack money, it wouldn't be strange no matter how high the price was, not to mention that 150,000 was the normal price. As expected, the voice of 160,000 immediately sounded from another private room. The people sitting in these private rooms were all reputable figures in Star City. Who didn't have a million heaven opening pills on them? They were all in the heaven opening realm, so they naturally did not need the sun's true flame. However, they also had juniors and disciples, and it was rare for a 4th rank material to appear in the auction house. Who would be willing to miss it? The sun's true flame was very popular, and the guests in the 2 private rooms continued to bid. 2 people eventually raised the price to 200,000 gold coins. At this time, the private room that had bid first had already fallen silent. It was obvious that this price had exceeded his bottom line. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 200,000 gold coins, but every heaven opening realm cultivator had to condense the yin, yang, and 5 elements. If one material was 200,000 gold coins, then 7 materials would be 1,400,000 gold coins. Moreover, even at the final juncture, there was no guarantee that he would succeed. This price was not small. Shopkeeper son, thank you for letting me win. A hearty laugh came from the private room that had bid second. Shopkeeper's son coldly snorted, but didn't say anything. Drop the hammer, that voice rang out again. The auctioneer looked around with a smile and raised the hammer, 200,000 going once, 200,000 going twice. She glanced over at Yang Kai, secretly wondering if this little brat would make a bid at the last moment. Just now, he and the other person had been in the limelight. After the Great Dao Pill, the 2 of them had basically taken all of the auction items, leaving no room for anyone else to interfere. However, after calling out twice and not seeing that Yang Kai had any intention of bidding, she couldn't help laughing inwardly. She felt that she was overthinking things. Since this person had bought the Great Dao Pill, it meant that he hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet, so what was the point of buying these 4th rank materials? Even if he had a lot of money, he shouldn't spend it like this, 300,000. Yang Kai raised his hand. The auctioneer's hammer immediately froze in mid-air, and her beautiful eyes widened as she stared in Yang Kai's direction. The hall was also in an uproar. In the past, although Yang Kai and Lao Bai had won the auction with absolute advantage each time, the value of the auction items before wasn't too high. They were all fought over by a group of people from the Emperor realm, so in the eyes of those who were truly rich, it wasn't much. However, it was different this time. To suddenly increase the price by 100,000, was he trying to make things difficult for her? Brat, which sex disciple are you? The heaven-opening realm cultivator who had bid 200,000 was almost angered to death. He stared through the private room and felt that this brat was really detestable. He had given him a surprise at the last moment. Was he deliberately slapping his own face? If you have the money to bid, then shut up. Why do you care which sex disciple I am? Yang Kai didn't even turn his head. The person in the private room was choked to the point that he couldn't say anything. He was a fourth-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, so he couldn't possibly argue with someone from the Emperor realm. What kind of scandal was this? The youth in the front row looked back at Yang Kai again, and the suspicion in his eyes became even stronger. The auctioneer was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. She chuckled dryly, 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice. The mallet fell, and the deal was struck. Without stopping, the auctioneer continued, the item that will be auctioned is also a fourth-rank material, 300,000. Before she could finish speaking, a bid came from within the hall. The auctioneer's words were stuck in her throat, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. She stared speechlessly in Yang Kai's direction, her expression somewhat annoyed. She thought to herself, what's wrong with this person? You should at least wait for me to finish speaking. You don't even know what the material is, yet you directly bid 300,000? Is there something wrong with your head? The entire hall and the private room were completely silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yang Kai. Sitting to the side, Luo Hai felt like there was a thorn in her side, and her expression was filled with worry as she advised in a low voice, Lord Yang, this price is too high. It's fine, Yang Kai smiled. Do you have that much money? At this moment, a person's voice sounded. It was the young man sitting in the front row of Yang Kai. He looked at him and sneered, you've bid for so many things. Do you have the money to pay the bill? He came to the auction this time for the Great Path pills. Originally, he still had hopes of bidding for a set, but after being repeatedly messed up by Yang Kai, he lost all hope. Although Yang Kai let him off previously, he still held a grudge. After seeing Yang Kai bid for so many things without batting an eyelid, he had always suspected that Yang Kai was here to cause trouble. Now, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and launched an attack. As long as he could prove that Yang Kai was indeed here to cause trouble, then the Great Path pills he bid for previously would not count, and he would still have a chance. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up, cupped his hands towards the auction stage, and said, Master of the Fengyan auction house, I suspect that this person is bidding maliciously and has bad intentions. I request a verification to see if he has the ability to pay the bill. That's right, I think so too. A voice immediately came from the private room where Yang Kai had snatched the Grand Sun Real Flame. A verification of the verification is a good idea. This kid is indeed a bit of a troublemaker. Another private room also agreed. It wasn't that Yang Kai had offended them, but if they allowed Yang Kai to continue acting so recklessly, then they wouldn't have any hope in the following auctions. Who wouldn't want to buy something at an auction, especially when the following items were all 4th grade and above? Therefore, after the young man in the front row finished speaking, many private rooms echoed his words. In room A6, the corner of Pei Buen's mouth twitched. This kid is full of evil tricks. Why didn't I see it before? At this time, how could he not know that Yang Kai was indeed here to cause trouble? However, he didn't know what kind of enmity he had with the Fengyan auction house that he actually wanted to make a move at the auction. Wasn't this smashing their reputation? How could there be a good ending? This kid probably wouldn't be able to pass the verification of the verification. Although he had given Yang Kai 1 million heaven-opening pills as a reward last time, the value of the items he was bidding for this time had far exceeded that amount. However, he wasn't very worried about Yang Kai's safety. After all, he was a member of the first in. At most, he would be kicked out of the auction house and his reputation would be ruined. On the stage, the auctioneer looked in a certain direction backstage with some difficulty. There was an elderly man sitting there, and since the start of the auction, he had been motionless with his eyes closed. This elderly man wasn't Yun Zhenhua, but he was also a mid-rank heaven-opening expert of the Fengyun auction house. He was overseeing this place to prevent others from causing trouble. With so many people unanimously requesting the verification of the items, the elderly man naturally heard their voices. He slowly stood up and walked to the stage. Someone in the private room said, "Elder Yu, I'll have to trouble you to make a move and see if this kid has the financial resources." The elderly man frowned. There had never been such a precedent in the auction house before. After all, with the Fengyun auction house's reputation, no one dared to go back on their word. Everyone was bidding according to their ability. However, Yang Kai's previous actions were really suspicious. He also wanted to see the situation, so he only nodded. With a flash, he directly appeared in front of Yang Kai and nodded slightly. "Young friend, please." Yang Kai sat on the chair with his hands on the armrest. He looked up at the elderly man and grinned. "What? Is this how the Fengyun auction house treats its guests? Cut the crap and cooperate with Elder Yu to verify the items. You don't look like someone with that kind of money." The young man in the front row turned his head and shouted angrily. If Yang Kai really had that kind of financial resources, he would have been invited into the private room long ago. Why would he be sitting with them? A voice rang out from the private room, "Kid, don't waste any more time. If you're really causing trouble, this seat advises you to stop and leave. At the very least, you'll still be able to maintain some semblance of dignity. If Elder Yu finds out anything, things won't be so simple anymore." Chapter 3960. "Excuse me, young friend." Elder Yu slowly extended his hand and stared at Yang Kai as if he wanted to look deep into his heart. Luo Hai's face was pale and her fists were clenched tightly. She didn't know if Kai Yang would be able to pass the capital verification test. It was very likely that he wouldn't, but she didn't have much money on her, otherwise she would be able to lend it to Kai Yang. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a calm expression. Even though there was a rank 4 Kai Tian standing in front of him, he still smiled and said, "Fengyun auction house has such a rule? How come I didn't know about it?" Elder Yu frowned. Fengyun auction house didn't have such a rule in the past because everyone abided by the rules. However, this guy didn't look like a good person, yet he still had the nerve to talk about rules. Moreover, someone from the Emperor realm dared to spout such nonsense in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Young friend, please cooperate. Kid, don't talk nonsense. If you don't have money, get the hell out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here. Hee, isn't it too late to leave now? Do you think you can leave if you dare to cause trouble here? Elder Yu, don't be polite with him. Just do it." In the private room, a cacophony of voices could be heard. Obviously, they all wanted the auction house to get rid of Yang Kai so that the auction could continue. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He mainly came to find trouble with the Fengyun auction house this time. Who told them not to give him compensation and their attitude was so bad? However, he didn't expect to incite public anger. In other people's shoes, his actions were indeed a little offensive. Therefore, although the words in the private room were a little unpleasant, Yang Kai didn't care. He just stared at Elder Yu and said, "There's no problem with the capital verification, but what if I have the financial resources?" Elder Yu frowned. "Then the auction will naturally continue." Although he said that, he didn't want to believe that Yang Kai really had the financial resources. When entering this auction house, everyone asked to show their wealth. If he was really that kind of rich person, he would have been arranged to enter a private room long ago. Most of the people sitting in this hall had a net worth of hundreds of thousands. Yang Kai said indifferently, "Fengyun auction house's actions are ruining my reputation. Do you think just saying that the auction will continue is enough? Then what do you want? Old man Yu frowned. This brat in front of him was a little difficult to deal with. Yang Kai looked at him. Don't you need to apologize for making a mistake? Old man Yu was furious. If this wasn't an auction house, he would have taught this young man the consequences of speaking to him like this, but this was his own territory, so he couldn't attack a guest, even if this guest was only an Emperor Realm Master who was suspected to be causing trouble. Doing so would make him look like a bully, and it would also affect the reputation of the auction house, so even though he was angry, he could only endure. Kai Yang continued, I can cooperate with the verification. If it proves that I don't have the financial resources, then you can do whatever you want with me. If I'm lucky enough to pass, then you have to apologize. Elder Yu's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Stubborn as a dead duck, do you think this old man will back down? Young people are still too inexperienced. Just as he was thinking this, a faint smile appeared on the face of the young man in front of him. I hope Elder Yu will keep his word. Saying so, he handed over a space ring. Yang Kai's reaction was so straightforward that Elder Yu didn't expect it. He couldn't help but frown. Did this boy really have such strong financial resources? Suspiciously accepting the space ring, Old Man Yu swept its contents with his divine sense. His hand trembled and he almost dropped the space ring. His eyes, which had been narrowed into slits, suddenly widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. Inside the space ring, there was a small mountain of heaven-opening pills, one pile after another. It was simply impossible to count them all. It was impossible to count because there were just too many. Elder Yu was a 4th-grade heaven-opening master and had been in charge of a place like Fengyun Auction House for many years. He had never seen so much money before, but he had never seen so much. How many heaven-opening pills were there in this ring? Over 100 million was the minimum. It was very likely that there were around 200 million. No wonder this boy didn't even blink during the auction. With so many heaven-opening pills, let alone the items worth tens of thousands, even if he bought the entire auction house, it would be a drop in the ocean. Who was this guy? How could he have so much money? Moreover, he wasn't very strong, yet he dared to wander around with such a large sum of money. Although there were people from the Great War Heaven maintaining order in Star City, wasn't he afraid of some accident? His heart surged with shock. Clutching the ring, he stood there dumbly, speechless for a long time. Elder Yu? A voice rang out from a private room. Everyone had originally planned to laugh at Yang Kai, but who would have thought that Elder Yu would have no reaction after verifying the ring? The many heaven-opening realm cultivators were all people with good eyesight, so they could naturally see the shock in Elder Yu's eyes. They didn't know what was going on. What exactly was in that ring that could make a 4th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator lose his composure like this? Only in room A6, Pei Buan seemed to think of something and couldn't help but mutter, this boy is quite bold. Last time, he had given Yang Kai 11 million, of which 10 million was to compensate the first in. He had originally thought that Yang Kai would definitely give it to Madame Lan, but now it seemed that the 10 million should still be in his hands. No wonder this boy was so calm and composed, not afraid of verifying the ring at all. From just now until now, the value of the items he had bid on didn't exceed 2 million. With 10 million, what was there to be afraid of? However, on second thought, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Even if there really was 10 million in that ring, it shouldn't be enough to make Elder Yu lose his composure like this. He suddenly remembered that he wasn't the only one who wanted to compensate the first in. There seemed to be several dozen other families, and each family wanted 10 million, hiss. Pei Buan sucked in a cold breath. That ring couldn't possibly have hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills, right? Oh. Although he didn't dare believe it, looking at Elder Yu's expression, his guess should be right. How is it? Yang Kai looked at Elder Yu. Elder Yu finally came back to his senses. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, then returned the spatial ring and nodded. Young friend, you do indeed have the right to bid. This old man was wrong, please forgive me. Yang Kai grinned. Then can the auction continue? Elder Yu nodded. His figure flickered, and he returned backstage. Only then did the auctioneer react. He raised the auction hammer and shouted, 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice, sold. The young man in the front row looked at Yang Kai with the corner of his eye twitching. He couldn't understand why this guy was squeezing in the hall with him when he was so rich. Suddenly, he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile. He quickly turned his head and lowered it. A person with such wealth, no matter what his cultivation was, must have a powerful backer behind him. He couldn't afford to offend him. He didn't wait for the auction to end and found an opportunity to quietly slip away. A good auction, after being disturbed by Yang Kai, suddenly became dull. No one bid for the next few auction items. Yang Kai won all of them at once. It was as if this auction was specially set up for him, and everyone else was just there to serve as a foil. Because no one bid, the auctioneer's hammer fell very quickly. In less than half a cup of tea's time, more than a dozen fourth-grade materials were won by Yang Kai. Even Lao Bai didn't make a sound. Anyway, with Yang Kai's help, it didn't matter whether he bid or not. The next few items are the finale of this auction. If there's anything you like, please bid as much as you want. The auctioneer stood on the stage and shouted a little awkwardly. The main reason was that there was only one person's voice in the entire auction house, so it was meaningless for her to be the auctioneer. A maid came on stage and presented the auction item. The auctioneer said in a loud voice, 5th grade True Sun Fire. The starting price is 1 million. Everyone, feel free to bid. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the lonely auction house finally had a trace of liveliness. The divine senses in the private rooms once again stretched out to check the situation. Generally speaking, the best heaven opening materials on the market were 5th grade. 6th grade heaven opening materials couldn't be bought with money at all, unless one was extremely lucky. Although the 4th grade materials were of interest to everyone, they could still fight for them. However, the 5th grade materials were a must-have. The 5th grade materials were highly sought after wherever they were placed. Even the Blessed Enclave couldn't meet the demand. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone shouted, 1,200,000. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. In room A6, Pei Buan was about to bid. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, 3 million. The words were stuck in his throat. Pei Buan touched his head and cursed speechlessly, this guy is crazy. The normal price of a 5th grade material was 1,500,000. Even if the auction house had a little overprice, 2 million would be the highest price. Yang Kai doubled the price. How could others bid? This meant that he didn't want to play with others at all. That's enough, kid. Don't go too far. A voice sounding a little exasperated. That's right, kid. Don't you find it troublesome to bid for so many things? I think this kid is here to cause trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Kai had won all the items, everyone would have suspected that he was hired by the Feng Yun auction house. However, at this time, anyone could see that Yang Kai was here to cause trouble. However, what was the point? Although it would damage the auction house's reputation if one person bought all the items in an auction, this person would have to pay a huge price. It was equivalent to hurting the enemy, but hurting the enemy without benefiting oneself. Elder Yu, does this kid have that much money? Someone asked doubtfully. Even the auctioneer turned to look at Elder Yu. The items that were auctioned before were worth at most a few 100,000. This time, the bid was 3 million, which was 10 times the original price. It was hard for people not to be suspicious. However, Elder Yu didn't say much when he verified the price. Therefore, no one knew how much money Yang Kai had on him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Yu lowered his eyebrows and didn't move. He smiled bitterly to himself. What was a few million? That kid had close to 200 million in his ring. Chapter 3961. After Yang Kai bought the 5th grade True Sun Fire for 3 million, the next two items, which were not inferior to the 5th grade heaven opening material, fell into Yang Kai's pocket without any suspense. The grand auction ended in a strange atmosphere. Whether it was the individual cultivator in the hall or the shopkeepers in the private rooms, they all felt that their horizons had been broadened. They had never participated in such an auction before. Except for the first few items, the rest were basically bought by one person. And this person was from the Emperor realm. The entire auction cost more than 10 million. They were all secretly guessing, which sect is this kid from? How could he have so many heaven-opening pills? It should be known that the funds that the shopkeepers could mobilize were only a few million. 10 million was beyond their ability to bear. There were also some people who recognized Kai Yang's identity, but there weren't many of them. After all, Kai Yang had gone to 19 shops to collect debts and had met with 19 shopkeepers, so there were bound to be some who had come to participate in the auction. In the VIP room of the Fengyun auction house, Yang Kai and White sat across a table and tasted fragrant tea. There was a large pile of items in front of them. Even so, there were still maids coming in constantly and putting down the items in their hands. These were the items that they had obtained in the auction before. The Fengyun auction house followed the rule of bidding first, settling the bill later. The auction had ended, so it was naturally time to settle the bill. The enchanting auctioneer stood in front of them with a smile on her face. Every time an item was brought up, she would smilingly introduce to Yang Kai what it was and how much money Yang Kai had spent to win it. Next to her, there was another guy who looked like an accountant. He was holding an abacus and counting the prices of the items. As maids came in and out, more and more items were placed in front of Yang Kai and White. Although White was drinking tea, he glanced at Yang Kai from time to time, feeling a little guilty. The main reason was that he had never done such a thing before. Moreover, this was the wind cloud auction, so he didn't know how to deal with this situation. After a long time, he finally settled the account. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Mister, the total price of the items you bid is 36 million. He turned to Lao Bai and said, "Mister, the total price of your items is 930,000. Compared to Yang Kai, Lao Bai didn't bid much. He only bid for some random items. The main reason was that every time Yang Kai bid, he didn't have many chances to bid. Pack them all up. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head. Hearing this, the auctioneer gestured to the side and the staff immediately put everything into a space ring one by one. The auctioneer then handed it over to Yang Kai with both hands. Yang Kai took the ring without even looking at it. With a twist of his finger, a faint trace of space laws appeared and the ring disappeared. Immediately after, Yang Kai stood up and called out to Lao Bai, "Let's go." The smile on the auctioneer's face froze. He flashed in front of Yang Kai and said politely, "Mister, did you forget something?" Yang Kai looked left and right, then raised his head and said, "I didn't forget anything." The auctioneer squeezed out a smile and said softly, "You forgot to pay the bill." As she spoke, her face was filled with hidden bitterness. "I don't have money." Yang Kai looked at him with incomparable honesty. Behind him, the corners of Lao Bai's mouth twitched. The auctioneer blinked her big eyes, then suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. "Mister really likes to joke. Earlier, old man, you had asked him to verify the funds. If he didn't have the financial resources, how could he have allowed him to keep bidding? At this time, who would believe him if he said he didn't have money?" "I'm not joking." Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "Your Fengyun auction house already owes me and my brother 10 million. Take these auction items as collateral. When you pay back the 10 million, I'll give them to you." The auctioneer was stunned. She stared blankly at Yang Kai and asked hesitantly, "Mister, what do you mean?" She was only an auctioneer of the Fengyun auction house, so she didn't know what had happened before. Therefore, she was confused at this time. She thought, when did the Fengyun auction house owe someone 10 million? What do I mean? Your shopkeeper naturally knows, right, shopkeeper Yun? Yang Kai shouted the last sentence to the door. Although he didn't sense Yun Zhenhua's aura, he thought that at this time, Yun Zhenhua was most likely outside. After all, he and Lao Bai were kicked out of the auction house, then sneaked in and bid at a high price. As a shopkeeper, it was impossible for him not to know. Since he knew, he would definitely show up at this time. With a creak, the door was pushed open. The person who came in was not Yun Zhenhua, but Elder Yu, who had verified Yang Kai's funds. At this moment, Elder Yu's face was gloomy. With one hand behind his back and the other in front of his stomach, he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend, don't make a mistake." He only knew the identity of Yang Kai and Lao Bai after the verification. After all, it was hard to imagine that someone from the Emperor realm would carry around more than 100 million. He secretly told Yun Zhenhua about this matter. Yun Zhenhua secretly came to take a look and found out that the bidders were actually 2 workers from the first inn. Moreover, these 2 people had come to ask for money before. Elder Yu immediately knew that these 2 people didn't come with good intentions. However, at that time, the auction was already in its second half. Moreover, they did have the capital to bid, so he couldn't stop them. He could only wait until the auction was over before making a decision. Now that he saw that these 2 guys didn't intend to pay, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It's only right to repay one's debts. If your Fengyun auction house won't pay, then us 2 brothers can only think of a way to get some money ourselves. Yang Kai looked at Elder Yu with a smile. Elder Yu said coldly, "No one has dared to behave atrociously in my Fengyun auction house. Are you sure you want to do this? There wasn't before, but there is now." Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Although the Fengyun auction house had a strong backer, he also had the first in behind him. In terms of backing, there was no telling who would be afraid. Moreover, the Fengyun auction house was in the wrong first, so he wasn't afraid of anything. "You have guts." Elder Yu snorted, "But just having guts isn't enough. Do you think you can still get away?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Then what do you want? Are you going to detain us?" Elder Yu snorted and waved his hand, "Search them." He sneered in his heart. These 2 inexperienced brats really think that they can do whatever they want just because they have the first in's name? I'll take back the money from the auction first, then deal with them properly. At Elder Yu's order, the workers who had been standing on both sides immediately rushed forward. Lao Bai hurriedly got into a defensive posture. "If anyone dares to come over, I'll fight them to the death." Yang Kai raised his hand and pressed on Lao Bai's shoulder, "Let them search." Lao Bai turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. The 2 of them had spent more than a month collecting money from everywhere. Not only had Yang Kai taken 100 million to 200 million, but Lao Bai had also done the same. He hadn't given anything to the lady boss. Yang Kai hadn't given anything to the lady boss because he had been beaten by the lady boss with a feather duster the last time he went back to report the good news. As for why Lao Bai hadn't given anything to the lady boss, it was probably because he had never seen so much money before and wanted to hold on to it for a while longer. However, before coming here, Yang Kai had asked him to give him all his valuables, so Lao Bai didn't have a single heaven-opening pill on him. It could be said that he was clean. Lao Bai wasn't afraid of others searching him, but he was afraid that they would search Yang Kai's body. However, since Yang Kai had said so, even though Lao Bai didn't understand, he still relaxed. The main thing was that he couldn't beat them. This was the other party's territory. Not to mention these workers, even Elder Yu could crush them with a single finger. There was no point in resisting. 4 workers came forward. 2 searched for Lao Bai, while the other 2 searched for Yang Kai. After a while, the workers didn't find anything. They all turned to look at Elder Yu and said, "There's nothing." "Impossible." Elder Yu's expression changed. He didn't seem to move, but he directly came in front of Yang Kai. He grabbed his shoulder with one hand and searched Yang Kai's body with the other. How could he not have anything? Not to mention that Yang Kai had shown him a space ring containing nearly 200 million heaven-opening pills. Even the auction items just now had been obtained by him not long ago. How could they have disappeared for no reason? However, after searching for a while, they really couldn't find anything. Not only that, Elder Yu even released his divine sense and carefully searched every corner of Yang Kai's body. Let alone a space ring, he couldn't find even a single heaven-opening pill, let alone the auction items. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Yu vaguely felt a fluctuation of space principles outside the door just now, which was somewhat similar to when he used the universe escape technique. His heart clenching, Elder Yu clenched his teeth and shouted, "Speak, where did you hide those things?" Elder Yu had a 4th rank heaven-opening realm cultivation, so in his anger, his hand was incredibly strong. Cracking sounds came from Yang Kai's shoulder, as if his bones were being crushed. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he endured it and didn't say anything. He coldly stared at Elder Yu and said, "I already said that you owed us money and didn't pay it back. Us brothers just wanted to find a way to get some of it. When you pay back the money, we'll return those things." Bastard. Elder Yu flew into a rage. Although the prices of the auction items this time were generally high, it was still a failure for the auction house. It couldn't be helped that the auction house's reputation had been completely monopolized by a single person. In the future, when people brought up this matter, they would say that there was a problem with the Fengyun auction house's organizational ability. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous situation have occurred? The Fengyun auction house had stood tall for so many years and had a good reputation, so losing a little bit of reputation wasn't a big deal. Now that they had even lost their auction items, they would truly become a laughingstock. As such, in Elder Yu's anger, the might of a 4th rank heaven-opening realm cultivator filled the air, causing Yang Kai's entire body to shrink. He felt as if he was being suppressed by the entire world. The difference in their cultivations was simply too great, and now that he was in the other party's grasp, he didn't even have the strength to resist. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have immediately knelt down. Chapter 3962. You dare make a move? Lao Bai was enraged. Seeing that Yang Kai was being pressured to the point of suffocation, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth surged in his body. He raised his hand and slapped at Elder Yu. After that move, he suddenly realized that he was no match for Elder Yu. Seeing that Yang Kai was being bullied had made him a little hot-blooded. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to stop. Scram! However, Elder Yu didn't even look at him. He just casually slapped Lao Bai's chest with his palm. With a crack, Lao Bai was sent flying with a muffled groan. He slammed into the wall, causing the entire room to shake. Yang Kai turned his head to look. He saw that Lao Bai's face was pale and blood was spurting out of his mouth. A large part of his chest had caved in. His head was tilted to the side, and he didn't move. His expression immediately turned cold. "Old thing, you're courting death." The power in his body surged wildly. His short body suddenly straightened, and his hands flew up to form a seal. He sent a palm strike at Elder Yu. Elder Yu was shocked. It wasn't that Yang Kai's palm strike was very strong. It was just that under this palm strike, his thoughts actually paused for a moment, as if time had stopped. This brat actually knew the laws of time. Even so, his weak strength was still a weakness. Elder Yu snorted coldly and raised his palm in front of him, slowly pushing it out. With a boom, Yang Kai was also sent flying. The principles of time wrapped around Elder Yu's palm, causing his palm to change unpredictably and wither rapidly. However, it only took an instant for it to return to normal. The difference in strength was too great. Yang Kai's principles of time was easily dispelled by Elder Yu. Otherwise, how could he be unscathed? After retreating to the foot of the wall, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. He forcefully suppressed the roiling blood in his heart and lowered his head to look at his hand. The hand that had collided with Elder Yu's palm strike couldn't help but tremble. Even the bones in his wrist were broken. Elder Yu looked over coldly. No one dares to steal my Fengyun auction house's things. Those who dare to do so are all dead. Try and kill us if you dare. Yang Kai was clearly in a disadvantageous situation, but he still looked down at them with his chin raised, his face full of arrogance. Elder Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly stared at Yang Kai. Then, he turned around and flicked his sleeves. Keep an eye on them, don't let them escape. Finished speaking, he strode away. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with disgust and left as well. The other workers closed the door before they left, obviously intending to put Yang Kai and Lao Bai under house arrest. Outside the door, Yun Zhenhua stroked his beard with a frown on his face. Seeing Elder Yu come out, he gestured to him and the two of them walked side by side into a secret chamber. It didn't take long for them to enter the secret chamber. Yun Zhenhua frowned and said, "You've injured them. I'm afraid that this matter won't be easy to resolve." No matter what, those two brats were still members of the First Inn. Although they were rude first and Elder Yu wasn't wrong to teach them a lesson, they had still injured them. Thinking of that woman's craziness, Yun Zhenhua felt a headache coming on. Elder Yu's anger still hadn't subsided. He coldly snorted, "They were rude first, wanting to steal my Fengyun auction house's things. So what if this old man beat them up?" Yun Zhenhua glanced at him and remained silent. He knew that this Elder Yu had always been proud and arrogant. Although he was only a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, he had the ambition to devour the heavens. He couldn't be blamed for being arrogant. Elder Yu himself had the potential to become a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, but because he had been deceived by a scoundrel, he ended up becoming a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Moreover, Elder Yu hadn't been in the heaven-opening realm for very long, so he probably hadn't heard of that woman's name yet. Otherwise, how could he be so fearless? However, it didn't matter. It was just two workers, so that woman wouldn't make a fuss over a small matter. However, in this case, the 10 million heaven-opening pills would probably have to be returned. Otherwise, it would be an excuse for her to make trouble for him. Thinking of this, Yun Zhenhua took out a communication bead and sent a message to his subordinates, telling them to prepare 10 million heaven-opening pills. At the same time, he also sent someone to the First Inn to invite Madame Lan over to discuss how to deal with this matter. Return the money, return the money. Those two workers had disrupted the auction and made malicious bids. In the end, they had basically smashed all of the auction items into their own hands. This matter had to be properly discussed with Madame Lan. Just as Elder Bai was knocked unconscious, a young woman rushed into the First Inn. When the worker in the inn saw her, he hurriedly came over and said with a smile, "Dear customer, please come in. Are you here for a meal or a place to stay?" The woman hurriedly said, "I'm looking for your lady boss, Madame Lan." The worker looked her up and down, then said with a smile, "I'm sorry, dear customer, but the lady boss doesn't receive guests. If you have something to tell me, it's the same. I'll tell the lady boss later. It was Lord Yang who told me to come. He said that I definitely had to tell the lady boss." The woman said, "Lord Yang? Which Lord Yang?" The worker was puzzled. There were many people with the surname Yang in Star City. Yang Kai, Lord Yang. The person who had rushed to the First Inn was Luo Hai. She had left when the auction ended, but Yang Kai had secretly instructed her to do something, so she had rushed to the First Inn. "Yang Kai told you to come here?" Behind the counter, the accountant who had been doing the accounts suddenly looked up at Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes." "What's the matter? Where's that kid?" the accountant asked. Luo Hai shook her head and kept her mouth shut. Seeing this, the accountant couldn't help but laugh. This woman's strength wasn't high, and it seemed that she hadn't even condensed a Dao seal. She was a delicate and naive person. Yang Kai had told her to find the lady boss, and she had gone to find the lady boss. She hadn't even said anything when the accountant asked. Since she was someone who Yang Kai had called to deliver a letter, there must be something. The accountant said, "Take her to see the lady boss." The worker nodded. "Yes. Miss, please come with me." He led the way to the backyard with Luo Hai following closely behind. Not long after, they arrived at the lady boss's room. The worker bowed and said, "Lady boss, this miss wants to see you." She said that Yang Kai had asked her to come here. "Let her in." The lady boss's voice came out. "Please." The worker gestured. Luo Hai took a deep breath and thanked the worker before pushing the door open and entering. The first thing she saw was a woman's room. It was very elegantly arranged, and a fragrant scent lingered at the tip of her nose. Turning her head, Luo Hai saw a voluptuous woman sitting on a chair in front of the dressing table. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her stunning face was reflected in the bronze mirror. Their eyes met, and the lady boss asked, "Where's that damn brat?" "Damn brat." Luo Hai secretly stuck out her tongue. She knew the lady boss was talking about Yang Kai, so she immediately said, "When I parted with him, he was at the Fengyun auction house." The lady boss frowned and said while combing her hair, "Why did he go there?" Suddenly, she remembered that the Fengyun auction house was also in debt, so he should have gone there to collect his debts. She also remembered that when she had just arrived in Star City, Yang Kai had not returned home one night, and when she asked him later, he said that he had spent the night in a woman's house. After sizing her up, the lady boss furrowed her brows. Although this girl could be considered pretty, it was obvious that her strength was very low. Furthermore, her expression was timid, as if she had never seen the world. Could it be that this brat had spent the night in her house? "Why did he ask you to come find me?" the lady boss asked. Luo Hai quickly stepped forward and unfolded the things she had been holding tightly in her hand. "He asked me to give you these things." The lady boss turned her head and saw 3 space rings. 3 rings, one obviously had Yang Kai's aura, one had Bai Chi's aura, and obviously belonged to these two, while the last one seemed to be ownerless. The lady boss reached out and took the rings, and with her divine sense, she first checked Yang Kai's ring and couldn't help but raise her brow. Inside the ring, there was a large pile of heaven-opening pills, and it was clear that this brat had recently collected his debts. He had never given them to her, and she didn't know why he had asked an outsider to give them to him. She then looked at Bai Chi's ring, and it was the same, not much less than Yang Kai's. "You 2 little bastards, just wait and see how this old lady will deal with you when you come back." The lady boss secretly cursed in her heart and looked up at Luo Hai. "Do you know what's inside?" These 2 rings were worth 300 to 400 million heaven-opening pills, and Yang Kai had actually asked someone from the Emperor realm who hadn't even condensed a Dao seal to send them back. Was he not afraid of any accidents? Although no one in Star City dared to do anything sneaky, it was better to be safe than sorry. Luo Hai shook her head. "I haven't seen them." The lady boss's gaze softened slightly. Regardless of whether Luo Hai had seen them or not, the fact that she was able to return the rings meant that this woman was a trustworthy person. She didn't try to explain anything to Luo Hai. The difference in status and strength was too great, so she couldn't explain anything. She then looked at the 3rd ring. There was a large pile of random items, but there were also quite a few good items, which confused the lady boss. She casually handed the ring to Luo Hai and asked, "Where did he get these things?" Luo Hai took a look and covered her mouth as she said, "These are the things that were just auctioned off at the auction house." She also didn't know why these things would appear here. She simply followed Yang Kai's instructions and left first before finding a secluded place to wait silently. Before she left, Yang Kai gave her a bead and told her that something would be delivered to her later. She was to go to the first inn and hand it to the lady boss. Not long after, the bead flashed and 3 space rings appeared in front of Yang Kai. "He participated in the auction?" The lady boss was startled. Luo Hai nodded and said, "Lord Yang basically won everything." "This bastard." The lady boss suddenly stood up and was about to curse him when she suddenly seemed to remember something, and her expression changed dramatically as she cried out, "Not good." Taking back the space rings from Luo Hai's hand, her figure flickered and she rushed out, not even bothering to comb her hair carefully. Luo Hai stood dumbfounded in place, completely dumbfounded, but she still hurriedly followed after her. But where was the lady boss? The cashier behind the counter looked out in surprise and asked one of the shop assistants, "Why is the lady boss in such a hurry?" The shop assistant shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Seeing Luo Hai come out, the cashier hurriedly called out to her and asked her a few questions. Hearing this, the cashier's expression also changed dramatically, faintly feeling that things had become a little troublesome. Chapter 3963. In the side room of the Tempest auction house, the two of them grimaced in pain. Both of them were injured and in extreme pain, so they naturally weren't happy. Comparatively speaking, Lao Bai's injuries were more serious. His chest was slightly sunken, his internal organs were damaged, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Yang Kai only had a broken hand. However, these injuries weren't too serious for the two of them, and they only needed to rest for a few days to recover. Lao Bai sat cross-legged and was about to circulate his energy to heal his injuries when Yang Kai pulled him up. "Don't heal your injuries. What are you doing?" Cold sweat broke out on Lao Bai's forehead. He didn't understand why Yang Kai stopped him at this time. Yang Kai held his broken hand and looked at him. "Guess what the Tempest auction house is doing now?" "How would I know?" Lao Bai said angrily. How could he be in the mood to guess when Yang Kai didn't heal his injuries? He'd never been put under house arrest before, and it was the first time today. It was simply a great humiliation, and rage surged in his heart. "Don't you have a brain?" Yang Kai tapped his head. "It's such a simple matter. Just think about it and you'll understand." Lao Bai couldn't help but raise his head and glare at Yang Kai. However, he suddenly thought of something and cried out in a low voice. "Oh no, I'm afraid we'll alarm the lady boss." After all, he and Yang Kai were the attendants of the first inn. Even though the Tempest auction house had a good reason to injure and put them under house arrest, they would definitely notify the lady boss and let her come over to deal with it. Instantly, he had a vexed expression and sighed. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done that." He didn't want to alarm the lady boss. After all, it was just a trivial matter. If he didn't come over, it would be because he was incapable. If the lady boss was disturbed, it would be because of his incompetence, and it would be quite embarrassing. When he raised his head and saw Yang Kai's spurious smile, he frowned. "You did it on purpose?" Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai had maliciously bid against him in the auction house and basically got all the auction items. In the end, he didn't pay and wanted to leave. How could he leave? The situation was bound to develop to its current state. In the end, the Wind Cloud auction house would definitely invite the lady boss over. At that time, Shi Feng had thought that Yang Kai had some brilliant idea. Yang Kai chuckled. "Did you just understand?" Lao Bai was a little confused. "Didn't you say not to alarm the lady boss?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. That was then and that was then. Previously, even if Feng Yun had invited the lady boss over, it might not have worked. If Feng Yun auction house was determined to renege on their debt, would the lady boss still be able to snatch it from them? In the beginning, she said that if you cooperate, you can just pay up. If you don't cooperate, she will have to go to the headquarters of some forces to talk. I don't know where Feng Yun blessed land is, but it's definitely not too close. Why bother lady boss to make this trip? Then now. As Senior White spoke, his eyes lit up, and he faintly understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai also grinned sinisterly. "Now that you and I have been seriously injured and don't have much time left, the lady boss will naturally have an excuse and reason to make trouble. If we want to appease the lady boss's anger, what is a trivial debt of 10 million? seriously injured and don't have much time left. The corners of Senior White's mouth twitched when he heard this. Looking at Yang Kai, it was as if he was seeing him for the first time. This little brat was too treacherous. You and I can easily get back the 10 million by suffering some physical pain, so it's worth it. When the time comes, we might even be able to casually ask the Wind Cloud auction house for some compensation. Not only was he treacherous, but his heart was also black. Senior White thought to himself as he said, "You should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to grab those auction items and run away." Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. "There are 2 4th-stage Heaven Opening Realm Masters guarding this place. How can you and I escape with our insignificant strength?" It wasn't that there was no chance. Since he could deliver the 3 space rings to Luo Hai, he could naturally escape with Senior White in an instant. However, the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't. The first and still had to open, so if he really ran away with Senior White, then all of his previous efforts would be for naught. If I'm not wrong, Yun Zhenhua should have already sent someone to invite. Before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, he heard a familiar voice, "Yun Zhenhua, come out and see me." The 2 of them stared at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. "The lady boss is here so quickly?" Almost at the same time, the 2 brothers fell to the ground. Senior White's tongue was hanging out like a dead dog, his aura suddenly weak. Yang Kai casually slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood. He looked very miserable. In the other room, Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu, who were sitting at a table across from each other, were also astonished. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Madame Lan to arrive so quickly. The servant who had gone to deliver the letter had only just left. However, no matter what, it was fine as long as she was here. They had to properly explain today's matter to her so that she could carefully discipline her subordinates in the future. After exchanging a glance, the 2 stood up at the same time and walked out. No matter what, this person was a 6th-stage Heaven Opening Realm Master, not someone the 2 of them could casually offend. They had to give enough face. Unexpectedly, before the 2 of them had even taken a few steps, a tremendous pressure descended from the sky. The cold murderous intent was so dense that it seemed tangible, causing the entire Feng Yun auction house to tremble. Yun Zhenhua's hair stood on end, feeling his scalp go numb. Elder Yu's expression also became extremely solemn. Although he tried his best to resist, his bones still creaked under the pressure. The 2 of them did not understand why this Madame Lan had suddenly launched an attack. Although the tone of her previous words was not very polite, a 6th-level splitter of the heavens had the qualifications to do so, so it was understandable for her to speak like that. What was the meaning of suddenly using her aura to oppress others? Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was afraid of her? Both Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu were somewhat angry. Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was a place where she could behave atrociously? At this moment, a few screams suddenly came from somewhere in the backyard, followed by a crashing sound. It seemed that the door of a room had been blasted apart. Yun Zhenhua turned his head to look at Elder Yu and shouted, "Let's go." The 2 of them immediately walked towards the backyard and soon arrived at the place where the incident had occurred. It was the room where Yang Kai and Lao Bai were imprisoned. At this moment, they saw that in the courtyard, there were people lying haphazardly on the ground. They were all the attendants of Feng Yun auction house who had been arranged here to guard Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Wails rang out incessantly, all of them beaten up miserably. Needless to say, the person who had attacked was Madame Lan. In front of a 6th-stage Heaven Opening Realm Master, how could these ants have any power to resist? The 2 of them were furious. No matter what, this was the Feng Yun auction house. Even if Madame Lan was a 6th-stage Heaven Opening Realm Master, she couldn't injure so many of them as soon as she arrived. Moreover, these people's injuries weren't light, and they would need at least a year to recover. In a flash, the 2 of them arrived in front of the smashed door. Looking inside, they saw a graceful back facing them in the room, squatting on the ground to check the injuries of the 2 detestable brats. "Lady boss." Lao Bai gasped for breath, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as he spoke. I'm afraid I won't make it. Lao Bai will remember the care you've given me all these years. I'll repay you in my next life. The lady boss squatted in front of him, her black hair hanging down and covering her eyes, so they couldn't see her expression. However, Yang Kai and Lao Bai could clearly hear the sound of her secretly gritting her teeth. Shut up. The lady boss raised her hand and pinched Lao Bai's chin with a little force. Under Lao Bai's incredulous gaze, she directly knocked him out. However, the lady boss slowly turned her head to look at Yang Kai, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. You two are really good. Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. The lady boss was also furious. When Luo Hai hurriedly reported to her, she vaguely guessed what had happened and immediately rushed over. Originally, she wanted to discuss with Yun Zhenhua how to resolve this matter, but when she arrived, she discovered that Yang Kai and Lao Bai were imprisoned here, and their breathing was weak. In her fury, she couldn't care less and directly charged in. When she saw the two of them, she realized that she had been fooled. The two brats' breathing was weak, and their injuries were also real, but it wasn't as serious as she thought. They would naturally recover after a few days of recuperation. She actually thought that they were really beaten up badly. She secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't that serious. After speaking, the lady boss slowly stood up with her eyes downcast, and a cold aura emanated from her body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Yang Kai couldn't help but shiver. Who injured them? As she asked, she slowly turned around and swept her cold gaze over Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu. Being stared at like this, both Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Yun Zhenhua suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and frowned. Madame Lan, is it? If you have something to say, we can talk it out. He had only heard of this woman's crazy reputation, but had never seen her in person. He felt that this beautiful woman in front of him was very different from what he had heard. Who hurt them? The lady boss ignored him and repeated the question again. The coldness in her eyes became even colder. Yun Zhenhua was furious. In any case, he was the head shopkeeper of Fengyun Blessed Land. Although Madame Lan had an extraordinary background, she shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Elder Yu coldly snorted. Two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth dared to cause trouble at the Fengyun auction house. Not taking their lives is already this old man's. Ha! He shouted the last word with all his might, and a force visible to the naked eye shot forward. It couldn't be helped. In his field of vision, the woman in white was wrapped in a baleful aura, as if a peerless monster had been born. She sent a palm strike towards him. She actually dared to attack him? Old Man Yu was both shocked and furious. Although he had injured Yang Kai and Bai Chi before, and Madame Lan had also beaten up a group of shop assistants when she arrived, it wasn't a big deal. Those were just servants, but two heaven-opening realm masters fighting in Star City was different. How could the people of the Great War Heavens turn a blind eye to this? Was this woman crazy? A thought flashed through Elder Yu's mind. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.